Chapter 1051 Breaking into Douluo Island. The Sky Demon Phoenix clan is waiting behind. Stop them, don't let them enter Douluo Island. In the boundless void, seeing the Taegzu ancient dragon clan strongmen from the three major dragon islands in the west, north, and south rushing towards Douluo Island under the orders of the three major dragon kings in the west, north and south, Zhu Xian couldn't help but shout angrily. Zhu Xian, your opponent is us. But just as Zhu Xian finished speaking, the West Dragon King, the South Dragon King and the North Dragon King attacked at the same time, and with a loud shout, they burst out the majestic fighting spirit in their bodies and fought with Zhu Xian in the void. Although the West Dragon King, the South Dragon King and the North Dragon King are as powerful as Zhu Xian, they are all three-star Do Sheng. The three people should be able to completely suppress Zhu Xian together, and even if Zhu Xian does not escape, it is possible to kill Zhu Xian. But because the three people came here to capture Ziyi Yan, not to fight with Zhu Xian, so the three did not use their full strength. However, with the three of them working together, although none of them used their full strength, it was enough to entangle Zhu Xian. While the Dragon Kings of the three Dragon Islands were entangled with Zhu Xian, the strong men of the three Dragon Islands roared and shot towards Douluo Island. Everyone, come together, stop them, don't let them interfere with the transformation of Her Highness Ziyi Yan. Looking at the strong men from the other three Dragon Islands attacking in front of him, the third elder Zhu Li couldn't help but shout angrily. Hearing Zhu Li's words, the strong men of Douluo Island burst into a thunderous roar, and fought with the Taegzu ancient dragon strong men from the three Dragon Islands in front of them. But it's a pity that compared to Douluo Island, the attacking Taegzu ancient dragon strong men are the three Dragon Islands. Although the three Dragon Islands did not go all out, compared to Douluo Island. Even if only some of the strong men from the three Dragon Islands came, the total number is undoubtedly more than all the strong men from Douluo Island. So in the end, although the elders of Douluo Island tried their best, and even called out the first and second elders who were in seclusion, they still failed to stop all the strong men from the three Dragon Islands. And more than a dozen Dozun level strong men from the three Dragon Islands entered Douluo Island. At the same time, in a distant void, under the leadership of Huang Tian, a group of strong men from the Tian Yao Huang clan also came here. They naturally wanted to find Ziyi Yan and take back the purple dragon phoenix origin fruit. They believed that Ziyi Yan would definitely return to Douluo Island. However, when they came here and saw the scene in front of them, the Tian Yao Huang clan strong men couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Is this the people of the Taegzu ancient dragon clan fighting? Seeing the chaotic battlefield in the distance, the Tian Yao Huang clan leader Huang Tian was still a little stunned. It seems that they did fight. After seeing the specific situation in the distance, Feng Huang couldn't help but nodded in confusion. Lord Huang Tian, this is Douluo Island. The other three Dragon Islands are fighting with Douluo Island. Could it be that they have also discovered the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit? What should we do now? Feng Huang couldn't help but look at Huang Tian and asked. Huang Tian pondered, as if weighing the pros and cons. After thinking for a long time, Huang Tian pressed his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Don't worry, wait a minute. Let's find it took quite a while to get here, so the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit must have been taken. However, it has only been less than a month, so the power of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit should not be absorbed so easily. Now the four Dragon Islands are fighting each other, and it seems that the three Dragon Islands have the upper hand. We will wait for the people of the three Dragon Islands to have a bloody battle with the people of the East Dragon Island, and wait for them to catch the Taegzu ancient dragon that has taken the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, and then we will clean up the mess. This is called the fisherman gains while the snipe and the clam fight. Lord Huang Tian is wise. A group of Tian Yao Huang people offered their compliments. On the other side, in Douluo Island, Bai Ji was still using the 9-colored glaze to help Ziyi Yan lying on the altar, and continued to refine the power released by the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Suddenly, Bai Ji felt a violent space fluctuation. Following the direction of the space fluctuation, Bai Ji turned his head and found that more than a dozen unfamiliar Taegzu ancient dragon clan strongmen had broken into Douluo Island. Each of these dozen Taegzu ancient dragon clan strongmen is a Dozun level strongman with impressive strength. Sure enough, facing the joint efforts of the three major dragon islands, the people of Douluo Island still couldn't stop them. Seeing the Taegzu ancient dragon clan strongmen who broke into Douluo Island, Bai Ji couldn't help shaking his head in his heart, but he was not too surprised. Because Douluo Island is 1 against 3 after all, it is normal that it can't beat them. And for the current situation, Bai Ji has already been prepared. Xiener, Yuner, Kinglin, go over and stop these guys, don't let them get close. While releasing the 9-colored glazed fire to help Ziyan refine the power of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, Bai Ji looked at the 3 disciples he brought with him and said softly. There are too many of them. If you can't beat them, remember to take out the 18 ancient human puppets I gave you, and don't let our Baity sect down. Yes. Master, we won't let them get close. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the 3 women responded immediately, and then jumped up one after another, instantly turning into 3 streams of light, and quickly approached the strong men from the other 3 dragon islands who broke into Donglong Island. Stop, you are not allowed to pass here. Coming in front of the Taixu ancient dragon clan strongmen of the 3 dragon islands, Xiao Yuxian immediately stepped in the sky, stopped the Taixu ancient dragon clan strongmen of the 3 dragon islands, and shouted coldly. Human? When they saw Xiao Yuxian and the other 2, all the Taixu ancient dragon clan warriors were stunned. Haha, I didn't expect that Donglong Island would invite humans to help. They really made a lot of preparations. But they are just humans. Even if they are Dozun, so what? You 3, get out of the way, or don't blame us for being rude. Looking at Xiao Yuxian and the other 2, a man in dark gold armor stepped forward and sneered. They are both Dozun, but how can ordinary humans compare to their powerful Taixu ancient dragons? If they are people from the ancient Daodi family, they are still about the same. I said, you are not allowed to pass here. If you want to pass, you have to defeat us first. Xiao Yuxian still said indifferently to the words of the dark gold armored man. You are really brave. Hearing Xiao Yuxian's words, the dark gold armored man couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. Remember, the one standing in front of you now is Xia Shat, the 4th commander of the Dragon Armor Army of Zilong Island. After saying that, Xia Sha suddenly moved, and the whole person burst out in an instant. With a low dragon roar, Xia Sha suddenly grinned, and suddenly burst out a majestic purple-gold fighting spirit, which condensed into a huge purple-gold dragon claw in the air. With a shrill sound of breaking through the air, it was heavily swung at Xiao Yuxian. Dragon Claw! Looking at the purple-gold dragon claw whistling down in the air, Xiao Yuxian couldn't help but hook a trace of sarcasm on her pretty face for Xia Sha's attack. Just as Xia Sha approached, Xiao Yuxian suddenly shouted, slapped her jade palm forward, and a dazzling 9-colored poisonous dragon suddenly roared out and blasted towards Xia Sha. Poison fighting skill Dragon Bite. Danger! He was about to slap Xiao Yuxian away with his claws, but when he saw the poisonous dragon that Xiao Yuxian had slapped out with her palm, Xia Sha instantly felt a fatal threat in his heart, and his pupils shrank immediately. He quickly flashed and retreated behind him. Facing the 9-color poisonous dragon that Xiao Yuxian had slapped out with her palm, although Xia Sha retreated as fast as he could to avoid it, making the poisonous dragon's attack miss, some of the 9-color poisonous gas still stained Xia Sha's dark golden armor. After the terrifying poisonous fighting spirit stained the armor, it immediately corroded Xia Sha's dark golden armor, making a puff sound and billowing white smoke. This made Xia Sha, who retreated to the side, look particularly ugly. Chapter 1052 Are we going to outnumber people again? Ziyan successfully transformed. What a strong poisonous fighting spirit! He quickly stepped aside, stretched out his hand and smashed the 9-colored poisonous dragon that was whistling past him with one claw, and looked at the 7-colored poisonous gas corroding his chest, which was constantly billowing. Xia Sha's face was particularly ugly when he saw the dark gold armor of Bai Yan. Because this armor was made of the void gold that he had collected for many years, it had a certain defensibility against Dozun level attacks. He didn't expect that the armor that he had always been proud of would suffer a disaster today. It's not that easy to pass through here. Looking at the Taixu ancient dragon clan strongmen in front of him, Xiao Yuxian clenched her jade hands, and a group of 9-color poisonous gas changed its form and condensed on her jade hands, while she said coldly. Humph! Damn woman, do you think you can stop us with your poison? There are so many of us, and you can't stop us with just a few people. After releasing a large amount of Do Qi and finally annihilating the 9-color poisonous gas lingering on the armor on his chest, Xia Sha looked at Xiao Yuxian with a gloomy face, stretched out his hand and took out a golden dragon spear, pointed it at Xiao Yuxian, and said coldly. Whose people are more? Hearing about Xia Sha's people, Xiao Yuxian looked at Yunyun beside her with some disdain. Junior sister Yunyun, let them see which side has more people. Okay, junior sister Kinglin, let's go together. Yun Yun also showed a playful smile on her pretty face, and said to Kinglin beside her. After speaking, Yun Yun immediately stretched out her hand and summoned the 18 ancient human puppets that Bai Ji had given her before. And Kinglin also activated the green snake 3 flower pupils, releasing the subdued 9-headed fire spirit snake and 7 Dozun level 9 nether earth pythons. For a moment, with a flash of light, after the 18 ancient human puppets with cold faces, exuding tragic murderous auras, and possessing Dozun level momentum appeared in the sky, the 9-headed fire spirit snake and the 9 nether earth python with Dozun level strength also appeared in the sky. Come on! Now let's see which side has more people. After the 18 ancient human puppets and 8 Dozun level snake-like monsters appeared, Xiao Yuxian couldn't help but sneer at the Taixu ancient dragon clan in front of him. A group of Taixu ancient dragon clan strong men. 18 Dozun level puppets, 7 Dozun level 9 nether earth pythons and 1 Dozun level unknown 9-headed snake-like monster, plus these 3 humans, there are almost 30 Dozun. Where on earth is this power coming from? Seeing that Xiao Yuxian's side suddenly changed from 3 Dozun strongmen to nearly 30 Dozun strongmen, while there were only a dozen Dozun on his side, Xia Sha wanted to curse for a while. 18 Dozun level puppets, and 11 Dozun level strongmen, when did the human forces in Zhongzhou become so powerful? Seeing that Xiao Yuxian's side suddenly had so many strongmen, Xia Sha was very uncertain for a while. Because there were only a dozen Dozun level Taixu ancient dragons on their side. Although they are all Taixu ancient dragons, their strength is far stronger than Dozun of the same level. However, facing an enemy that is nearly twice as strong as his own, it is almost impossible to defeat the other party. However, no matter how difficult it is, the task assigned by his own Dragon King must be completed. So after thinking about it, Xia Sha still gritted his teeth secretly and made a decision in his heart. Go directly. No matter whether he can break through the obstruction of these humans, go and capture the fellow with the blood of the Dragon King. But he must fight, otherwise if he goes back and is reported to be avoiding the battle, his position as the 4th commander of the Dragon Armor Army may be lost. Go. For the 3 Dragon Kings, the noble Dragon King blood must be invited back. Having made a decision in his heart, Xia Sha shouted angrily, and then suddenly burst out the Do Qi in his body, waving the golden dragon spear in his hand, and rushed towards Xiao Yuxian and the other 2. For the glory of Lord West, South, North, Dragon King. Hearing Xia Sha's words, the Taixu ancient dragon clan warriors behind him also shouted angrily. Then they turned into streams of light and followed closely, suddenly shooting forward and starting a melee. On the other side, in the endless void outside Donglong Island. Although Donglong Island was caught off guard for a while by the joint attack of the 3 major dragon islands. But the 3 major dragon islands did not send out all their troops after all, but only sent out less than half of their troops. With many strong men from Donglong Island coming out in full force, the situation gradually stabilized. Hei Qing, take your men in to protect Her Highness Zia Yan. Although Venerable Bai also brought 3 Dozun level disciples, there were more than a dozen people who broke into Donglong Island just now. Take Moran, Jialong and others back to Donglong Island quickly, and make sure they don't interfere with Venerable Bai. In the chaotic battle, Zhu Li was fighting with a semi-saint level strongman from Donglong Island, while gritting his teeth and shouting at the 3 Dozun level Taixu ancient dragons from Donglong Island beside him. Elder Zhu Li. Hearing Zhu Li's words, Hei Qing, who was as strong as a black tower, couldn't help but look up at Zhu Li suddenly, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth in his heart. He didn't want to leave, because facing the offensive of the other 3 dragon islands, Donglong Island had already fallen behind. And if he took people away, the situation on Donglong Island would definitely be worse. But although he didn't want to, but Hei Qing also knew the importance of Zia Yan to Donglong Island. Even if Donglong Island suffered heavy casualties in this battle, as long as Zia Yan could successfully absorb the power of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, complete the transformation, and raise the royal bloodline of the Taixu ancient dragon clan to perfection, Donglong Island would surely unify the 4 dragon islands again. So Hei Qing didn't think much, and after gritting his teeth, he shouted loudly. Elder Zulai, I know, I will definitely protect Her Highness Zia Yan. Malun, Jialong, come back to Donglong Island with me. After responding to Zulai, Hei Qing immediately shouted at the 2 Taixu ancient dragons of Donglong Island beside him, and then moved his body, suddenly turned into a black stream of light, and instantly rushed towards Donglong Island. Hurry up! Hurry up! When rushing to Donglong Island, Hei Qing was still very anxious. Because in his opinion, there are quite a few people who broke into Douluo Island, dozens of them, and they are all Dozun level strong men. Xiao Yuxian and the other two can't stop them alone. He must hurry back to Douluo Island to protect Bai Gakai. Swish! Just when Heiqing was anxious, the three finally passed through the space shield of Douluo Island and entered Douluo Island. But everything they saw made Heiqing, Emolun and Jilong stunned. Because they saw Xiao Yuxian and others in the sky, who were thought to be at a disadvantage. At this moment, they were actually chasing the strong men who broke into the other three dragon islands of Douluo Island with 18 ancient human puppets, 9-headed fire spirit snakes and 7 Dozun level 9 nether earth pythons. It took so long to catch the dragon emperor bloodline, what are you doing? Just when Heiqing and the other two were stunned, in a voice. With a green light, an old man in a green robe also broke into Douluo Island. Qing Yan. Seeing the old man in black robe, Heiqing's face suddenly changed. Because Qing Yan is the third elder of Belong Island, a strong man at the semi-saint level. This is terrible. There are humans involved. This is the evil poison body and the three-flower pupil of the green snake. After entering Douluo Island, Qing Yan was surprised to see Xiao Yuxian, Yun Yun, and Qing Lin, and noticed Xiao Yuxian's poisonous fighting spirit and Qing Lin's three-flower pupil of the green snake. I didn't expect that Douluo Island would invite humans to help, and they are humans with special physiques. No wonder there has been no movement for so long. But in this case, let me take away the great dragon emperor bloodline. Seeing Xia Xia and others being stopped, Qing Yan said with some surprise, and locked Zia Yan's position based on the breath of the dragon emperor bloodline, and then suddenly moved, instantly turned into a green light, and shot towards Bai Ji's position. Not good. When they found out that Qing Yan wanted to capture Zia Yan, Heiqing, Emolun and Jilong's faces changed at the same time. Old man, stop right there, you are not allowed to hurt Her Highness Zia Yan. Looking at Qing Yan, the three of them shouted angrily, and suddenly shot up, ready to intercept Qing Yan. But as a semi-saint, Qing Yan just hit them casually, and blasted the three Dozun to the side, and then continued to shoot towards Zia Yan. Haha! The credit for capturing the Dragon Emperor's bloodline belongs to me. When shooting towards Bai Ji, looking at Zia Yan lying in the altar, Qing Yan couldn't help laughing. But at this moment, with the help of Bai Ji, Zia Yan lying in the altar finally absorbed all the power of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, and suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, a terrifying pressure and momentum suddenly burst out from Zia Yan's body, and instantly swept in all directions. Chapter 1053, The Deterrent Power of the Fully Matured Royal Bloodline, the Sky Demon Phoenix Clan Panicked. Douluo Island, on the altar. It took more than half a month. After finally absorbing the energy released by the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit swallowed into the body, the royal bloodline of the Taixu ancient dragon clan in the body finally matured completely. Zia Yan couldn't help but open her eyes suddenly. In an instant, a terrifying pressure burst out instantly, and suddenly raged in all directions with the altar as the center. Royal bloodline, fully matured. Suddenly being hit by the pressure of the Taixu ancient dragon royal bloodline released by Zia Yan, feeling the irresistible supreme pressure and the strong fear and submission from the depths of the bloodline, Qing Yan, who was originally laughing and rushing over, couldn't help but stiffen his body suddenly, and his face turned pale. How is it possible? When he first sensed the breath of the royal bloodline, this breath was far from mature. How could it mature so quickly now? Looking at Zia Yan, Qing Yan's eyes were fixed on her, and his heart was still full of disbelief. But as Qing Yan stared at her, Zia Yan, who was lying on the altar, opened her eyes, and instantly turned into a purple light and shot up into the sky. When she appeared in the sky again, Zia Yan's appearance had changed drastically. If Zia Yan was just a minor girl of 12 or 13 years old before swallowing the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, then now after digesting the energy of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, Zia Yan has transformed into an adult girl of 17 or 18 years old. Not only has the purple long skirt made of dragon scales on her body become a more slender purple gold long skirt, the skirt is flying, the Taixu ancient dragon pattern on it is looking up to the sky, and the golden ancient sky phoenix is spreading its wings to fly. Moreover, after the Taixu ancient dragon royal bloodline in her body matured, Zia Yan's face and figure have also undergone tremendous changes. The face that was originally as tender as a porcelain doll has become delicate and noble at this moment, and the once poor figure has now become exquisite and well proportioned. With a head of purple gold long hair, it highlights the noble temperament to the fullest, and it is completely different from before. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the pair of gently vibrating golden ancient sky phoenix wings behind Ziyan. It's really strange. After the bloodline matures, even the temperament changes. It's really incredible. Shouldn't temperament be formed by knowledge and experience? Is this the difference between monsters and humans? After Ziyan successfully absorbed the energy of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, Bai Ge also stopped releasing the 9-colored glazed fire. Looking at the mature Ziyan in the sky, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This is the wings of the ancient sky phoenix. On the other hand, when Qingyan saw the wings of the ancient sky phoenix behind Ziyan, he couldn't help but be horrified. After looking at the altar on the side, a shocking idea slowly formed in Qingyan's mind. As a Taixu ancient dragon, there is only one reason for being able to possess the wings of the ancient sky phoenix, that is, successfully taking and refining the power of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Thinking of this, Qingyan couldn't help but suppress the fear in his heart, and suddenly moved his body. After turning around suddenly, he instantly rushed to the back and prepared to escape from Douluo Island. The royal blood of Dachan was not something that ordinary Taixu ancient dragons could deal with. Now, they have taken the Dragon Emperor blood of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, and have obtained the Dragon and Phoenix combat body. At the same time, they have the power of the Taixu ancient dragon and the speed of the heavenly demon Phoenix. Who can beat this? Run! Since you are a guest at my Douluo Island, stay. Seeing that Qingyan wanted to escape, Ziyan said lightly. Then, the ancient sky phoenix wings behind him suddenly shook, and a purple gold stream of light burst out instantly, almost catching up with Qingyan in the blink of an eye. After catching up with Qingyan, Ziyan immediately threw a punch forward, and with a thunderous muffled sound, the small fist blasted out with great power. Under the suppression of the Dachan Dragon Emperor blood, Qingyan did not think of resisting at all, nor did he have the courage to resist. After being caught up by Ziyan, Qingyan, who was running away, was immediately hit by Ziyan's punch on the back. He couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood and flew out instantly. Although his body was injured, as a semi-saint level Taixu ancient dragon, Qingyan was not so easy to die. After being hit by Ziyan's punch, Qingyan did not lose his ability to move, but continued to grit his teeth and escape to the outside of Douluo Island with the power of Ziyan's punch. Still want to run? Seeing Qingyan still continuing to escape to the outside of Douluo Island, Ziyan couldn't help but frowned, and the golden ancient sky phoenix wings behind her suddenly fluttered, and instantly chased after him again. While Ziyan was chasing Qingyan, because of the Dragon Emperor's pressure released by Ziyan before, the Taixu ancient dragon strongmen who were originally fighting with the 3 girls of Xiao Yuxian and many puppets and snake demons were suddenly suppressed and soon suppressed. After suppressing these Taixu ancient dragon clan strongmen from the other 3 dragon islands, Xiao Yuxian handed them over to Heiqing and the other 2, and then immediately returned to Bai Ge. Let's go out and take a look. Seeing Ziyan leave, Bai Ge immediately said to the 3 women beside him. And then flew to the outside of Douluo Island, and Xiao Yuxian and the other 3 women followed. At this moment, outside Douluo Island, as Qingyan desperately escaped from Douluo Island, Ziyan also chased him out. Lord Belongking, save me! After escaping into the void, seeing Belongking entangled with Zhu Xian in the distance, Qingyan couldn't help but cough up blood and shouted for help. Hey! Hearing Qingyan's voice, Belongking couldn't help but turn his head and look over, and immediately saw Ziyan chasing Qingyan. When he felt the strong pressure of the Dragon King bloodline emanating from Ziyan's body and the golden wings of the ancient sky phoenix behind him, Belongking couldn't help but be shocked. The pressure of the Dragon Emperor bloodline. This is the Dragon Emperor bloodline we are looking for. But why is there the wings of the ancient phoenix? Did she take the legendary Dragon Phoenix origin fruit? Thinking of the majestic energy contained in the legendary Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, if you can take it and successfully refine it, you can at least reach the Dosheng level. The Dragon Emperor bloodline of the Dosheng level has already matured, and the bloodline pressure it produces is for bloodlines below the Taixu ancient dragon of the Dragon Emperor level will exert great pressure, and he will definitely not be able to defeat it. For a moment, the North Dragon King suddenly had the idea of escaping. But before the North Dragon King put this idea into action, when she saw that the East Dragon Island suffered heavy losses in the void outside the East Dragon Island, Ziyan's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Since you all want my East Dragon Island so much, then stay. Looking at the Taixu ancient dragons of the other 3 dragon islands around her, Ziyan shouted angrily, and then instantly released the pressure of the Dragon Emperor bloodline, sweeping around. While releasing the pressure of the Dragon Emperor bloodline, Ziyan also suddenly shook the wings of the ancient Sky Phoenix behind her, and instantly rushed towards the 3 dragon kings who were entangled with Zhu Xian. Although she had no good feelings for the 3 major dragon islands in the west, south, and north, Ziyan also knew who was the culprit of the attack on the East Dragon Island, and it was these 3 ambitious dragon kings. As long as the ambitious 3 dragon kings are dealt with, the current chaos of the Taixu ancient dragon clan will be basically solved. Not good. Seeing Ziyan coming, the 3 dragon kings were shocked. On the other side, seeing Ziyan actually come out, when they found the ancient Sky Phoenix wings behind Ziyan, the Tian Yao Phoenix clan hiding in the distance couldn't help but panic. This is the ancient Sky Phoenix wings. Could it be that this little girl of the Taixu ancient dragon clan has already refined the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit? If you like Douluo's lottery system, please collect it. Douluo's lottery system Shuhei Pavilion has the fastest update speed. Chapter 1054 by GE takes action, the ancient Sky Phoenix ancestor soul reappears. Clan leader. What should we do? The Dragon Phoenix origin fruit seems to have been refined by that girl. Looking at the void outside the East Dragon Island in the distance, Ziyan was bursting out with all her strength. The strength of the Dosheng level combined with the powerful suppression of the Dragon Emperor bloodline completely pressed the 3 dragon kings to the ground. A strong man of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan couldn't help but panic and said to the clan leader Huang Tian. However, Huang Tian's face was also very ugly when asked by the clan members. Damn it! But it has only been less than a month, how could the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit be refined so easily? Originally, he wanted to wait for the people of the 3 major dragon islands and the East Dragon Island to fight to a draw, wait for the people of the 3 major dragon islands to capture Ziyan, and then their Sky Demon Phoenix clan would jump out and take advantage of the situation. But he didn't expect that the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit had been absorbed. After refining the power of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, the girl from the Taixu ancient dragon clan in the distance has reached the level of Dosheng, and has also transformed into a Dragon Phoenix battle body, possessing the body of the Taixu ancient dragon and the wings of the ancient Sky Phoenix. Even he may not be able to do anything about it. Clan leader, what should we do now? Beside Huang Tian, the Phoenix finally asked solemnly. As the Phoenix spoke, the Eagle Phoenix among the 3 Sky Demon Phoenixes beside him couldn't help but look over, obviously also paying attention to Huang Tian's decision at the moment. Get ready, we will take action now. Originally, the Taixu ancient dragon clan was split into 4 Dragon Island, which gave our Sky Demon Phoenix clan an excellent opportunity for development. But now, the Dragon Emperor has appeared on the East Dragon Island. If the Dragon Emperor is allowed to subdue the dragons of the other 3 Dragon Island now, the Taixu ancient dragon clan will definitely complete the unification. This is not in the interests of our Sky Demon Phoenix clan, so we must not let the Dragon Kings of the other 3 Dragon Island be left behind. Looking at the battlefield in the distance, Huang Tian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Clan leader, we got it. After hearing Huang Tian's words, all the Dosheng and Dozun strongmen of the Tian Yao Huang clan nodded solemnly in response. Over the years, since the Taixu ancient dragon clan retired, their Tian Yao Huang clan has become the de facto king of the Warcraft world, and they don't know how many benefits they have gained from it. If the Taixu ancient dragon clan is allowed to complete the unification and rebirth again, their Tian Yao Huang clan will definitely lose their current status in the Warcraft world, which is naturally what these vested interests do not want to see. Let's go. After making a decision, Huang Tian shouted loudly, and then suddenly burst out with the momentum of a 5-star Dosheng. In an instant, his body moved, and the wings of the Tian Yao Huang behind him fluttered, and he rushed towards the battlefield where the 4 Dragon Islands were fighting in the distance. Following Huang Tian, the rest of the Tian Yao Huang clan also burst out with their own momentum, and in a burst of angry shouts, they rushed towards the battlefield in the distance. Brothers, the 3 Dragon Kings of the West, South and North, we, the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, are here to help you. Quickly vibrating the wings of the Sky Demon Phoenix behind him, in order to avoid being besieged, Huang Tian shouted while shooting towards the battlefield. West Dragon King, South Dragon King, North Dragon King, I didn't expect you to collude with the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. Hearing Huang Tian's words, Zhu Xian on the side couldn't help but shout angrily. Zhu Xian's words made the 3 Dragon Kings pause, and for a moment they wanted to explain that they did not collude with the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. You know, the Sky Demon Phoenix clan and the Taegzu Ancient Dragon clan have always been mortal enemies. They are also members of the Taegzu Ancient Dragon clan. How could they betray the Taegzu Ancient Dragon clan, Suga Dragon clan? However, as the Dragon Kings of the three major Dragon Islands, the three Dragon Kings are not stupid. As for the reason why the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan came to help, they did not believe it was for morality. The Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan saw that they were being suppressed by the Dragon Emperor in front of them, and did not want them to be defeated by the Dragon Emperor and let the Taegzu Ancient Dragon clan be unified, so they came to stop them. However, although they could guess the purpose of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, they could not refuse. Because the consequence of refusing would definitely be that they would be beaten by Ziyan, and then stay here, and their three major Dragon Islands would change hands from then on. So the three Dragon Kings directly agreed to the help of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. Demon Phoenix Holy Statue Demon Phoenix Claw. After the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan arrived, Huang Tian shouted loudly, brought Phoenix and Eagle Phoenix to join the battlefield, and followed the three Dragon Kings to fight Ziyan. Despicable. Seeing that Huang Tian brought two Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan Doushengs to join the battlefield, and instantly turned the situation that Ziyan had originally occupied an absolute advantage, Zhu Xian could not help but be furious. Originally, Ziyan's Dragon Emperor bloodline had an absolute advantage in the battle with the three Dragon Kings. But with the three Doushengs of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan joining the battle, although Ziyan had obtained the wings of the ancient Sky Phoenix because she had taken the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. But this ancient Sky Phoenix wing was more like a magical power, not a bloodline ability, and did not have much suppression power on the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. So when the 5-star Dousheng level Huang Tian entered the field, Ziyan immediately fell into a disadvantage. This Zhu Xian naturally couldn't stand it, so he immediately flashed into the battlefield again in anger, helping Ziyan to force the Phoenix and Eagle Phoenix to one side. As for the three Dragon Kings, although Huang Tian helped to free the three Dragon Kings, they were still suppressed under the suppression of Ziyan's Great Dragon Emperor bloodline, so the threat to Ziyan was not great. But the three Dragon Kings were put aside first, and the 5-star Dousheng level Huang Tian was still too threatening to Ziyan. Under Huang Tian's attack, Ziyan, who had just entered the Dousheng realm and whose strength was far from reaching the peak, was no match for Huang Tian. If it weren't for taking the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit and obtaining the Dragon Phoenix battle body, Ziyan might have been defeated long ago. In the distance, seeing that the Sky Demon Phoenix clan had also joined the battlefield, Huang Tian, who was at the 5-star Dousheng level, suppressed Ziyan to death, and did not hold back in every attack. His intention to kill Ziyan was simply obvious. Bai Ji would naturally not stand by and watch. Dare to bully my people. Looking at the battlefield in the distance, Bai Ji narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his head and looked at Xiao Yuxian, Yun Yun and Qinglin beside him, and said, "You guys help the people of Donglong Island here, I'll go over to help Ziyan." After saying that, Bai Ji moved his body and instantly turned into a lightning, rushing towards the battlefield where a group of Doushengs were fighting in the distance. Ancient Sky Phoenix Ancestral Soul, come out! On the way, Bai Ji suddenly shouted, activated the soul binding and general summoning, and summoned the ancient Sky Phoenix Ancestral Soul in his body. Cry! In an instant, as the dazzling golden light burst out from Bai Ji's body, a huge golden ancient Sky Phoenix suddenly emerged from Bai Ji's body, suddenly spread its wings, raised its neck and head, and made a sharp phoenix cry. Hearing this sound, a group of Doushengs in the distant Dousheng battlefield couldn't help but look at Bai Ji. It's the leader of the Beatty sect, how could he be here? Seeing Bai Ji, the beautiful face of the phoenix couldn't help but change her expression, and shouted. Is he the human you said who can use our ancient Sky Phoenix Ancestral Soul? Hearing the words of the phoenix, the Eagle Phoenix couldn't help but be shocked. Before the phoenix could answer, Bai Ji in the distance had already activated the god of summoning and merged the ancient Sky Phoenix Ancestral Soul into his body. As the ancient phoenix soul entered his body, a powerful soul force immediately poured into Bai Ji's body and merged into Bai Ji's fighting spirit, raising Bai Ji's cultivation to the peak of the semi-saint. Then, a pair of ancient phoenix wings that shone with brilliant golden light-like substance suddenly stretched out from Bai Ji's back. A terrifying ancient phoenix pressure instantly burst out from Bai Ji's body and swept in all directions. Chapter 1055 The ancient phoenix showed its power again, and the phoenix clan fled. A dignified fighting saint, what's the point of bullying a little girl? Come at me if you have the guts. After launching the ancient phoenix soul to possess his body, as the ancient phoenix soul power suddenly poured into his body, Bai Ji's back suddenly unfolded a pair of brilliant golden wings. While rushing towards Huang Tian, Bai Ji suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Damn it! This White Emperor sect leader is here to ruin our heavenly demon phoenix clan's good deeds again. Beside Huang Tian, seeing Bai Ji appear again, Feng Guang's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Clan leader, you continue to subdue this Tai Dragon Emperor of the ancient dragon clan, Eagle Phoenix, and I will entangle the leader of the White Emperor sect and will never let him get close to us and ruin our plan. Looking at Bai Ji, Phoenix's eyes were full of murderous intent. After he finished speaking, he suddenly burst out with a majestic fighting spirit, and his figure instantly rushed towards Bai Ji. Demon Phoenix Holy Statue. With a delicate shout, the fighting spirit in the sky instantly condensed into an extremely large purple-black sky demon phoenix behind him. And then as Phoenix reached out, the huge sky demon phoenix virtual image also screamed, and stretched out its extremely sharp claws to grab Bai Ji. Tear up the sky and split the earth. In a burst of angry shouts, the vigorous black and purple giant claws almost tore the space, like a prison that blocked the sky and the earth, trying to grab Bai Ji in one claw. Demon Phoenix Holy Statue Demon Phoenix Slash. Following the phoenix, the eagle phoenix, with a gloomy face and a pair of pitch-black sky demon phoenix wings spread out behind it, suddenly burst into a roar while rushing towards Bai Ji. Then a dark fighting spirit like a raging sea instantly roared out from its body, and behind the eagle phoenix, a huge sky demon phoenix virtual image with a completely black body condensed. Cry. Following a deafening cry, the huge black sky demon phoenix virtual image first suddenly spread its wings and raised its head. After a cry, it immediately raised its wings and suddenly fluttered. The huge body suddenly shot towards Bai Ji like a black meteorite. On the way, the huge sky demon phoenix virtual image also suddenly stretched out a pair of black wings forward. The black feathers on it were like real things, standing upside down and together, like the sharp blade of a sky sword that could tear the sky and the earth apart. With the sound of breaking through the air, it slashed forward. Two rebellious descendants, they actually dared to attack their ancestors. Doesn't the Warcraft family have any etiquette or rules? They are really a group of beasts. Seeing that Phoenix and Eagle Phoenix had displayed their powerful fighting skills one after another, and each of them did not hold back and attacked him with an angry roar, Bai Ji could not help but laugh sarcastically. Bai Ji's sarcastic words made Phoenix and Eagle Falcon's faces even more gloomy at the same time, and their hearts were full of anger. Although they were a family of demon beasts, they were the great heavenly demon Phoenix clan. In terms of wisdom, they were not inferior to humans at all. They naturally could not stand being called beasts. A mere human, but only at the Douzun realm, is really arrogant. Today I will show you the power of our heavenly demon Phoenix Do Sheng Strongman. Controlling the huge black heavenly demon Phoenix virtual image behind him, Eagle Phoenix shouted angrily. Then, with a burst of cries, the speed of the heavenly demon Phoenix virtual image that shot down towards Bai Ji became faster. Only a black stream of light cut through the sky, and in the bursts of sharp cries, the heavenly demon Phoenix virtual image's black wing blade, as sharp as a sky knife, pointed directly at Bai Ji. Douluo Strongman? If it was a Dosheng from another race, I might be a little bit afraid, but the Dosheng from the heavenly demon Phoenix is nothing but a weakling in front of me. Bai Ji just sneered at the roar of the Eagle Phoenix, and then his face changed immediately. With a few sneers, he suddenly shouted, "Ancient heavenly Phoenix, come out!" Following Bai Ji's roar, under Bai Ji's urging, the power of the ancient sky phoenix in his body was urged to the extreme in an instant. In an instant, a huge golden ancient sky phoenix phantom suddenly emerged from behind Bai Ji, and then raised its head and uttered a sharp phoenix cry. The terrifying ancient sky phoenix soul pressure instantly swept around. Under the impact of the powerful soul pressure suddenly erupted from the ancient sky phoenix. Although the phoenix and the eagle phoenix had already made sufficient psychological preparations, they were still almost unable to control their bodies due to the impact of this pressure. A strong sense of fear and submission surged from the depths of their blood, causing the two bodies to completely go against their original will and try to escape. The two huge sky demon phoenix phantoms that were shooting towards Bai Ji suddenly became blurred and almost collapsed on the way. Sword of Killing God, cut! Taking advantage of the two sky demon phoenix virtual images suddenly paused in the air and their bodies almost collapsed, Bai Ji immediately sneered and seized this opportunity, summoned the martial soul 7 killing sword, and then suddenly burst up. At this moment, the sword energy of the sword body of the mind merged with the killing god field of the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, turning into a blood-red light blade. Under Bai Ji's silver eyes that could see through delusion, a blood-red light blade that spanned the sky and the earth instantly cut through the sky, slashing towards the weakest point of the two Sky Demon Phoenix virtual images, and instantly slashing the two Sky Demon Phoenix virtual images in the air. Bang! Bang! In the air, only two explosions were heard, and the two virtual images of the heavenly Demon Phoenix instantly collapsed in the air. Because the Demon Phoenix statue was not an ordinary secret method, as the two Demon Phoenix statue collapsed, the Phoenix and the Falcon were also immediately backlashed at the same time, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. And then, Bai Ji raised his sword to kill. The blood-colored seven-killing sword was surrounded by a blood-colored murderous aura that seemed to be real. It was the domain of the god of killing. Highly concentrated on the seven-killing sword, the actual murderous aura is concentrated. Holding the seven-killing sword, relying on the strong suppression of the ancient Sky Phoenix ancestor soul on the ordinary Sky Demon Phoenix clan, coupled with the magical power of breaking illusion silver eyes derived from the mind sword body method and the sword energy that kills everything in the extraordinary sword realm, Bai Ji just got close, and the powerful strength suppressed the Phoenix and Eagle Phoenix without temper, forcing the two to be in a mess, and gradually there were many bloody scars on their bodies. Fortunately, the body of the monster is strong, otherwise if it was an ordinary Dosheng, it would have been defeated by Bai Ji's sword. At the same time, on the other side, because the soul pressure released by the ancient Sky Phoenix soul virtual image stimulated by Bai Ji is aimed at all the Sky Demon Phoenixes, not just the Phoenix and Eagle Phoenix fighting, so Huangtian, who was fighting with Ziyan not far away, was also affected, and the suppression of Ziyan was weakened a lot. As Ziyan gradually became familiar with the strength of the Dosheng level, relying on a strong dragon and phoenix combat body, Ziyan gradually turned the situation around. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, if he continued to forcefully help the three Dragon Kings in the north and south, it was estimated that the people of the Tian Yao Huang clan that he brought would also have to stay here. So soon, Huang Tian made a heavy decision in his heart and must find a chance to run. Although leaving the three Dragon Kings in the north and south here was not a good thing for the Tian Yao Huang clan, if he had to forcefully help the three Dragon Kings in the north and south, the result would only be worse. Having made a decision in his heart, Huang Tian secretly sent a message to the Tian Yao Huang people on the battlefield. Then in the battle with Ziyan, Huang Tian secretly approached the three Dragon Kings in the north and south, and suddenly jumped up, and blasted out with a palm to directly slap the three Dragon Kings away, and then took the lead and blew away to the distance, and fled. If you like Douluo's lottery system of all heavens, please collect it. Douluo's lottery system of all heavens Shuhei Pavilion has the fastest update speed. Chapter 1056 The Thank You Gift of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, preparing to copy the Dragon and Phoenix bloodline. On the battlefield, in the boundless void. Seeing the clan leader Huang Tian leading the escape, whether it was the Phoenix, Eagle Phoenix, or the rest of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, they all resorted to various means. After suddenly attacking with a roar, temporarily forcing the opponent to retreat, they quickly followed Huang Tian to escape. After being slapped away by Huang Tian, the three Dragon Kings reacted immediately, turned around and rushed away from Donglong Island, trying to escape. Although many of their men were still unable to leave the battlefield of Donglong Island, the three Dragon Islands only deployed part of their forces for the attack on Donglong Island this time. In addition to the men who attacked Donglong Island, the three Dragon Kings also had many men on their Dragon Islands. Now the situation is critical, and they must sacrifice their pawns to save their kings. Don't worry about the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, just chase the three Dragon Kings. Seeing the three Dragon Kings and the Sky Demon Phoenix clansmen fleeing together, although it would be the best if they could wipe out all the strong men of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan here, it would definitely be more important to subdue the three Dragon Kings, conquer the three Dragon Islands, and complete the unification of the Taixu Ancient Dragon clan compared to the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, so Zhu Xian shouted loudly, and took the lead in rushing out to a Dragon King and chasing after him. Following Zhu Xian, Ziyan also suddenly shook the wings of the ancient Sky Phoenix behind her, and instantly turned into a purple stream of light, and also chased after a Dragon King. As for the last Dragon King, Bai Ji naturally helped to the end, and instantly shook the wings of the ancient Sky Phoenix behind her, and at the same time performed 3,000 thunders, chasing after the last Dragon King. As a 4-star Dosheng, the speed of the three Dragon Kings was not slow, but Ziyan's speed was obviously faster. Relying on the wings of the ancient sky phoenix, Zia Yan quickly caught up with the Dragon King. And because there was only one Dragon King, under the pressure of Zia Yan's royal bloodline, this Dragon King was no match for Zia Yan at all, and soon knelt down, and then his power was sealed in an instant, and thrown to Zhu Li, who followed behind to guard. After dealing with this Dragon King, Zia Yan once again vibrated the wings of the ancient sky phoenix behind her, caught up with the Dragon King chased by Zhu Xian, and finally subdued him after a fight. As for the last Dragon King, it was Bai Ji who caught up. Although the pressure of the ancient sky phoenix ancestor soul of the ancient sky phoenix was useless to the Taixu ancient dragon clan, the mobility of the ancient sky phoenix wings and the 3000 thunders, plus the ability of Bai Ji's silver eyes to easily break various attacks, still allowed Bai Ji to entangle this Dragon King. In the end, this Dragon King was also subdued by Zia Yan, who came behind. For this Dragon King, although Bai Ji also has the ancestral soul of the Taixu ancient dragon clan, but because the blood of the Taixu ancient dragon clan has not been severely degraded like the Tian Yao Phoenix clan due to the years, so even if Bai Ji was possessed by the ancestral soul of the Taixu ancient dragon clan, it would not be of much use. On the contrary, if Bai Ji used the ancestral soul of the Taixu ancient dragon clan now, if Zhu Xian and others pursued it, Bai Ji would definitely return it. After all, Bai Ji and the Taixu ancient dragon clan had a good relationship. But for this ancestral soul of the Taixu ancient dragon clan, Bai Ji planned to keep it for the time being, maybe it would be useful in the future, so naturally he didn't want to return it so soon. This time, I have to thank Venerable Bai. If it weren't for Venerable Bai's help, our Donglong Island would probably become history. Please accept my greeting, Venerable Bai. After subduing the 3 Dragon Kings and returning to Donglong Island, the people on Donglong Island while cleaning up the mess, Zhu Xian couldn't help but speak to Bai Ji with emotion, and bowed deeply to Bai Ji. Patriarch Zhu Xian is too polite. Given my relationship with Zia Yan, it's a bit awkward to say this. Besides, didn't the Taixu ancient dragon clan help me before? People should be grateful and repay kindness. Seeing Zhu Xian preparing to thank him, Bai Ji immediately smiled and helped him up, saying, "No matter what, I still have to thank Venerable Bai. If Venerable Bai needs any help from our Taixu ancient dragon clan in the future, just let me know." Zhu Xian shook his head and said, "By the way, please don't call me clan leader in the future, Venerable Bai. We didn't find Her Highness Zia Yan in Donglong Island before, so I will temporarily take over as the island owner of Donglong Island and the clan leader of the Taixu ancient dragon clan of Donglong Island. But now Zia Yan has grown up, and her royal bloodline can become the new Dragon Emperor. In the future, our Taixu ancient dragon clan will only have one Dragon Island and only one Dragon Emperor, that is Her Highness Zia Yan." After saying that, as if thinking of something, Zhu Xian said to Bai Ji very solemnly, "I know." Bai Ji smiled and replied. Hearing Bai Ji's answer, Zhu Xian nodded with satisfaction, then stretched out his hand and flipped it. With a flash of light, a drop of purple gold blood suddenly appeared in Zhu Xian's hand. "Venerable Bai has helped our Taixu ancient dragon clan so much, this is also a small token of our appreciation. This is a drop of ancient dragon essence blood, which is condensed from the whole body essence blood of a dead Dushan level Taixu ancient dragon clan. Venerable Bai will refine it, and later let Her Highness Zia Yan activate it with a trace of dragon and phoenix power. Venerable Bai will be able to have a physical fitness that is not inferior to that of the same level of magic beasts, and there is a high probability that he will have the highest level of dragon scale armor of our Taixu ancient dragon clan Dragon Phoenix ancient armor. Ancient dragon essence blood." Hearing Zhu Xian's words, Bai Ji took the essence blood, and his face couldn't help but become a little weird. He remembered that this seemed to be the reward given by the Taixu ancient dragon clan to Xiao Yan for helping Zia Yan refine the Dragon Emperor crystal layer in the original plot. He didn't ask for it, but he didn't expect that Donglong Island still gave it to him. However, this is indeed useless to Bai Ji. Because after Zia Yan successfully arranges the 3 Dragon Kings, Bai Ji will use the perfect symbiont to copy Zia Yan's Dragon Emperor bloodline. As long as the Dragon Emperor bloodline that Zia Yan evolved after taking the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit is copied, Bai Ji can directly have the Dragon Phoenix battle body through the simulation of the perfect symbiont, and at the same time have the Dragon Phoenix battle armor, and can also have the power of the Dragon Phoenix and the wings of the ancient Sky Phoenix. What's the use of the ancient dragon essence blood? However, although this is not very useful to Bai Ji, it is very useful if it is given to Xiao Yuxian, Yun Yun, and Qing Lin. After all, it can make people have a strong physique and defense that is not inferior to the same level of magic beasts. Later, let the three of them discuss and divide it, and then let Ziyan help activate it. Then thank you, elder of the Zuxuan clan. After collecting the ancient dragon essence blood, Bai Ji smiled and bowed, saying, Your Excellency Bai, you are welcome. It is estimated that Her Highness Ziyan will not be able to help Your Excellency Bai activate the ancient dragon blood for a while. Your Excellency Bai will have a good rest. You have worked hard to help Your Highness Ziyan refine the dragon and phoenix crystal layer. Zhu Xian said with a smile, and then summoned a beautiful dragon girl from Donglong Island, ready to take Bai Ji to rest. Hearing Zhu Xian's words, Bai Ji also felt a little sleepy. After all, he had been activating the 9-colored glazed fire for more than half a month, and then participated in a battle. It was indeed very mentally exhausting. But what did Zhu Xian mean by summoning such a beautiful dragon girl to take him to sleep? Is Bai Ji such a person? Humph. Chapter 1057. After the matter of the Taixu ancient dragon clan is over, it will come to the Juyu Daiming Python clan again. Under the leadership of the beautiful dragon girl summoned by Zhu Xian, Bai Ji came to a courtyard on Donglong Island. Then in the courtyard, in a guest room that looked very elegant and spacious, he had a good sleep. The next day, when Bai Ji woke up, Ziyan had already dealt with the affairs of the 3 dragon kings in the west, north and south, and then came to see Bai Ji. Bai Ji was a little surprised to see Ziyan, who had grown up and whose temperament and appearance had become a little different, but was still delicate and beautiful. God knows why the temperament changed directly after the blood of the Warcraft matured. You should know that temperament is closely related to psychological state and experience. Ziyan's temperament has become mature, which is basically equivalent to her inner extreme maturity. But a few years ago, the beautiful girl in front of him was still a little lowly who was pestering him to ask for pills. With the relationship between Bai Ji and Ziyan, Bai Ji naturally made a request to copy the dragon and phoenix bloodline smoothly, and then got Ziyan's consent. After successfully copying the dragon and phoenix bloodline through the perfect symbiont, after finding Yun Yun, Xiao Yuxian and Qing Lin, Bai Ji gave the ancient dragon blood essence given by Zhu Xian to the 3 women to distribute. In the end, it was Yun Yun who got this opportunity. Because compared with Xiao Yuxian and Qing Lin, only Yun Yun did not have a special physique. This drop of ancient dragon blood essence was a compensation for Yun Yun. After Yun Yun refined the ancient dragon blood essence, and Ziyan stimulated the ancient dragon blood essence through the power of dragon and phoenix, Bai Ji did not stay in Donglong Island for too long. After just a few days, he was ready to leave. Because after the dragon kings of the 3 major dragon islands in the west, south and north were detained, the other 3 dragon islands could no longer cause any trouble in front of Donglong Island where Ziyan was in charge, and did not need Bai Ji's help. With Ziyan reluctant to leave, Bai Ji waved goodbye and left Donglong Island with Yun Yun, Xiao Yuxian and Qing Lin. However, Bai Ji did not return to Beatty sect immediately, but tore through space and came to the vicinity of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan's residence in the Beast Domain alone. After solving the problems of Ziyan and the Taixu ancient dragon clan, Bai Ji was now naturally ready to solve the problems of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan. Now Bai Ji is ready to sneak into the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring of the 9 Netherworld Python clan, and then release Yao Ming, the previous generation of the 9 Netherworld Python clan leader trapped in the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring. Although the current Beatty sect has Hua sect, Xingyun Pavilion, Fenian Valley and Taixu ancient dragon clan as allies. But adding a 9 Netherworld Python clan as a subordinate is not much. After arriving at the Endless Beast Domain Mountains, Bai Ji immediately activated the Sky Snake breathing method, and approached the 9 Netherworld Abyss, the entrance of the 9 Netherworld Python clan's residence, like an invisible ghost, and then quietly sneaked in without alarming anyone. Although the 9 Netherworld Abyss is already underground, the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring is deeper underground, located under the Nether Snake ground vein, the core base camp of the 9 Netherworld Python clan's residence. After arriving at the Nether Snake ground, Bai Ji found the entrance to the deeper underground, and then he used the heavenly snake breathing technique to sneak into the entrance silently, approaching the 9 Nether Yellow Spring located underground. Since the 9 Nether Earth Nether Python clan has the word 9 Nether in its name, its natural attributes are all biased towards the yin and cold attributes. Because the 9 Nether Yellow Spring is a special yin and cold ground vein, it can be said to be a major holy place for the 9 Nether Earth Nether Python clan to practice. However, because the spiritual energy of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring is too yin and cold, not all 9 Nether Earth Nether Python clan can enter it to practice. Therefore, many 9 Nether Earth Nether Python clan strongmen mostly open a branch passage at the entrance to the 9 Nether Yellow Spring and open up a cave for practice. When Bai Ge used the heavenly snake breathing technique to approach the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, he found many 9 Nether Earth Nether Python clan strongmen along the way. However, these people did not find Bai Ge's trace at all, so Bai Ge continued to go deeper and finally came to the deepest part of the entrance cave. Here, it was pitch black all around, and it was almost impossible to see anything. There were all kinds of protruding black stone pillars above and around him, and in front of him was a bottomless black abyss, from which the sound of flowing water could be heard faintly, and bursts of cold and bone-chilling breath continued to rise from the abyss. Is the 9 Netherworld in front of me? Hearing the sound of flowing water, Bai Ge immediately flew towards the abyss in front of him. Standing in front of the abyss, under the bursts of bone-chilling cold breath, even a strong man like Bai Ge, who was at the peak of Dozun and 9th level, felt the bursts of bone-chilling cold. It is hard to imagine what it would be like to enter the 9 Netherworld under the abyss, and endure this bone-chilling coldness day and night in this 9 Netherworld. After sighing, according to the plan, Bai Ge suddenly jumped up and jumped into the bottomless abyss. Under the open silver eyes of delusion, the scene in the abyss immediately came into Bai Ge's eyes. In the bottomless abyss, there was a deep yellow river flowing like a lake. In the river, a thick cold air was rising continuously, lingering on the river, just like a thick fog. This was naturally the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Plop! After a rapid fall, with a plop sound, Bai Ge fell into the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. For a moment, an unimaginable cold energy almost instantly invaded, freezing Bai Ge's body, and condensing a layer of dark yellow thin ice on Bai Ge's body, which quickly thickened and spread. However, at the moment when his body was almost frozen, Bai Ge immediately activated the fire attribute fighting spirit of the burning technique to dispel the cold energy in his body and relieve his frozen body. Then he quickly released the 9-colored glazed fire, forming a 9-color flame cover around him, firmly resisting the invasion of the cold energy. Hiss, it's really a terrifying cold air, it can even freeze my body. If a Dozong enters this 9 Nether Yellow Spring, he will probably be frozen into an ice stick in an instant. Suspended in the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, looking at the dark yellow water surging around, Bai Ge couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, Bai Ge didn't come here for the 9 Nether Yellow Spring this time. So after a moment of surprise, Bai Ge started to do his business, which was to release his mental power and explore the entire 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Although the yin-cold attribute energy in the 9 Nether Yellow Spring is extremely powerful, the mental power of ordinary alchemists can hardly move here, and it is easy to be injured by the yin-cold power. However, Bai Ge's mental power comes from the soul formed by the true spirit projection of the body's soul, and the mental power generated can also be called the power of the soul, which cannot be frozen by this kind of yin-cold energy. So after covering the entire 9 Nether Yellow Spring with mental power, Bai Ge quickly found a figure in the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. It was a person who was haggard and thin, almost only a skeleton was left. At this moment, he was shackled and locked at the bottom of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, lying in the mud, almost merging with the mud. This was naturally the patriarch of the previous generation of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan, Yao Ming, who Bai Ge was looking for. As if he also felt the spiritual power spreading from Bai Ge, Yao Ming, who was lying in the mud and could hardly be seen as a human, suddenly made a hoarse cry for help. Help save me! Chapter 1058 The Miserable Yao Ming, branded with soul marks. Help save me! At the bottom of the abyss, the dark yellow turbid current was surging continuously, and in the extremely cold 9 Nether Yellow Spring, Bai Ge couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard that faint voice. Found it! Looking at the skinny figure in the distance that was almost mixed with the mud, Bai Ge burst out the fighting spirit in his body and slammed the position behind him. For a moment, under the bombardment of a majestic fighting spirit, the dark yellow turbid current in the 9 Nether Yellow Spring suddenly surged violently, using the recoil force generated by the bombardment of the water flow. Bai Ge immediately shot out to the distance like a swimming fish. After arriving above the position where Yao Ming was looking at Yao Ming, who was mixed in the mud below, Bai Ge was a little hesitant for a moment. He couldn't help but look at the 4 huge chains that bound Yao Ming tightly at the bottom of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, and then he activated his fighting spirit and suddenly slapped it with one palm. Bang! Under Bai Ge's palm, with a muffled sound, the sudden burst of strong force immediately set off a violent water flow, and suddenly shook off the mud on a huge chain that bound Yaoming, revealing a dark chain engraved with strange runes. After shaking out the dark chain, Bai Ji suddenly moved his body, rushed to the bottom of the 9 nether yellow springs, stretched out his hand to grab the dark chain, and then pulled it hard. Hwalala! With Bai Ji's strong pull, with the sound of the chain colliding, Yaoming was finally pulled out of the mud. His originally chaotic consciousness, with Bai Ji's pull, suddenly shuddered and suddenly woke up. Someone actually came? Because he had been bound by Yao Tianxiao at the bottom of the 9 nether yellow spring for hundreds of years. In these endless years, Yao Ming not only had to fight against the erosion of the cold power in the 9 nether yellow spring, but also against the loneliness of a person in this endless darkness. If it weren't for the deep hatred for Yao Tianxiao, Yao Ming would have given up long ago. But despite this, Yao Ming's consciousness sometimes fell into chaos in the endless loneliness. Just now, when he sensed Bai Ji's mental power sweeping over, Yao Ming didn't actually find Bai Ji, but subconsciously called for help in a semi-conscious and semi-awake state. But because of the chaos of consciousness, Yao Ming felt that this might be a dream in a state of dream and wakefulness, and didn't realize that someone really came. But now Bai Ji pulled him out of the mud, which immediately awakened Yao Ming's consciousness. Looking at the person in front of him, who might be his only hope to escape from the sea of suffering in all these years, Yao Ming couldn't help but speak weakly with a hoarse voice full of pleading. Save me, save me. As long as you save me, I am willing to lead the 9 Netherworld Python clan to serve you from now on. This is really miserable. Looking at Yao Ming in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Because from the surface, basically no one would have thought that the person in front of him, whose body had almost turned into a skeleton, would actually be a Dousheng strongman. And the reason why this Dousheng was trapped here is also very sad. Because he was actually plotted against by his beloved younger brother, and then trapped here for a full 100 years. Imprisoned in such a ghost place, he had to endure the pain of the cold power of the 9 Netherworld every moment, and the loneliness of no life around him. This is simply worse than death. You are also a brother control, and your fate is even worse than that of the big weasel. But after sighing, Bai Ji also started to prepare for acting. When it comes to acting, he is a professional. Hearing Yao Ming's plea, Bai Ji frowned immediately. After thinking a lot, he put on a very suspicious look and said in a deep voice. Who are you? Why are you trapped here? You said you would lead the 9 Netherworld Python clan to join me? Are you the patriarch of the 9 Netherworld Python clan? But according to as far as I know, the current leader of the 9 Netherworld Python clan should be a guy named Yao Tianxiao. Yao Tianxiao. When Bai Ji mentioned this name, Yao Ming's eyes suddenly turned red, and he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The hatred in his eyes almost condensed into substance. Yao Tianxiao, this bastard. How can this bastard be the leader of the 9 Netherworld Python clan? I am the leader of the 9 Netherworld Python clan, and I am his brother, but he used conspiracy and trickery to harm me, seized my position as the leader, and imprisoned me at the bottom of the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring, enduring the suffering of the cold air of the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring for hundreds of years. If I, Yao Ming, have the honor of seeing the light of day again, I must eat his flesh, sleep on his skin, and break his bones, so that he will never be reborn. Yao Ming's eyes were red, he clenched his fists, and roared wildly at the sky. The resentment and anger in his tone almost became tangible, which made Bai Ji, who was standing beside him, have goosebumps all over his body. It's really miserable. Listening to Yao Ming's extremely resentful words, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel sympathy in his heart. Because according to what he knew, Yao Ming was very caring for his younger brother Yao Tianxiao, and he fully fulfilled his duties as a brother. But sometimes, there is no shortage of ungrateful people in this world. Yao Ming was also unlucky to be repaid with hatred for kindness. Okay, I think I have a general understanding of the matter between you and Yao Tianxiao. Although I don't know whether what you said is true or false, there must be a strong hatred between the two of you. But... Bai Ji suddenly paused. But I can let you out, but I definitely don't know anything about you. Who can guarantee that what you said is true? What if I let you out and you repay kindness with hatred? Looking at Yao Ming, Bai Ji said slowly. You are insulting me. I am not that bastard Yao Tianxiao. I, Yao Ming, will definitely do what I say. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yao Ming couldn't help but be very excited and angry for a while. But Bai Ji did not answer Yao Ming's words, but remained calm and looked at Yao Ming with a very indifferent look. I said, I don't know you at all, so I won't take risks. If you don't have a guaranteed method, then I can only leave. After saying that, Bai Ji made a gesture to turn around and leave. Seeing Bai Ji was about to leave, Yao Ming suddenly became anxious. Although he didn't want to be controlled by others, he was trapped here by Yao Tianxiao for hundreds of years. He now urgently wanted revenge, and the fire of resentment in his heart almost engulfed his soul. Seeing that the last hope of escaping from this place was about to leave, Yao Ming couldn't help but shout anxiously. Don't go! Don't go! I promise you! I promise you! You can brand the soul mark in my soul. As long as I leave without fulfilling my promise, you can detonate the soul mark at any time and kill me. Don't leave! Hearing that Yao Ming had surrendered, Bai Ji stopped immediately, then turned around and looked at Yao Ming again. Okay. Since you promised, don't regret it in the future. Now I will brand you with the soul mark. Bai Ji said slowly. Chapter 1059 Release Yao Ming, Yao Xiaotian is coming. Okay. Then hurry up, I can't wait to leave. Since the decision has been made, Yao Ming can take it and put it down, and he can't help but grit his teeth. After reaching the deal, looking at Yao Ming in front of him, Bai Ji's pair of purple gemstone-like eyes suddenly bloomed with a faint white light, releasing a majestic mental power, spreading towards Yao Ming. Don't resist. While spreading his mental power towards Yao Ming's spiritual sea, Bai Ji said softly. Because his mental power was too strong, if Yao Ming did not resist, he could easily leave a soul mark on Yao Ming's soul. But if Yao Ming resisted, it would be very likely that his spirit would be injured. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yao Ming immediately clenched his teeth, secretly relaxed his mind, and tried to control himself to empty his mind. And at this moment, Bai Ji's mental power began to enter Yao Ming's mind. What a huge mental power! Sensing that Bai Ji's mental power probing into his spiritual sea was extremely powerful, it was even more powerful than the mental power of a Dosheng, and this was only a part of Bai Ji's mental power. Yao Ming couldn't help but be filled with horror. Master, are you an alchemist? Because Yao Ming had seen Bai Ge's cultivation level was only at the 9th level of Dozun with his strength, and when he found out that Bai Ji had such a powerful spiritual power, Yao Ming couldn't help asking. Well, I'm an alchemist, and my rank is not too high, maybe 9th rank. Bai Ji condensed his spiritual power and imprinted a soul mark in Yao Ming's soul, while saying it very calmly. 9th rank. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Yao Ming was slightly stunned. But suddenly, as if thinking of something, Yao Ming's mouth twitched suddenly. The grade is not too high? Just the 9th grade? Isn't the 9th grade the highest grade of alchemists now? This is not too high, then what is too high? Or have I been trapped at the bottom of the 9 netherworld for hundreds of years, and the times outside have changed? For a moment, Yao Ming doubted his life. But it's a pity that Yao Ming is not a time traveler. If he is a time traveler, he must curse in his heart, Bai Ji is doing Versailles. Okay. After imprinting the soul mark on Yao Ming's soul, Bai Ji immediately withdrew his mental power and said. I can let you out now. It should be enough to cut off these 4 chains, right? As he said that, Bai Ji immediately raised his palm and prepared to cut off a chain with a palm knife. Wait. Seeing Bai Ji's action, Yao Ming was anxious and hurriedly prepared to stop him. Because although these 4 iron chains are not made of top-notch exotic metals, each iron chain is connected to a small mountain of Huangchuan Yanqi. It is the endless Huangchuan Yanqi that flows into his body through the iron chains, consuming his fighting spirit and keeping him in an extremely weak state, that can trap him here. Otherwise, if there are only these 4 chains, he can't be trapped at all. And Bai Ji rashly moved these 4 iron chains. If he was injured by the Huangchuan Yanqi on the iron chains, he would have to wait for a long time to get out. But just when Yao Ming was about to stop Bai Ji had already aimed his palm knife at a thick iron chain and chopped it down. On the way, the 9-color glazed fire suddenly wrapped around Bai Ji's palm. And Bai Ji's palm knife wrapped in the 9-color glazed fire directly chopped on a thick chain. For a moment, the surging cold air suddenly burst out from the iron chain, and when it came into contact with the 9-colored glazed fire, it was immediately burned with a puff sound, and billowing white gas came out. But in the end, Bai Ji's 9-colored glazed fire was better. After all, Bai Ji's 9-colored glazed fire was formed by the fusion of 9 kinds of strange fires, and only the legendary Emperor Flame could suppress the 9-colored glazed fire. Under the wrapping of the 9-colored glazed fire, Bai Ji's palm knife directly ignored the biting cold air on the chain, and instantly cut the chain, burning the chain in an instant, and just cut a thick iron chain into 2 pieces. Bang! As the iron chain was cut off, the iron chain connected to the yellow spring Yinshi mountain suddenly fell down and fell into the mud, which made Yao Ming's face stunned. The chain was actually cut off. What's wrong, Yao Ming? Seeing Yao Ming's shocked face, Bai Ji couldn't help but ask with a hint of amusement. Nothing. Yao Ming kept an unbelievable look on his face and shook his head blankly. While shaking his head, he couldn't help but look at the 7-color glazed fire wrapped on Bai Ji's body. Is this a strange fire? 9 colors of strange fire, I've never heard of it before. In Yao Ming's disbelief, Bai Ji used the same method to cut off the remaining 3 chains again. While Bai Ji was cutting off the chains, on the other side, the 9 Nether Earth Python clan's residence located above the 9 Nether Yellow Springs underground. As Bai Ji cut off the chains, Yao Tianxiao, who was enjoying himself with several transformed Warcraft beauties, seemed to suddenly feel something, and couldn't help but stand up suddenly, then instantly threw away the 2 names in his arms and rushed out. Okay, they've all been cut off, we can leave here. After cutting off the 4 chains that bound Yao Ming, Bai Ji said immediately. I'm free. I'm finally free again. Finding that the 4 chains that bound his limbs were cut off, Yao Ming stood up in disbelief, shook his hands, shook his feet, and then couldn't help laughing wildly. In the wild laughter, there was no continuous and majestic cold air to consume the fighting spirit in his body. With the circulation of fighting spirit in his body, Yao Tianxiao easily broke the shackles on his limbs, and then looked at Bai Ji with fiery eyes. Master, let's go out now. Here. Hearing Yao Ming's words, Bai Ji took out a bottle of pills very calmly and threw it to Yao Ming. This is. After taking the pills, Yao Ming couldn't help but hesitate for a while. You have been trapped at the bottom of the 9 netherworld for so long, the do qi in your body should have been almost exhausted. This is a bottle of 8th grade qi recovering pills, which should be enough for you to recover your do qi. Bai Ji explained calmly. This bottle of pills was found in the ancient ruins in the beast domain before. It was one of the few pills that were somewhat useful to him. Bai Ji was too lazy to refine it, so he brought a few bottles with him. 8th grade qi recovering pills. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yao Ming was slightly startled, and then uncorked the bottle, smelled it. Discovering that it was indeed an 8th grade elixir, Yao Ming could not help but clasp his fists towards Bai Ji with gratitude. Yao Ming, thank you, master. No need to be polite between you and me, you should take the elixir quickly and recover your fighting spirit. You are out of trouble, and your brother Yao Tianxiao must have received the information and should be coming soon. Bai Ji waved his hand very calmly and said. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yao Ming could not help but grit his teeth and clench the medicine bottle in his hand. Master, wait a moment, I will take the elixir now. However, just as Yao Ming finished speaking, Bai Ji could not help but look up at Zhi Huangchuan and smiled lightly. No need to be right away, he is already here. As Bai Ji's voice fell, a sinister roar full of penetrating power could not help but resound throughout the cave where Zhi Huangchuan was located. Who is it? Who dared to let him out and ruin my good deeds? Chapter 1060, Fighting Yao Tianxiao again, the Dragon Phoenix battle body appears. He's coming. After hearing the sudden fierce roar, Yao Ming couldn't help but tighten the medicine bottle in his hand, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. Although his strength is much stronger than Yao Tianxiao and the Great Elder of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan, and even the late 2-star Do Sheng, he has been trapped at the bottom of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring for hundreds of years, and his do qi in his body has been severely consumed. Now, his strength is less than half of his peak state, and he can't be the opponent of Yao Tianxiao and the Great Elder of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan in their prime. And Bai Ji's strength, in Yao Ming's view, is only at the peak level of Do Zun, and he is also a pharmacist, so his combat power may not be strong, and he certainly can't be the opponent of Yao Tianxiao and the Great Elder of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan. If Yao Tianxiao could come later, and wait until he had taken and refined the 8th grade qi recovering pill in his hand, and his strength was restored to the peak, even if Yao Tianxiao and the Great Elder of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan came together, he would not be afraid. But unfortunately, he had no time to take the pill now. Damn it! Yao Ming was very angry. Could it be that he had given everything, but in the end he still couldn't get revenge? Master, go quickly, I'll stop them for you. Pushing the medicine bottle in his hand away, Yao Ming gritted his teeth and poured all the pills in the bottle directly into his mouth. While talking to Bai Ji, he was ready to fight for Bai Ji's escape. Although in his current state, he couldn't get revenge even if he went up, but if Bai Ji died, the soul seal in his soul was destroyed, and he would still die. It would be better to fight for Bai Ji's chance. Since Yao Xiaotian didn't kill him last time, but chose to torture him, he might not kill him this time. And if Bai Ji could escape safely, then he still had hope. But just when Yao Ming was about to leave, Bai Ji reached out and stopped him. No need, you just slowly refine the elixir here, leave the two of them to me, I will keep Yao Tianxiao alive for you, and when you recover, I will let you take revenge. Bai Ji smiled faintly as he reached out and stopped Yao Ming. Bai Ji's words made Yao Ming stunned. There are 2 Doushengs above. His master's strength is only at the peak level of Douzun, 9 revolutions, can he beat them? Master, Yao Tianxiao is a Dousheng, you may not be able to handle it. Looking at Bai Ji, Yao Ming couldn't help but say tactfully with some entanglement. Can't handle it. Bai Ji couldn't help but smile faintly. You don't know my strength, how do you know I can't handle it? It's not like I haven't fought him before. You refine the elixir here, and I'll go up to stop them. After saying that, without waiting for Yao Ming to answer, Bai Ji moved directly, and instantly soared into the sky from the 9 nether yellow springs, and soon with a bang, he drilled out of the 9 nether yellow springs. At this time, Yao Tianxiao was just about to rush into the 9 nether yellow springs and bumped into Bai Ji. When he saw Bai Ji's familiar face, Yao Tianxiao couldn't help but get furious. Damn guy, why is it you again? You come to my 9 nether earth dark python clan to make trouble again and again, do you think my 9 nether earth dark python clan has no one? I accidentally fell into your trap last time, this time, I'm going to make you pay. After saying that, a deep yellow fighting spirit with an extremely cold breath couldn't help but burst out from Yao Tianxiao's body. In a roar, Yao Tianxiao suddenly brought with him the yellow springs Do Qi, instantly transformed into a stream of light and shot out, attacking Bai Ji fiercely. Die! After approaching Bai Ji, Yao Tianxiao immediately condensed the yellow springs Do Qi in his palm, and in a roar of anger, he slapped Bai Ji with one palm. For a moment, with the shrill sound of breaking through the air, only seeing the deep yellow palm emitting an extremely cold breath, under the angry palm of Yao Tianxiao, even the space seemed to be frozen by the cold air, and it was about to be smashed into pieces under this palm. However, Bai Ji's face was very calm about Yao Tianxiao's attack. He just activated the 3000 thunder movements and moved his body slightly, and instantly turned into a lightning, avoiding Yao Tianxiao's attack. Boom! After Bai Ji avoided it, Yao Tianxiao's palm hit the ground immediately. With a huge roar and a violent vibration of the ground, the Huangchuan Do Qi that burst out from this palm directly shattered a large area of black stone pillars, froze them into ice slag, and printed a deep huge palm print on the ground. Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Changes. After dodging Yao Tianxiao's attack, Bai Ji shouted loudly on the side, and after dividing the 9-color glass fire in his hand into 3 kinds of flames, he launched the secret method of Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Changes. For a moment, the 3 kinds of 3-color fire that separated from Bai Ji's heart suddenly burst into flames, and then were instantly absorbed into Bai Ji's body. After the fire entered his body, Bai Ji's momentum suddenly soared wildly, and he directly jumped from the peak of Douzun to the middle stage of 1-star Dousheng, which was the same as Yao Tianxiao's strength. This is how is it possible? Yao Tianxiao couldn't help but screamed in disbelief when he found that Bai Ji's strength had soared from the peak of Douzun to the middle stage of 1-star Dousheng after using the 3 mysterious changes of Heavenly Fire. He had already reached the realm of Douzun, how could there be a secret method that could increase his strength by such a huge amount? However, no matter how unbelievable Yao Tianxiao was in his heart, the facts were in front of him. Perhaps other secret methods that temporarily increased strength could not achieve such a terrifying level, but Bai Ji used the 3 mysterious changes of Heavenly Fire. The 3 mysterious changes of Heavenly Fire relied on the special fire of the Do Po Kangsheng world, and the fire was a wonder of heaven and earth, and the energy contained was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Theoretically, as long as you have a strong enough strange fire and your body can withstand it. Even if you jump directly from a fighter to a doubty, it is not impossible. 9 Nether Blood Sacrifice. Seeing that Bai Ji used the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire to increase his strength to the same level as himself, Yao Tianxiao couldn't help but grit his teeth, cut his palm with his fingers, and forced out a drop of blood. After swallowing it, he shouted, and his hands quickly formed seals with dazzling eyes, and performed the 9 Nether Earth Python clan's bloodline secret technique to increase strength. In an instant, with the use of the 9 Nether blood sacrifice, with the help of the bloodline secret method, Yao Tianxiao's strength also skyrocketed, and instantly increased from the middle stage of the 1-star Dosheng to the peak of the 1-star Dosheng. However, Bai Ji was a little disdainful of Yao Tianxiao's use of the bloodline secret method to increase his strength. It's just a strength increase of 2 small realms. What kind of secret method to increase strength is this? Dragon Phoenix Battle Body. Looking at Yao Tianxiao, who was performing the blood secret method not far in front of him, Bai Ji, after showing his disdain, shouted in his heart again, and instantly activated the perfect symbiont in his body, and activated the Dragon Phoenix combat body copied from Ziai Yan. For a moment, as the pitch-black perfect symbiont continued to flow out of Bai Ji's body, a black dragon scale battle armor condensed on his body, and a pair of black broad ancient sky phoenix wings suddenly stretched out from behind. As the Dragon Phoenix combat body was activated, Bai Ji's momentum suddenly soared again. Although there was no increase in cultivation, the Dragon Phoenix combat body gave Bai Ji the physique of the Taixu ancient dragon and the ancient sky phoenix wings that were comparable to the royal blood of the same level. The increase in strength that can be brought to Bai Ji is definitely not inferior to the increase in strength brought by using 3 ordinary different fires to perform the 3 mysterious changes of the sky fire. Chapter 1061, Huang Chuan Great Seal vs. Great Heavenly Creation Palm. After activating the Dragon Phoenix battle body, feeling the surging power in his body, Bai Ji suddenly shook the wings of the ancient sky phoenix behind him and instantly rushed towards Yao Tianxiao. Facing Bai Ji's attack, Yao Tianxiao did not realize the seriousness of the problem for a while. He shouted angrily and threw a punch, wanting to fight with Bai Ji. But unfortunately, the result was undoubtedly without any suspense. Bang! Bai Ji suddenly rushed over and punched forward. When the fists of the two collided with each other, with a muffled sound, a terrifying force instantly burst out. How is it possible? Feeling the overwhelming power coming from Bai Ji's fist, Yao Tianxiao's face suddenly changed, and the whole person flew backwards in an instant, turning into a black stream of light, and suddenly crashed into the stone walls around the cave like a black meteor. For a while, only a loud boom was heard. The rubble flew all over the sky, and the smoke and dust filled the sky in an instant. How could it be possible? You are just a human, how could your strength be stronger than mine? Although Bai Ji's punch was extremely powerful, Yao Tianxiao was still a Dosheng of the 9 Netherworld Python clan. As a Dosheng in the form of a demon beast, Yao Tianxiao's body was also very strong. Although Bai Ji's punch was powerful strong, but not enough to make him lose the power to resist. However, when he found that Bai Ji, a human, was stronger than himself, Yao Tianxiao was undoubtedly very unbelievable in his heart and couldn't help screaming loudly. However, Bai Ji didn't have any intention of answering Yao Tianxiao's words, but was ready to take advantage of your illness to kill you. After stretching out his hand and summoning the martial soul 7 killing sword, his body moved instantly. In a burst of air, Bai Ji suddenly disappeared from the spot and rushed towards Yao Tianxiao. The silver-white sword energy on the 7 killing sword in his hand was fluctuating, and a sword stabbed forward, pointing directly at Yao Tianxiao's neck. Humph! I underestimated you, but you want to kill me with these, do you think I will be as careless as last time? Seeing Bai Ji coming to kill him again without knowing whether to live or die, Yao Tianxiao couldn't help but snorted coldly after being shocked. In a burst of falling rocks, he suddenly broke free from the stone wall, stepped into the sky, and sneered. Human, let me show you how powerful our 9 Netherworld Python clan is. Facing the blasting Bai Ji, Yao Tianxiao suddenly shouted coldly, and then his hands quickly formed seals like lightning. For a moment, a mighty fighting spirit like a raging flood suddenly burst out from Yao Tianxiao's body, roaring into the sky like a raging wave. Yellow Spring Finger, 1 finger to the Yellow Spring, life and death. Finally, after Yao Tianxiao finished forming seals with both hands, he shouted coldly, and stretched out his finger and pointed at Bai Ji. In the air, the Yellow Spring fighting spirit in the sky quickly condensed. In an instant, it turned into a dark yellow finger hundreds of meters long. The surface of the finger was very rough, covered with all kinds of strange and mysterious patterns, and the whole body exuded a terrifying cold air and a breath of destruction. After Yao Tianxiao pointed his finger, a huge dark yellow finger suddenly broke through the air, just like a pillar of heaven, descending from the sky, with a chill that seemed to freeze even the space, and crushed Bai Ji with one finger. A trifle. Looking at the yellow spring finger that rolled down from the sky, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile coldly. What he was least afraid of was this kind of physical energy attack. Breaking illusion silver eyes. Facing the dark yellow giant finger that fell from the sky, Bai Ji's heart moved, and he instantly activated the magical power of breaking illusion silver eyes. With a flash of silver light, Bai Ji's pair of purple gemstone-like eyes suddenly turned silver-white. At the same time, countless densely packed and intertwined lines suddenly appeared on the yellow spring finger in the sky. That was the manifestation of the energy walking route formed by the yellow spring do qi that condensed the yellow spring finger, just like the bones and blood vessels in the human body. As long as the key point is destroyed, the entire yellow spring finger will collapse instantly. This line is very similar to the dead line in the eyes of the straight death demon eye in Fate. Cut. Holding the 7 killing swords in his hand, facing the yellow spring finger that was crushed from the sky, Bai Ji shouted coldly and slashed with his sword. The silver-white sword energy of the mind and the killing god domain merged into a blood-colored sword light, and instantly slashed towards a key line on the yellow spring finger. Bang! As Bai Ji's sword cut through the sky, the yellow spring finger that was crushed from the air exploded instantly and collapsed in the air. Damn it! Seeing that Bai Ji had solved his own heaven-level fighting skill yellow spring finger so easily, Yao Tianxiao's face changed and he gritted his teeth. I'll see how many moves you can break me. After a roar, Yao Tianxiao's body suddenly burst out with the sky's yellow spring fighting spirit again, and his body suddenly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, he changed from a human form to a several thousand-meter-long 9 nether earth python. Take it, Huang Chuan Seal! After changing back to his original form, relying on his original form's induction of the cold and yin energy, Yao Tianxiao suddenly shouted angrily, and suddenly attracted the yin qi of the 9 nether yellow springs in the bottomless abyss below, and combined with his own Huang Chuan fighting spirit, it turned into a black seal as big as a hill, and smashed down towards Bai Ji below. Facing the Huang Chuan seal that fell from the sky, under the mutual attraction of the yin and cold qi of the 9 nether yellow springs. For a moment, the whole space seemed to be imprisoned. If hit by the seal, Bai Ji would be directly suppressed to the bottom of the 9 nether yellow springs. Will you know that you have a heavenly fighting skill in the future? Facing Yao Tianxiao's attack, Bai Ji sneered, jumped up, and suddenly shot up, holding the 7 killing sword in his left hand, and his right hand suddenly raised up. Great heavenly creation palm. In an instant, with Bai Ji's loud shout, the 9-color fighting spirit in his body suddenly rushed to his right hand. With the majestic fighting spirit in his body constantly gathering to his right hand, Bai Ji's right hand instantly burst out with a dazzling 9-color divine light. In the dazzling 9-color divine light, a black dot the size of a soybean quietly emerged and expanded rapidly. In just a moment, the black dot turned into a huge black light circle, just like a black hole that swallowed everything. After contacting the yellow spring seal, it instantly swallowed the yellow spring seal. What kind of fighting skill is this? Seeing Bai Ji's great heavenly creation palm, Yao Tianxiao couldn't help but suddenly his eyes widened. Kong Yi shrank. The yellow spring seal is the clan guarding fighting skill of their 9 nether earth python clan, and it is a mid-level fighting skill of the heavenly rank. Only a Warcraft clan like their 9 nether earth python clan, whose historical background is not inferior to that of the ancient Daodi clan, can possess such a powerful heavenly rank fighting skill. He is just an ordinary human being in front of him, and he is not from the ancient Daodi clan. How could he possess such a powerful heavenly rank fighting skill? In Yao Tianxiao's disbelief. Although Bai Ji had released the great heavenly creation palm as soon as possible, the terrifying devouring power of the black hole aperture generated by the great heavenly creation palm still scraped the entire cave for dozens of feet. The entire cave was shaking wildly under this terrifying suction force, which immediately aroused the anger of the elders of the 9 nether earth python clan who were rushing towards this side. Who dares to invade my 9 nether earth python clan's residence? Chapter 1062 True or False Yao Ming. Who dares to invade the 9 nether earth python clan's base? Amidst a burst of angry shouts, more than a dozen figures suddenly burst in from the entrance of the cave. They were the elders of the 9 nether earth python clan, led by the great elder of the 9 nether earth python clan. It's you again. Damn human, last time we were careless and let you take advantage of our 9 Nether Earth Python clan. Do you think our 9 Nether Earth Python clan is easy to bully? This time, you won't have the good luck of last time. Seeing that there was only Bai Ge and no one with the green snake 3 flower pupils, the great elder of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan could not help but point at Bai Ge and shouted angrily. There are a lot of people here, it's a bit crowded here, let's go up and play. Finding that many elders of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan had come, Bai Ge couldn't help but smile faintly and swung the 7-killing sword in his hand upwards. Earth Demon Sword. As the sword energy in the body burst out, under the effect of the sword energy of the mind, the soil above the head instantly merged with the sword energy, and then turned into a huge mud sword, suddenly rising into the sky. And Bai Ge also moved, and instantly turned into a lightning, following the earth magic sword, and shot up from the passage above the head to the ground. Where are you running? Seeing that Bai Ge actually wanted to escape, the elders of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan shouted angrily, and followed him and turned into streams of light, bursting towards the ground. And Yao Tianxiao saw someone coming to help and chasing Bai Ge, and he felt relieved immediately. He couldn't help but jump up, and turned into a human form again on the way and followed. Just after Bai Ge left the cave with a group of 9 Nether Earth Python clan's strong men. At the bottom of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, Yao Ming, who was sitting cross-legged and refining the power of the cheer recovering pill, couldn't help but suddenly open his eyes, and a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes. Soon, he will be able to get out soon. On the other side, the 9 Nether Earth Python tribe's residence. After using the Earth Demon Sword to directly draw the soil above the top of the cave where the 9 Nether Yellow Springs was located to the ground, Bai Ge also flew up quickly. However, above the ground, it is still underground. Because this is the 9 Nether Earth Python tribe's residence, the ground here is only relative to the deep cave where the 9 Nether Yellow Springs is located deeper underground. But as far as the 9 Nether Earth Python tribe's residence is concerned, this is still an area hundreds of meters below the ground. After leaving the 9 Nether Yellow Springs cave and arriving at the 9 Nether Earth Python tribe's residence, Bai Ge immediately stepped into the sky and waited quietly. Behind him, a huge earth sword that was 100 feet long was quietly suspended in the sky, as if it crossed the sky and underground of the entire 9 Nether Earth Python tribe's residence. Swish! 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 Just a moment later, in the huge underground passage in front of him, figures suddenly shot out from the underground passage with bursts of breaking air. Seeing someone pop up, Bai Ge immediately controlled the Earth Demon Sword to fly out from behind, and then slammed the Mud Giant Sword into the cave like hitting a mole. Bang! Seeing the Mud Giant Sword suddenly shot from the sky, a group of strong men of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan shouted angrily, bursting out the fighting spirit in their bodies, and displayed various fighting skills. With a loud bang, the Earth Demon Sword was instantly destroyed. After destroying the Earth Demon Sword, a group of elders of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan suddenly came to the sky. Among them, the great elder of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan had a gloomy face. Pointing at Bai Ge, he shouted coldly. Damn intruder, do you think you can escape the cave and be safe? The dignity of our 9 Nether Earth Python clan cannot be violated. Today I will let you know how powerful our 9 Nether Earth Python clan is. Before, Bai Ge used the 9 Palaces fire formation to trap Yao Tianxiao and the Great Elder. Then Qing Lin, who was at the peak of Douzun level, relied on the green snake 3 flower pupils to run rampant, and no one could stop him. But this time, only with Bai Ge alone, they would never be easily fooled by Bai Ge and trapped in the 9 Palaces fire formation like last time. With the leadership of the 2 Doushengs and many Douzun elders, without the help of the green snake 3 flower pupil snake girl, Bai Ge would definitely not be able to escape this time. Everyone, come together and form the 10,000 snakes formation. Looking at Bai Ge, the elder suddenly shouted and prepared to lead the attack on Bai Ge. But before the 9 Nether Earth Nether Python clan could take action, a thunderous shout suddenly exploded from the passage under the ground. Stop it! Hearing the voice, everyone turned their heads to look at the underground passage in the distance, and saw a figure suddenly burst into the sky. Chief Yao Ming. After refining the chi restoring pill in the 9 Netherworld and regaining his strength, Yao Ming tidied up his appearance again. After coming to the ground, the former elders immediately recognized Yao Ming and couldn't help but exclaimed. Nonsense! How could this guy be my brother? My brother has been possessed by the devil and died hundreds of years ago. This is someone's disguise. He must be the accomplice of the White Emperor sex leader, intending to alienate us and divide our strength. Seeing Yao Ming, when some elders exclaimed, Yao Tianxiao suddenly shouted with a cold face and said angrily. Hearing Yao Tianxiao's words, some elders couldn't help but hesitate, because what Yao Tianxiao said was indeed possible. Brother? You are a bastard with a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs, you are not worthy of calling me brother. But when he heard that Yao Tianxiao actually called him brother, Yao Ming couldn't help but be furious and roared with anger. You said I was a fake. I can fake my body and appearance, but what about my aura? As he said that, Yao Ming couldn't help but burst out with anger and the aura of his 9 Nether Earth Python clan. Once this familiar aura was released, some elders who were loyal to Yao Ming in the past were shaken. Because this aura was indeed Yao Ming's aura, outsiders couldn't pretend at all. Chief Tian Xiao, it seems to be Chief Yao Ming. After sensing Yao Ming's aura again and again, an elder who was once loyal to Yao Ming couldn't help but hesitate to say to Yao Tian Xiao. Okay. Ming Chong, I didn't expect you to become an accomplice of the White Emperor sex leader, and you actually want to disrupt the morale of my 9 Nether Earth Python clan. Hearing Ming Chang's words, Yao Tianxiao's face suddenly became gloomy, and he immediately came to complain first, and angrily scolded Ming Chong, directly putting Ming Chong into the list of traitors of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan. Chief Tian Xiao, I didn't. Yao Tianxiao's words made Ming Chong anxious, and he hurriedly explained. If he was labeled as a traitor, his line of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan would be finished. Ming Chong, you don't have to beg him, he is deliberately framing you, because I didn't die because of the devil, but he and the elder poisoned me and sealed me at the bottom of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, suffering torture day and night. They are afraid of my revenge, so they can't admit my identity. Seeing Ming Chang's anxiety, Yao Ming sneered. Although he didn't curse Yao Tianxiao and the elder in his words, the resentment and hatred in them almost condensed into substance, making everyone subconsciously feel cold in their hearts. Chapter 1063 Prove that I am myself, Yao Ming's revenge. Nonsense, it's just nonsense. My brother died hundreds of years ago because of cultivation. You are obviously a fake. What evidence can prove that you are my brother? Listening to Yao Ming's words, Yao Tianxiao couldn't help shouting with a gloomy face. On the side, Bai Ji was speechless when he heard Yao Tianxiao's words. Proving that I am myself, this is outrageous. However, after hearing Yao Tianxiao's words, Yao Ming couldn't help laughing up to the sky, and then sneered. Don't call me brother, you are not worthy. You let me prove that I am myself, that's fine. Then I will prove it to you. As he said, Yao Ming smiled coldly and opened his mouth suddenly. As a black light shot out of his mouth and fell into his hand, a black scepter more than 1 meter long suddenly appeared. Holding the black scepter, Yao Ming immediately raised the scepter high and shouted in a cold voice. Look! What is this? Now, who is the patriarch? This is... Looking at the black scepter in Yao Ming's hand and feeling the breath emanating from the scepter, the elders of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan couldn't help but be moved. The scepter was pitch black, and at the top there were 2 lifelike black venomous snakes coiled around it. The 2 venomous snakes looked at each other, their mouths opened, and a fist-sized black bead was held in the mouths of the 2 venomous snakes. This turned out to be the Patriarch's token that had been missing for many years in their 9 Nether Earth Python clan, the 9 Nether Scepter. But hasn't the 9 Nether Scepter been missing for hundreds of years? How come will? Wait. Suddenly, as if realizing something, the elders of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan were shocked. Could it be that Chief Yao Ming was really murdered by Chief Tian Xiao in collusion with the Great Elder? 9 Nether Scepter. I didn't expect that the 9 Nether Scepter was actually swallowed by you. No wonder I couldn't find it at the beginning. On the side, seeing that Yao Ming actually took out the Patriarch's token of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan, Yao Tianxiao's face suddenly became extremely gloomy and ugly, and he couldn't help but say coldly. If he could still quibble before, now that Yao Ming took out the 9 Nether Scepter, there is no more quibble. Because the 9 Nether Scepter was still there when Yao Ming was the Patriarch, but it disappeared after he succeeded to the throne. As for the disappearance of the 9 Nether Scepter, his explanation at the time was that the scepter was hidden by Yao Ming, because Yao Ming's cultivation went too fast, so it could not be found. But now that Yao Ming has taken out the 9 Nether Scepter, there is sufficient evidence for what Yao Ming said before, and he can no longer quibble. Swish! Just as Yao Tianxiao was speaking. Suddenly, with a flash of black light, the great elder of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan instantly rushed to Yao Ming's side and slapped Yao Ming with one palm. But this sneak attack was instantly blocked by Yao Ming with the 9 Nether Scepter. Do you think I will make the same mistake twice? Looking at the great elder of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan in front of him, Yao Ming showed a sarcastic smile. All of you come at me. Seeing that the great elder had taken action against Yao Ming, as an accomplice of the great elder, Yao Tianxiao also shouted loudly and rushed towards Yao Ming instantly. After hearing what Yao Tianxiao said, Yao Tianxiao and the elders behind him shouted loudly and rushed towards Yao Ming. You fake, you dared to destroy the unity of our 9 Nether Earth Python clan, die! While rushing towards Yao Ming, Yao Tianxiao and the elders' confidants shouted loudly, forcibly putting the shitpot on Yao Ming's head. But Yao Ming had already taken out the 9 Nether Scepter to prove his identity, and Yao Ming's former confidants and some 9 Nether Earth Python clan elders who hated evil also took action to stop Yao Tianxiao and the elders' confidants. You bunch of despicable villains, even now, you still want to harm the Yao Ming clan leader. For a while, in the midst of a wave of mutual scolding, many 9 Nether Earth Python clan elders couldn't help but fight in a group. Many fence-sitters and absolute neutrals watched from the sidelines and did not participate. Yao Ming, you have been trapped in the 9 Nether Yellow Spring for hundreds of years. Do you think you are still the same as before? Call out the 9 Nether Scepter to me, and then go to the bottom of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring to enjoy your life. Looking at the 9 Nether Scepter in hand, Yao Tianxiao's face was full of hideous grins, and he instantly rushed towards Yao Ming and fought with Yao Ming. When the great elder of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan was also preparing to support him, Bai Ge suddenly flashed from the side and blocked the great elder of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan. Want to go over? I say, have you forgotten me? Looking at the black-robed old man in front of him, Bai Ge stepped on the sky with his hands behind his back, and couldn't help but smile faintly. You damned fellow, it was you who let Yao Ming go, and ruined our hundreds of years of hard work. Today I will make you pay. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the elder's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and he couldn't help but roared with resentment. But Bai Ge didn't care about the elder's words at all. He just picked his ears very calmly, and then blew gently on his fingers. That's it, I'm ready to go. After saying that, Bai Ge immediately looked at the elder of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan, and instantly activated the perfect symbiont in his body, and activated the green snake 3-flower pupils copied from Qing Lin. Although the special snake fighting spirit derived from the green snake 3-flower pupils absorbing power from the subdued snake monsters has no effect on himself, Bai Ge basically rarely uses the green snake 3-flower pupils. But at this time, the great heaven creation palm that he had successfully cultivated before has been tested. There is no need to waste any more hands and feet on the elder of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan in front of him. For a moment, as the green snake 3-flower pupils were activated, Bai Ge's purple gemstone-like eyes suddenly turned into light green, with 3 green flower buds around the pupils. After the 3 small flower buds around the pupils suddenly bloomed, 2 green lights suddenly burst out from Bai Ge's eyes, instantly covering the 9 Nether Earth Underworld Python clan's elder who had no time to react. Because Bai Ge's mental power was strong enough, Bai Ge's green snake 3-flower pupils almost instantly broke through the mental defense line of the 9 Nether Earth Underworld Python clan's elder and successfully subdued him. And not long after Bai Ge subdued the 9 Nether Earth Underworld Python clan's elder, Yao Ming he also shouted angrily, and beat Yao Tianxiao for a while, and finally succeeded in killing him. Although the difference between their cultivation levels was only 1 star, Yao Ming had endured hundreds of years of pain at the bottom of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. The better he had been to Yao Tianxiao before, the deeper his resentment and hatred were at this moment. To some extent, Yao Ming has now turned black. As the saying goes, blackened is twice as strong, and whitened is 3 points weaker. The current Yao Ming's combat power has skyrocketed by more than 1 time under hatred. On the other hand, Yao Tianxiao has been greedy for pleasure for hundreds of years, so he is naturally not Yao Ming's opponent. In addition, the previous battle with Bai Ge also greatly depleted Yao Tianxiao's fighting spirit. Facing Yao Ming, who had taken and refined the 8th grade chi recovering pill, was in full state, and had the blackened buff bonus. Yao Tianxiao was naturally defeated, and could only be killed unwillingly in the end. Chapter 1064, Bai Ge's winning over of people's hearts, news about Huangchuan Demon Saint. After the chaotic battle between the 3 Do Sheng masters and Bai Ge, a master who was as powerful as Do Sheng, and many Do Zun masters of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan, the entire 9 Nether Earth Python clan's base became a mess. Although it was not completely reduced to ruins, it was not much better. In the base, countless mountains were destroyed and razed to the ground, and there were large and small rubbles everywhere. On the ground, large areas of land were also lifted up for dozens of meters, and rivers were cut off by palm prints and fist prints. Countless deep pits that seemed to be caused by meteorites were densely distributed below and around the battlefield. The entire 9 Nether Earth Python clan's base seemed to have just experienced a natural disaster. After finally killing Yao Tianxiao, looking at the remains of Yao Tianxiao falling to the ground, Yao Ming's eyes only flashed a hint of complexity, which included nostalgia, but more of the joy and relief of successful revenge. You know, when he was the patriarch of the 9 Netherworld Python clan, he treated Yao Tianxiao without any stinginess, and even planned to hand over the position of the patriarch of the 9 Netherworld Python clan to this younger brother in the future. But who knew that this younger brother was so jealous? Just because he was the patriarch first, he was jealous and wanted to assassinate him. And after successfully assassinating him, he imprisoned him at the bottom of the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring, making him endure hundreds of years of torture worse than death. This made Yao Ming feel so much resentment in his heart now, just as he was good to this younger brother before. Although he still misses his family affection, Yao Ming is not a fool. He has been betrayed like this, so he naturally won't play any drama of letting go of the past grudges. He directly killed Yao Tianxiao, which was also considered to be a friendship between their brothers. After putting away the magic core taken out of Yao Tianxiao's body, Yao Ming took a deep breath and turned to look at Bai Ji. When he saw the elder standing next to Bai Ji, motionless and with a very stiff expression, Yao Ming could not help but be slightly stunned. What is this? Master Bai Ji, what's going on? After looking at the elder again, Yao Ming could not help but ask Bai Ji. Although Yao Ming is now Bai Ji's slave in a sense because of the soul mark on his soul, he had called Bai Ji master in order to show his submission when he was in the 9 Netherworld. But now in front of so many clan members, as the clan leader, if Yao Ming wants to maintain his position as clan leader, he cannot lower his posture so much and call Bai Ji master. Yao Ming believes that Bai Ji will not mind this. Because for Bai Ji, compared with his identity as a Dosheng, his identity as the clan leader of the 9 Netherworld Python clan is definitely more important. I have already subdued him. Look at his forehead. Bai Ji naturally didn't mind. Instead, he smiled and pointed at the forehead of the Great Elder. This is... After carefully looking at the forehead of the Great Elder, Yao Ming was shocked to see the mark of the green snake 3-flower pupils on it and shouted. This is the green snake 3-flower pupils. Lord Bai Ji, you actually have the green snake 3-flower pupils. In shock, Yao Ming couldn't help but look at Bai Ji carefully, but found that Bai Ji was a standard human, not a human-snake hybrid. This made Yao Ming a little confused for a while. According to ancient books, isn't it only the hybrids of humans and snake people who have an extremely small chance of obtaining the green snake 3-flower pupils' magical power? Okay, don't think about it. I am a pure human. The reason why I can use the green snake 3-flower pupils is because there is a girl who is a human snake hybrid among my disciples. She has the green snake 3-flower pupils. I used a little trick to borrow some of the power of the green snake 3-flower pupils from her. Because the soul mark was imprinted on Yao Ming's soul, Bai Ji could immediately sense what Yao Ming was thinking, so Bai Ji couldn't help but say it directly. However, Bai Ji lied about this. Although Bai Ji did get the green snake 3-flower pupils from Qing Lin, it was not a borrowed power, but a copy, and it completely belonged to Bai Ji. But because of this green snake 3-flower pupil, it is not very useful for Bai Ji now. This time it just happened to be the right time, Bai Ji will not use it much in the future. After all, this magical power is not compatible with the current development direction of Bai Ji's body. So the main meaning of Bai Ji is not wrong. That is, his green snake 3-flower pupil will not be used against the 9 Nether Earth Python clan again. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yao Ming couldn't help but feel relieved. Just now, I found out that Bai Ji actually had green snake 3-flower pupil. In fact, Yao Ming's whole heart couldn't help but lift up. Because the ability of green snake 3-flower pupil is too terrible for their snake monsters. And his greatest value to Bai Ji is that he can command the 9 Nether Earth Python clan, but if Bai Ji has green snake 3-flower pupil, his value will be greatly weakened. Okay, Yao Ming, this elder is also your enemy. Maybe he was the initiator of the plan to assassinate you. Take him for a thorough interrogation, revenge him, and return the harm you suffered in the past. Looking at Yaming, Bai Ji waved his hand, then manipulated the elder and rushed to Yaming's side. He won't take him away. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yaming was stunned, and his heart was full of disbelief for a while. Just now, in fact, after knowing that the elder had been subdued by Bai Ji's green snake three-flower pupils, Yaming had already made plans to give the elder to Beg. You know, this is a Dosheng strongman, Beg has no reason to give up, but he didn't expect Beg to give the elder to him. Take him away? Why? He is from your 9 Netherworld Python clan, and he is your enemy. A Dosheng is precious, but I am more optimistic about you than him. Bai Ji smiled faintly at Yao Ming's question, and then looked at Yao Ming deeply. Hearing Bai Ji's words, suddenly, a surge of hot blood rushed to Yao Ming's head, making Yao Ming's whole face flushed, and his heart was full of emotion for a while. Don't worry, sir. I, Yao Ming, will never deny what I said. In the future, I, Yao Ming, will go through fire and water for you, without hesitation. Looking at Bai Ji, Yao Ming suddenly folded his hands, bowed deeply to Bai Ji, and said in a deep voice. Regardless of whether Bai Ji was sincere or false, being able to show such kindness to a person like him who was already considered a slave was enough to show Bai Ji's appreciation and concern for him. Haha. Okay, it's good that you have this intention. Bai Ji waved his hand and smiled slightly at Yao Ming's words. My lord, although you are a 9th grade alchemist, as far as I, Yao Ming, am concerned, there is really nothing I can do to help you, but our 9 Nether Earth Python clan is, after all, an ancient family of demon beasts that has been passed down from the Dou Emperor era. Although it has declined a little now, there are still some things in our clan that even a 9th grade alchemist like you must take seriously. As if he had made a decision in his heart, Yao Ming couldn't help but say to Bai Ji in a serious and deep voice. So my lord, have you heard of Huangchuan Demon Saint? Chapter 1065 Huangchuan Demon Monument, Bai Ji's thoughts. Huangchuan Demon Saint? Could it be the Huangchuan Demon Saint who had already stepped half a foot into the Dou Emperor realm in ancient times? Hearing Yao Ming's words, Bai Ji's eyes flashed, and he seemed to be very surprised and asked. Could it be that the yellow spring finger that Yao Tianxiao used just now is related to the yellow spring demon saint? Did your 9 Nether Earth Python clan obtain the inheritance of the yellow spring demon saint? That's not the case. Yao Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Our 9 Nether Earth Python clan didn't obtain the inheritance of the yellow spring demon saint, at least the core inheritance was not obtained. It's just because our 9 Nether Earth Python clan has some origins with the yellow spring demon saint. The Yellow Spring Demon Saint left a stone tablet in our 9 Nether Earth Python clan. The stone tablet records the lifelong learning of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint. According to legend, there is also the blood of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint left in it. Because it involves very secret things, when talking to Bai Ji, Yao Ming has already used the power of space to completely isolate the surroundings to prevent anyone from hearing. The blood of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint. When Bai Ji heard Yao Ming's words, a trace of heat flashed across his eyes. You know, his purpose of subduing Yaming, in addition to bringing the 9 Netherworld Python clan under his command, is to obtain the essence and blood of Huangchuan Yaosheng, as well as its strongest fighting skill Huangchuan Tianfu. Although Huangchuan Yaosheng has only half a foot in Daodi, his strength is already extremely strong. At least now he can sweep the entire Duqi continent without any problem. And the energy contained in his essence and blood is amazing. It is estimated that Bai Ji does not need to absorb and refine all of it. Only half of it is enough to let Bai Ji's cultivation jump directly from the realm of Duzun Peak 7 turns to the peak of Semi-Saint. As for Huangchuan Tianfu, as an extremely rare soul-type fighting skill, it is also extremely suitable for Bai Ji. Because Bai Ji's mental power is strong enough, if he can obtain Huangchuan Tianfu, it is estimated that ordinary Dozheng strongmen will be severely injured after being hit by Bai Ji's Huangchuan Tianfu. With the help of the Dragon Phoenix Battle Body, the Tegzu Ancient Dragon Ancestral Soul, and the Ancient Phoenix Ancestral Soul, and the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious transformations, Bai Ji's cultivation can directly break through to the level of a 7 or 8 star Dosheng. With the cultivation of a 7 or 8 star Dosheng, combined with Bai Ji's own trump cards, and in the state of strength enhancement, Bai Ji's strength is not enough to defeat the top Dosheng masters on the continent, the ancient clan's patriarch Gu Yuan and the Soul clan's emperor Hun Tian. But if it is just to protect himself, it should be more than enough. With this strength, Bai Ji can go directly to the ancient clan to propose marriage without worry. Calculate the time. It shouldn't be long after returning this time, the invitation letter for the coming of age ceremony of the ancient clan should arrive, and then it will be just right to go and propose marriage. Since the 9 Nether Earth Python clan has the essence of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, haven't you used it up? Although Bai Ji knew a lot about the situation inside the 9 Nether Earth Python clan, in order to match his identity, Bai Ji still pretended to be very frowned and asked. This lord doesn't know. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yao Ming immediately explained helplessly, in fact, whether it is the essence of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint or the 9 Nether Sky Wrath, the supreme inheritance of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, our 9 Nether Earth Python clan's successive patriarchs have ideas, but it is not so simple to get them. Both of these things are hidden in the Yellow Spring Steel. Among them, the essence of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint is sealed in the steel, and the Yellow Spring Sky Wrath, according to our speculation, should be hidden in a trace of the remnant soul left by the Yellow Spring Demon Saint in the steel. It is estimated that the remnant soul must be defeated in order to obtain the Yellow Spring Sky Wrath, and to safely obtain the Demon Saint's essence of blood hidden in the Yellow Spring Steel. But we all focus on physical training, not soul training. Even for a Dushan level monster like me, the soul power is only about the same as that of a 7th grade alchemist. In the soul realm divided by you alchemists, it is still just the mortal realm. To defeat the residual soul in the Yellow Spring Steel, we estimate that we need at least a soul above the heavenly realm, which can only be found among you humans. In the past, our 9 Nether Earth Python clan also had a clan leader who wanted to ask for help from a powerful alchemist among you humans, but because the inheritance of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint is too important after all, if we ask for help from outsiders, the risk is too great, so the clan has never been able to pass it. But for you, sir, there is no such problem. After saying that, Yao Ming couldn't help but look at Bai Ji very seriously. Haha, the essence of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint? It's quite interesting. Take me over to have a look. Bai Ji couldn't help but smile at Yao Ming's words and said. Okay. Yao Ming was a little excited after getting Bai Ji's consent. After arranging his subordinates to handle the affairs of the clan, and sending out trusted elders, and imprisoning the chief elder at the bottom of the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring, Yao Ming immediately took Beg to the place where the Yellow Spring Steel in the 9 Netherworld Python clan was located. Is this the Yellow Spring Steel? Coming all the way to the back of the 9 Netherworld Python clan's residence, Beg couldn't help but smile at the yellow-brown steel in front of him, which was several hundred meters high, exuding an ancient atmosphere and covered with mysterious runes. Yes, sir, this is the Yellow Spring Steel. Do you see the fingerprints and palm prints on it? There are the cultivation methods of the Yellow Spring Finger and the Yellow Spring Palm. If you want, you can also experience these two fighting skills. Behind Beg, Yao Ming pointed to the huge fingerprints and palm prints on the Yellow Spring Steel in front of him and said respectfully. No need, these two fighting skills are useless to me, let's get down to business. Bai Ji shook his head and said to Yao Ming's flattery. Then be careful, sir. Yao Ming first bowed respectfully to Bai Ji, and then bowed to the Huangchuan steel in front of him. Sir, we can start. Hearing Yao Ming's words, feeling the strong pressure from the Huangchuan steel in front of him, Bai Ji slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, accompanied by the majestic spiritual power like the ocean, a little man who was exactly like Bai Ji suddenly walked out from Bai Ji's eyebrows, and then turned into a stream of light and shot into the steel. After entering the steel, Bai Ji's soul immediately entered a small world. This is the hidden space in the Huangchuan steel, and the residual soul of the Huangchuan Demon Saint is also here. But when it comes to the residual soul of the Huangchuan Demon Saint, Bai Ji's eyes can't help but flash. Maybe for other people, if they want to get the blood of Huangchuan Demon Saint, the residual soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint will definitely perish, because without the energy supply of Huangchuan Demon Saint's blood, the residual soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint will definitely not survive. But for Bai Ji, this is not necessarily the case. Because with the secret method of restraining souls and sending generals, Bai Ji can completely subdue the soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint and then continuously strengthen it. After the soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint is fully restored, Bai Ji can also revive it. This is not a big problem for Bai Ji. Although the soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint has been too damaged, it has also experienced thousands or even tens of thousands of years. If you want to restore it completely, it will probably take a long time. Maybe Bai Ji has achieved Doudi Dao, and the soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint may not be able to be restored completely. But Huangchuan Demon Saint in front of him is not a bad person after all. At least in the original work, he did not make things too difficult for Xiao Yan. It would be too regrettable to let him disappear between heaven and earth. It is better to subdue him. Although he cannot raise the strongest combat power of Beatty sect at present, he can become the backbone of Beatty sect after he recovers a little. And more importantly, Huangchuan Demon Saint is a figure from ancient times. It is estimated that he knows a lot of secrets of Duqi continent and has outstanding knowledge. Having such a person in Beatty sect is like having an old man in the family, like having a treasure. Anyway, there are 2 words, worth it. Chapter 1066, The Test of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, the Sword Body of Mind versus the Wrath of the Yellow Spring Heaven. After entering the space inside the Yellow Spring Steel, Bai Ge immediately spread out his mental power, searching for the traces of the remaining soul of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint in this small world. Boom! Suddenly, it seemed that the mental power emitted by Bai Ge had awakened a certain existence sleeping here. In a violent sound of boom, a mountain in the distance suddenly cracked, and then a huge throne slowly rose up. I saw a figure wearing a yellow fur robe sitting on the throne. His face was not clear, only a vast and almost substantial momentum suddenly burst out, like a landslide and tsunami, sweeping in all directions. Under this momentum, the flowers and plants on the ground were bent down one after another, and countless trees were trembling, but Bai Ge was still not affected at all. The essence of his soul is the soul of the god that has merged the origin of the plane. Even his clone has a soul essence that is comparable to that of a Daodi. Even if the Huangchuan Demon Saint soul in front of him has also entered the Emperor realm, how can a mere remnant soul do anything to him? Junior, this is not the place for you to come, leave quickly. Sitting on the huge yellow throne, a grand and indifferent voice suddenly came from the throne, resounding throughout the small world. Leave? No, no, no. I finally got in, I can't just leave like this. I came here this time to obtain the blood essence and fighting skills Huangchuan Tianyu left by you, the Demon Saint. If you give me all of them, I can consider leaving. Bai Ge smiled slightly at the words of the remnant soul of the Huangchuan Demon Saint. Humph. Wishful thinking. Since you don't want to leave, then stay here forever. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the remnant soul of the Huangchuan Demon Saint immediately snorted, and then suddenly burst out with a majestic fighting spirit. In an instant, the yellow springs Doqi in the sky suddenly roared out, and a huge yellow-brown palm covered with mysterious runes condensed in the air, emitting bursts of cold and destructive aura. Yellow spring palm, berry reincarnation with one palm. Amid the cold shout of the remnant soul of the Yellow Springs Demon Saint, the huge yellow-brown palm condensed in the air suddenly slapped down. The entire space seemed to be shattered by this palm. The huge yellow-brown palm slapped down directly towards Bai Ge with a roar. Mind Sword Body Dafa. However, facing the yellow spring palm that fell from the sky, Bai Ge was not afraid at all, but shouted at the same time and instantly used the Mind Sword Body Dafa. The sword body technique itself is a supreme sword technique that is biased towards cultivating the soul. After the sword body technique was used, Bai Ge's majestic mental power suddenly burst out, turning into a silver-white giant sword in the air and suddenly soaring into the sky, instantly tearing the Huangchuan palm. Hey! The remnant soul of the Huangchuan Demon Saint sitting on the huge yellow throne could not help but let out a surprised cry when he found that Bai Ge's strength seemed to be not weak and he could actually solve his Huangchuan palm. Junior, I didn't expect you to have some strength. You can actually break my Huangchuan palm, but if you want to obtain my blood essence and fighting skill Huangchuan Tianyu, this is far from enough. But if you can solve my Huangchuan palm, you are also qualified to accept the test. Then let me see if you are qualified to inherit my blood essence and fighting skills. As he said, the remnant soul of the Huangchuan Demon Saint immediately made seals in front of his chest with both hands in a dazzling manner. With the fluctuations of fighting spirit, the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint suddenly shouted, "Take it, Huangchuan Sky Wrath!" As Huangchuan Demon Saint shouted the last time, the body of the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint suddenly swelled up and instantly turned into a giant standing tall. At the same time, a terrifying wave of fighting spirit suddenly broke out, causing the surrounding world to change color. Destroy! After the seals in his hands were completed, Huangchuan Demon Saint, who had transformed into the true body of Huangchuan Demon Saint, suddenly shouted at Bai Ge. For a moment, a terrifying soul force suddenly broke out with a strange sound wave attack that swept the world, like a torrent of energy that destroyed the world, and suddenly swept towards Bai Ji. After performing Huangquan Sky Wrath, the remnant soul of Huangquan Demon Saint, the Demon Saint's true body transformed by the soul, suddenly shattered. The remnant soul of Huangquan Demon Saint suddenly turned into an ordinary human form again, and returned to the throne, slightly panting. This Huangquan Sky Wrath exhausted the soul power he had accumulated for many years. After using this Huangquan Sky Wrath, he had to cultivate for a long time before he could accumulate enough soul power to release Huangquan Sky Wrath again. I don't know if this young man can pass this test. If not, it's your own choice. Sitting on the throne, looking at Bai Ji, the remnant soul of Huangquan Demon Saint thought silently in his heart. Boom! On the other side, after Huangquan Sky Wrath was used, a powerful sound wave attack that destroyed everything like a world-destroying storm suddenly roared towards Bai Ji with a vast annihilating soul power. Everything along the way, whether it was mountains, rivers, or trees, was all exploded under the sweeping destructive sound wave attack, annihilated into nothingness. The most dangerous thing is not the destructive sound wave, but the annihilation power that is specifically aimed at the soul. If you are swept into this sound wave attack, your body will explode instantly under this destructive sound wave, and your soul will be completely annihilated under the annihilation power. Huangquan Tianu, a shout to break the soul, nothing more than this. However, facing the sound wave and soul storm that swept over to destroy everything, Bai Ji smiled faintly, and let everything in front of him be destroyed, and he was not moved at all. Just when the destructive sound wave and soul storm emitted by Huangquan Tianu were about to sweep over, Bai Ji's body shook slightly, and instantly burst out a sky-wide silver sword energy, condensing a sword energy shield around him. After the sound wave and soul storm that swept from the front hit the sword energy shield, although the sword energy shield kept flickering. But under Bai Ji's constantly replenished mind sword energy, the sword energy shield never broke, but persisted tenaciously. In the end, the sound waves and soul storms that destroyed everything passed. In front of Bai Ji, from the location where Huangquan Tianu was emitted to the front of Bai Ji, as well as the large area of thousands of meters around and behind Bai Ji, there was a large bottomless pit. Only behind Bai Ji, because the sound waves and soul storms that destroyed everything were blocked by Bai Ji, a long and narrow rectangular land behind Bai Ji survived. Actually blocked it. Seeing that Bai Ji actually blocked his Huangquan Tianu, Huangquan Demon Saint was a little stunned for a while. Because from the time he stayed here until now, I don't know how many people came to accept his test, but none of them succeeded. I didn't expect that this one would succeed now. Forget it. Forget it. This may be God's will. I didn't expect that this day would finally come. After coming back to his senses, the remnant soul of Huangquan Demon Saint had a complicated look in his eyes and a feeling of loss in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh. Junior, I didn't expect that you actually passed the test. Since you passed the test, this saint will never regret it. What I promised to give you will definitely be given to you. You should accept both Huangquan Essence Blood and Huangquan Sky Wrath. From the throne where he sat, the remnant soul of Huangquan Demon Saint stood up with a complicated expression. While sighing, he stretched out his hand and flicked his finger, turning a trace of soul containing Huangquan Sky Wrath cultivation information into a stream of light and flicked it towards Bai Ji, and then he was about to take out the Huangquan Demon Saint Essence Blood in his chest. Wait. Chapter 1067 Do de Secrets, what is the identity of this junior? Wait. After receiving a trace of soul power containing the information of Huangquan Tianu cultivation, Bai Ji stopped Huangquan Demon Saint Remnant Soul from taking out the Demon Saint Essence Blood in the heart. What's wrong, junior? Hearing Bai Ji asking him to wait, Huangquan Demon Saint Remnant Soul looked at Bai Ji with confusion. Didn't this junior want the inheritance of Huangquan Tianu, his fighting skill, and the Demon Saint Essence Blood left by his original body? What did he mean by suddenly calling him? Senior, don't worry. The Demon Saint Essence Blood is in your body, right? Seeing Huangquan Demon Saint Remnant Soul stop moving, Bai Ji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and smiled. The Huangquan Demon Saint Remnant Soul in front of him relied on the Demon Saint Essence Blood in his body to exist. If the Demon Saint Essence Blood was taken out, I'm afraid this trace of Remnant Soul would dissipate immediately. If he was resisted when he used the soul binding and general dispatching technique, even if it was only for a moment, the Demon Saint Remnant Soul in front of him would disappear, so he had to discuss it in advance. That's right. The blood of the Demon Saint is in my body. The reason why I can survive in this small space for countless years as a remnant soul is because of the power of the blood of the demon saint. Since you want the blood of the demon saint, I will give it to you, the remnant soul of Huangchuan demon saint replied. Then I'm afraid you will die too, right? Bai Ji interrupted the remnant soul of Huangchuan demon saint with a smile and said. After hearing Bai Ji's words, the remnant soul of Huangchuan demon saint was silent for a while and said. That's right, I lost this, the blood of the demon saint. I will indeed disappear, but you don't have to feel sorry for me. The reason why I am here is because the original body gave me the task of passing on the blood of the demon saint in Huangchuan Tianu. Since you have passed the test and obtained the inheritance, my task should be over. That being said, are you willing to disappear? Bai Ji asked again. Bai Ji's words made Huangchuan demon saint's remnant soul stunned for a moment, and then lowered his head, as if thinking about something. I am not willing, but I am willing. After a while, Huangchuan demon saint's remnant soul slowly gave an answer. I am not willing. I am willing. Hearing the words of Huangchuan demon saint's remnant soul, Bai Ji couldn't help but frowned and asked in confusion, what does this mean? I am unwilling because I have not yet broken through to the legendary Emperor realm, but the world has changed a lot now, and it is almost impossible to achieve the Emperor realm. My relatives and friends are dead, and my only obsession is to break through to the Do Emperor realm, but it is impossible to break through to the Do Emperor realm. Now I am dispersing, which is not a kind of relief for me. So in a sense, I am willing to dissipate. The remnant soul of Huangchuan demon saint sighed. So, Junior, this is also my choice, you don't have to worry about it, just like you are willing to risk your life to accept my test in order to get my inheritance. Senior, who said that it is impossible to break through to the Do Emperor realm now? After listening to Huangchuan demon saint's words, Bai Ji understood Huangchuan demon saint's current psychological state. Now Huangchuan demon saint has already made up his mind to die, and he must beat back this idea, so Bai Ji couldn't help but say. Is there any way to break through the realm of Doudi now? Bai Ji's words made Huangchuan demon saint's residual soul a little confused. This is impossible. Back then, he traveled all over the Duqi continent and didn't find a way to be promoted to Doudi. Now I don't know how many years have passed, the environment of heaven and earth should have deteriorated even more, how could there be a possibility of breakthrough? Of course there is, at least I know of one way now. Bai Ji smiled confidently. Really? What is the way? Huangchuan demon saint's residual soul cooperated very well and couldn't help but ask curiously. He. Bai Ji smiled at the curiosity of the remnant soul of Huangchuan demon saint, and then continued. According to the information I know, Do Sheng must absorb a special energy of heaven and earth to break through Do Di. This energy was called Yuan Qi in ancient times, but now, with the changes of heaven and earth, Yuan Qi no longer exists, at least in the world we live in, Yuan Qi can no longer be found, but if Yuan Qi can be found, then it will naturally be able to break through. If one person can break through Do Di, he can lead Yuan Qi from outside the domain to Do Qi continent to help others break through. Oh. So that's the case, I said. I was infinitely close to Do Di back then, but I couldn't break through. I always felt that something was missing. It turned out that I was missing Yuan Qi. After listening to Bai Ji's words, the remnant soul of Huangchuan demon saint suddenly realized. But Junior, although you have talked about the method of breaking through Do Di, this method is useless. The key is still to need Yuan Qi, but didn't you say that there is no Yuan Qi in this world? As if thinking of something, the remnant soul of Huangchuan demon saint could not help but hesitate again. It is no longer in this world, but it existed in the past. As far as I know, there was once a Do Emperor who left behind a prototype of the Emperor Pill, which contains a trace of source energy. As long as we can find the Emperor Pill, we can break through the Do Emperor. Bai Ji smiled and replied. The prototype of the Emperor Pill containing source energy. Hearing Bai Ji's words, knowing that there is still source energy in this world, the remnant soul of Huangchuan demon saint could not help but brighten up. But then, as if thinking of something, the remnant soul of Huangchuan demon saint could not help but shake his head again and sighed helplessly. But it's useless to know. We don't know where the prototype of the Emperor Pill is. If we can't find it, it's equivalent to not having it. Who said I don't know where it is? I know where the prototype of this Emperor Pill is, but in order to open the cave of this Do Emperor, we still need a key. Bai Ji shook his head and said. Do you know where this cave is? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint could not help but be full of surprise. What exactly is the identity of this junior in front of him? Even the news that he didn't know when he traveled all over the Duki continent, this junior actually knew it, and he also knew the location of the source energy that countless half-step Daodi strongmen coveted. The owner of this cave, I think you should have heard of it, he is the last Daodi Tuashi ancient emperor in our Duki continent, and you should have heard of the key to his cave, that is the legendary Tuashi ancient emperor Jade. Bai Ji said slowly. As long as you can find all the Tuashi ancient emperor Jades, you can enter Tuashi ancient emperor's cave and get the prototype of the emperor pill containing the source energy, so senior, don't be too negative. After listening to Bai Ji's words, Huangchuan Demon Saint's remnant soul couldn't help showing a complicated expression on his face, and said with some relief. I have no regrets to know this news before I dissipate. It turns out that there is still a way in this world, but it's a pity that I have no chance to go on. Junior, I know that you want to take me away, but my existence depends on the Demon Saint's blood essence, and I can't leave here, so your wishful thinking is afraid to fail. I'll leave the Demon Saint's blood essence in my body to you. I hope you can step into the Supreme Daodi realm on my behalf in the future. After saying that, Huangchuan Demon Saint's remnant soul couldn't help but feel satisfied and ready to reach out again to take out the Demon Saint's blood essence sealed in the heart. Wait. Wait. Senior, wait a little longer. Chapter 1068, Subdue the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint and leave the stone tablet space. Seeing that the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint was about to take out the Demon Saint's blood essence from his body, but he hadn't finished speaking yet, Bai Ji couldn't help but hurriedly said. A question mark slowly appeared in the mind of the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint. Junior, I understand what you mean. You want to take me away from here, but I'm sorry, the main body has placed a restriction on me. As long as you pass the test, whether you accept it or not, I must give you this Demon Saint's blood essence. And even if you don't accept it, I can't leave here, because this is also part of the restriction. If I leave here, my body will collapse, so don't have any psychological burden. But what if I can take you away from here? Bai Ji interrupted. Can you take me away from here? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint couldn't help but be full of astonishment. This is impossible. The restriction left by the original body is applied to my remnant soul. Even a Daodi strongman cannot solve it. But I can solve it. But my method also has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that using this method, your remnant soul can not only survive without the energy supply of the Demon Saint's blood, but also has the possibility of recovering to a complete soul in the future, but the disadvantage is that your remnant soul will be controlled by me from now on, and your life and death will be controlled by me. However, although your life and death will be controlled by me from now on, when your soul is restored to its fullness in the future, I still have a way to revive you, and in this way, you will have the opportunity to step into the realm of Daodi again. After all, I know how to achieve Daodi. How about it, senior, have you thought of how to choose? Bai Ji interrupted the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint again and said slowly. Are you telling the truth? After listening to Bai Ji's words, the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Because what Bai Ji said, even when he was at his peak, he couldn't do it. Of course it's true. Do I have any reason to lie to you, senior? And you don't have any other choice, do you? Bai Ji nodded and said. Bai Ji's words made the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint silent. If there is no hope of breaking through Daodi, even if he can be resurrected, but the price is that his life and death will be controlled by others from now on, the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint would rather die. But Bai Ji gave him the hope of breaking through Daodi, and breaking through Daodi is the common obsession of Huangchuan Demon Saint's original body and the remnant soul now. So after a moment, the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint still slowly spoke. Of course my choice is to agree. After all, even if there is only a remnant soul left, I still want to see the scenery above the legendary Emperor realm. Huangchuan Demon Saint sighed leisurely, looked up at the sky, as if reminiscing about the past, and then turned to look at Bai Ji. Junior, tell me, what should I do? No need to do anything, senior, just give me the blood essence of Huangchuan Demon Saint, and then give me the rest, senior, remember not to resist. By the way, my name is Bai Ji, and in the future have a happy cooperation. Bai Ji smiled slightly. After reaching a deal with the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint, The remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint immediately reached out and took out a ball of golden Demon Saint blood essence with a bright divine light from his chest, and then gave it to Bai Ji. Bai Ji used the soul confinement and general sentencing technique, and when the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint did not resist, he easily confined it into his body, and then transformed it into a fighting soul. After that, he used the soul power accumulated in the soul-suppressing orb in his body to simply strengthen the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint. When the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint was stable enough to leave the body alone, Bai Ji put it into Yao Chen's no longer used soul-warming ring that he brought from Beatty sect. For the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint, which has its own independent thinking, and is male. Oh no! It's a male. Bai Ji felt quite disgusted to take it into his body. It's actually true. After being strengthened by Bai Ji and then stored in the soul-warming ring, the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint immediately emerged from the ring. Looking at the soul body that had been transformed into a pitch-black body, emitting a faint black gas, and feeling the faint connection between him and Bai Ji, the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint couldn't help but feel incredible in his heart. He found that after being taken into Bai Ji's body, as the soul body was transformed by an invisible force, it seemed that all the restrictions left by the body in the body disappeared. The whole soul body seemed to have been reborn. In the dark, the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint could feel it. As long as the boy named Bai Ji in front of him didn't die, he wouldn't dissipate easily. It's really incredible. Looking at the familiar scenery around him, although he had seen these scenery for countless years, this time, everything seemed to be different, which made the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint couldn't help but feel very emotional. After having a new life goal, for him, the feeling of being alive has become more wonderful than dissipating. Okay, Senior Huangchuan Demon Saint, we are ready to leave here. After playing with the Demon Saint's blood essence in his hand for a while, Bai Ji couldn't help but look at the still somewhat emotional Huangchuan Demon Saint and said, "No need to call me senior or not, just call me Huangchuan." Since he had already submitted to Bai Ji from now on, Huangchuan Demon Saint's mentality changed quickly, and he couldn't help but waved his hand, very in line with the ground. "Okay, then I will call you Huangchuan from now on." Finding that Huangchuan Demon Saint was so cooperative, Bai Ji also smiled, and then moved his body, instantly turned into a stream of light, and left this small space. And the remnant soul of Huangchuan Demon Saint hid in the soul-warming ring again. At the same time, outside the Huangchuan stele, on the altar where the Huangchuan stele was erected, looking at Bai Ji's flesh sitting outside, Yao Ming was still anxiously waiting. Although he had sufficient confidence in Bai Ji, sometimes it is better to be safe than sorry. If Bai Ji's soul entered the Huangchuan stele and was killed by the Huangchuan Demon Saint's remnant soul in the Huangchuan stele, then the soul mark imprinted on his soul would also explode, and he would die with Bai Ji at that time. As Yao Ming waited anxiously, finally, a stream of light suddenly shot out from the stele and shot into Bai Ji's forehead. And in Bai Ji's right hand, a dark storage ring also quietly emerged. As the soul returned, Bai Ji opened his eyes immediately. "Master Bai Ji, how is it, did you succeed?" Seeing Bai Ji wake up, Yao Ming couldn't help but ask hurriedly. "What do you think?" Bai Ji replied leisurely, and then slowly stood up from the ground. "Since I took action, it must have succeeded." As he said, Bai Ji stretched out his hand and flipped it. As a burst of golden light flashed, a ball of golden liquid emitting strong energy fluctuations suddenly emerged from his right hand. Feeling the vigorous vitality and strong energy fluctuations emanating from the golden liquid, Yao Ming could not help but feel overjoyed. Is this the essence of Huangchuan Demon Saint? Chapter 1069 Returning to Beatty Sect, an invitation from the ancient clan. Yes, this is the essence of Huangchuan Demon Saint. Looking at the ball of golden liquid in his hand, the liquid was crystal clear, emitting brilliant golden light, vigorous vitality and a faint fragrance. If it was not known in advance, no one would think that this would be the essence of a strong man, but would think that it was some kind of natural treasure. Bai Ji could not help but touch his chin and said with great interest, "Here, this is your share." As he said this, Bai Ji casually waved his hand over the essence, and almost 1/5 of the essence was separated and shot towards Yao Ming, wrapped in douqi and suspended in front of his chest. "Your current cultivation is a 2-star dousheng. After refining this drop of blood essence, you should be able to be promoted to a 3-star dousheng, right?" After dividing the blood essence, Bai Ji turned his head and looked at Yao Ming, and couldn't help but said slowly, "It should be okay, Thank you, sir. After collecting the 1/5 of the blood essence of the demon saint floating in front of his chest, Huangchuan demon saint couldn't help but clasped his fists to Bai Ji excitedly. Yet, Bai Ji nodded slightly, and then continued to look at the blood essence of the demon saint in his hand. For the remaining blood essence of the demon saint, Bai Ji planned to take most of it himself, and he didn't know if refining this blood essence would allow him to break through to the Doshang directly. But it should be possible. As for the remaining blood essence, Bai Ji planned to divide it among the women. Although this way of dividing it would definitely be far less effective than what could be achieved in the original book. But for the Baidi sect, the stronger his strength is, the better. The women can only say that they get a part of the blood essence of the demon saint to help him break through in the future. After collecting the blood of the demon saint, Bai Ji was ready to leave. However, this place of the underworld was still useful to him. That is, after getting the 9-colored stone, let Cai Lin bring the 9-colored stone to temper his body in the 9 nether yellow spring. There is also a nest of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python in the 9 nether yellow spring. When the opportunity of the 9-colored stone appears in the future, Bai Ji will go and get the 9-colored stone. In this way, Cai Lin can directly upgrade to the 9-colored sky-swallowing python in the 9 nether yellow spring, break through the realm of Dosheng, and subdue many 7-colored sky-swallowing pythons. In fact, Bai Ji has asked people to search for the 9-colored stone. However, there is too little information about the old man who owns the 9-colored stone. Although Bai Ji has asked people to look for it, he still hasn't found it. If he can't find it, he can only try his luck at the space trade fair in the future. Okay, Yaming, I'm going to leave. Since you have submitted to me, from now on, your 9 Nether Earth Python clan will also be a member of our Baidi League. As for what the Baidi sect is, it is an alliance headed by the Baidi sect where I am. At present, Hwasong, Xingyun Pavilion and Fenian Valley have joined. Now our development and momentum are not inferior to Denta and Seoul Palace. And we have our own alchemist organization in the Baidi League. If your 9 Nether Earth Python clan needs elixirs, you can send people to the Baidi sect in the northern region of Zhongzhou to discuss with the relevant person in charge of our Baidi sect. That's it, I'm leaving. After bidding farewell to Yaming, Bai Ji directly tore through space and returned to the Baidi sect with a lot of gains from this trip. Bai Ji, I didn't expect that you would actually establish a force comparable to the Seoul Palace. After returning to the Baidi sect, the remnant soul of the Huangchuan demon saint suddenly emerged from the ring, full of surprise. Huangchuan demon saint lived in ancient times. Although there was no Dan Tower in his time, the Seoul Palace has always existed. It is a very ancient force. It is said to be related to the Seoul clan, one of the Dowdy families inherited from ancient times. It is extremely surprising that a powerful force comparable to the Seoul Palace can be developed in this era. By the way, speaking of the Seoul Palace, Huangchuan, you should try not to show your figure in front of outsiders like today. You are a soul in the realm of half-step Dowdy. Although it is only a remnant soul, if the Seoul Palace knows about it, I believe you should know their virtues. Hearing the words of the remnant soul of Huangchuan demon saint, Bai Ji couldn't help but remind him. Although he should not be too afraid of the Seoul clan after he refines the blood essence of Huangchuan demon saint, Bai Ji still prefers to develop in a low-key manner rather than being remembered by the Seoul Palace. Although he is also a thorn in the eye of the Seoul Palace, because of the relationship between the Taegzu ancient dragon clan and the ancient clan, the Seoul Palace dare not attack him openly. But if the remnant soul of Huangchuan demon saint at the half-step Dowdy realm is discovered by the people of the Seoul Palace, that is not certain. Bai Ji also does not want a strong man of the 9-star Dozheng level to suddenly visit the sky above the sect one day. Yes, I know. The remnant soul of Huangchuan demon saint also nodded in agreement with Bai Ji's words. The reason why he did not show up in front of Yao Ming just now was that he was worried that the news of his leaving the stone tablet would be spread to the Seoul Palace. The people of the Seoul Palace will not be soft on a remnant soul like him who has the half-step Dowdy realm but does not have the fighting power to match it. As a top strong man in ancient times, the remnant soul of Huangchuan demon saint knows the details and brutal style of the Seoul Palace like a mirror. Back to the Baidi sect. After meeting the women, dividing the essence and blood of Huangchuan demon saint, and arranging the remnant soul of Huangchuan demon saint, Bai Ji was ready to retreat and refine his own demon saint essence and blood. Bai Ji was very curious about whether he could break through to Dosheng after refining the blood essence of the demon saint. But his intuition told Bai Ji that he should be able to succeed. Because in the original book, Yao Chen was able to break through from a half-saint to a one-star Dosheng after taking 1/5 of the blood essence. Although Bai Ji's current cultivation level is only Dozun Peak 7 turns, the blood essence left by Bai Ji is almost 2/5 of the complete blood essence of the demon saint, which should be enough. However, it is normal to break through to a 1-star Dosheng, but Bai Ji feels that it is impossible to break through to a 2-star Dosheng. After taking and refining the blood essence of the demon saint, as expected, Bai Ji's cultivation level directly broke through from Dozun Peak 7 turns to the peak of a 1-star Dosheng. However, he still did not break through to the level of a 2-star Dosheng. But such a cultivation level is enough for Bai Ji. After refining the blood essence of the demon saint and breaking through to Dosheng, only a few months have passed, and the invitation from the ancient clan that Bai Ji has been waiting for a long time has finally arrived. Master, this is the invitation sent by the ancient tribe to us. They want to invite you to attend the coming-of-age ceremony for the younger generation to be held in the ancient world in a month. One day, when Bai Ji was practicing in the Beatty Tower, Xiao Yuxian suddenly came in with a jade note and handed it to Bai Ji. Looking at the black jade note handed over by Xiao Yuxian, the whole body of the jade note seemed to be carved from black jade, with mysterious patterns all over it, and it contained the message that invited him to the ancient world to attend the coming-of-age ceremony of the younger generation of the ancient clan was hidden, and it was also a pass to enter the ancient world where the ancient clan was located. Bai Ji couldn't help but sigh with some emotion and slowly stood up. Finally, it's been about 10 years since we arrived in Zhongzhou. Now that the 10-year period is up, it's time for the ancient world to wait for my arrival. Dragon King, it's time to return. At the end, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile lightly, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a somewhat exaggerated arc. Chapter 1070 Preparation for Marriage Proposal, Go to the Ancient World. Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing that the corners of Bai Ji's mouth were slightly curled up, Xiao Yuxian couldn't help but stretch out her jade hand in front of Bai Ji's eyes and shook it, and asked in confusion. Ahem, this is a ritual. If you understand, you will understand. If you don't understand, you won't understand it. Bai Ji couldn't help but cough a few times, and said awkwardly. However, seeing that Xiao Yuxian was still confused, Bai Ji couldn't help but sigh. His disciples are good at everything except understanding him. No one picked up the jokes he threw out about the earth. However, Bai Ji was also suddenly excited. After playing the joke, Bai Ji's face became serious. Okay, since the invitation to the ancient world has arrived, you should have people prepare the things in this month. The elixir beast of the hibiscus Tianbao pill we got in the ancient ruins last time, the fighting scrolls of the heavenly fighting skills Wind and Thunder, the heavenly fighting skills Annihilation Wind Finger, and some high-level fighting scrolls and various high-level elixirs we got in the ancient ruins in a month, we will go to the ancient tribe to propose marriage. Yes. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Yuxian couldn't help but bow her head and responded. But when she bowed her head, Xiao Yuxian couldn't help but pass a trace of envy and sourness in her beautiful eyes, which was envy and sourness for Xiao Suner. Next, in the month of waiting for the ancient tribe's coming-of-age ceremony to begin, the entire Beatty sect was running at high speed, preparing various elixirs for Bai Ji's betrothal gifts, and various high-level fighting skills scrolls were also prepared. Among them, 2 heaven-level fighting skills were recalled by Huangchuan Demon Saint. Although Huangchuan Demon Saint became famous for Huangchuan Skywrath, Huangchuan Palm, and Huangchuan Finger, as a top powerhouse in ancient times, Huangchuan Demon Saint naturally would not only know these 3 heaven-level fighting skills. There are many other heaven-level fighting skills. In fact, Huangchuan Demon Saint has also practiced them. It's just that because Huangchuan Demon Saint is still in a residual soul state, many memories have been forgotten. However, in the process of Bai Ji repairing his soul, Huangchuan Demon Saint's lost memories have gradually been found back. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month has passed. Because the ancient world where the ancient clan is located is still far away from the Beatty sect, Bai Ji has to rush there in advance to arrive at the ancient world the day before the coming-of-age ceremony begins. On the day of departure, Bai Ji has prepared the betrothal gifts and put them all into a super-large storage ring. And Yun Yun, Qing Lin and Xiao Yu also went with Bai Ji. Of course, if the mount is included, Feng Qing'er must be added. Now Bai Ji has torn his face with the heavenly demon Phoenix clan. In the past, he was still a little afraid of Huang Tian, so he had always hidden Feng Qing'er in the Beatty Tower. But now, Bai Ji's cultivation has reached the level of a 1-star Dosheng. He is not afraid of the 5-star Dosheng level Huangtian at all, and the Beatty sect has Huangchuan Yaosheng in charge. Although Huangchuan Yaosheng's soul has not been fully restored, it has been restored by more than half. This has exhausted the soul power that Bai Ji has always thought to be accumulated in the soul-suppressing orb. With Huangchuan Yaosheng's soul body, Yao Chen left in the Beatty sect is completely enough to stop Huangtian under the possession of Huangchuan Yaosheng's soul. So the time is ripe for showing Feng Qing'er. Just think about it, riding the king of magic beasts, the heavenly demon phoenix, to the ancient clan, how majestic and domineering it is. In the past, Feng Qing'er was unwilling to let Bai Ji ride. But after being subdued by Bai Ji, Feng Qing'er found that she actually began to transform into the ancient sky phoenix under Bai Ji's beast-taming technique, and her thoughts changed immediately. Now Feng Qing'er was eager to let Bai Ji ride her. After all, if she wanted to evolve into the ancient sky phoenix, she had to rely on Bai Ji. Okay, everyone is up, ready to go. On the Beatty Square, after Feng Qing'er showed her original form and turned into a huge sky demon phoenix with a silver body and golden feathers, Bai Ji flew to Feng Qing'er, and then shouted to Yun Yun, Qinglin and Xiao Yu below. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yun Yun and Qinglin immediately flew to Bai Ji's side. And after hesitating for a while, Xiao Yu still flew to Feng Qing'er's back. Let's go, get ready to go. After the three women boarded the Sky Demon Phoenix, Bai Ji smiled and urged the Sky Demon Phoenix under his seat to vibrate its wings, fly away, and then flash away into the distance. Master, take care. Master, take care. As countless people in the Beatty sect waved goodbye, the blue-silver Sky Demon Phoenix turned into a stream of light disappeared into the sky at an astonishing speed. Bai Ji, why do you want to bring me along when you go to propose marriage? Sitting on the extremely broad back of the cyan-silver Sky Demon Phoenix, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel tangled up as he looked at Bai Ji lying on the back of the Sky Demon Phoenix, with his entire body almost sunk into the cyan-silver feathers. Don't worry, didn't I tell you that this trip will be a great thing for you? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Bai Ji, lying in the soft cyan-silver feathers with his head resting on Yun Yun's white thighs, couldn't help but wave his hand lazily and said, "No, tell me what good news you have, why are you always keeping it a secret?" Xiao Yu was very depressed by Bai Ji's words. In fact, this matter is also related to your life experience. Didn't I say that your Xiao family is actually the descendant of the ancient Daodi family, the Xiao clan, but the Daodi blood power in your body is almost exhausted? And do you remember that I told you that you have a very powerful ancestor named Xiao Xian? Xiao Xian is not completely dead, and his residual soul is still in a place in the ancient world where the ancient clan is located. I take you there to let you meet your ancestor. He will give you some benefits, such as activating your Xiao clan Daodi blood, so that you have the hope of becoming another Daodi in your Xiao family in the future. Bai Ji smiled and explained slowly. Me? Become a Daodi? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Yu pointed at herself, and her pretty face was full of shock. I can't do it. How can I become a Daodi? After a moment, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly, her pretty face was full of entanglement, and she couldn't help but put a pair of jade hands in front of her and twisted them lightly, feeling very unconfident in her heart. Why can't you do it? I have already raised your cultivation talent to the top genius level, and your current cultivation is not weak either. You are already a Dozun. You have also practiced various top fighting skills. Compared with the geniuses of other top forces, you are no worse now. It's just that your past left you too much insecurity, but don't you still have me? Looking at Xiao Yu, Bai Ji couldn't help but hold Xiao Yu's hand and said very seriously. Well, Xiao Yu couldn't help but make a sound as thin as a mosquito's whistle when Bai Ji grabbed her hand and saw Bai Ji's serious eyes. Her pretty face turned slightly red and she immediately lowered her head. Looking at Xiao Yu's appearance at this time, Yun Yun and Qinglin on the side couldn't help but smile knowingly and shook their heads slightly. At this time, the Sky Demon Phoenix transformed by Feng Qing'er was still vibrating its wide wings and flying rapidly in the air. The target was the East region, the ancient realm. Chapter 1071. Arriving at the ancient saint city, the marriage proposal must be high profile. Finally here. After several days of traveling, the group finally arrived in the East region, and in front of them, the outline of a towering city gradually emerged, which made Bai Ji stand up from the back of the Sky Demon Phoenix under his seat, full of emotion. Master, have we arrived at the ancient saint city? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yun Yun, who was practicing with her eyes closed, couldn't help but stand up, her green long skirt swaying gently, with a hint of curiosity on her elegant and beautiful face, she slowly walked to Bai Ji's side, and also looked up at the city called Ancient Saint City in the distance. Ancient Saint City, this is a giant city located in the center of the east region of Zhongzhou, and this city is as its name suggests, and is related to the ancient clan, one of the 8 Dowdy families, of course, now one of the 7 Dowdy families. The entrance to the ancient world where the ancient clan is located is in this city. Okay, everyone get ready, we are about to enter the scope of the ancient Saint City. Looking at the ancient Saint City standing in the boundless grassland in the distance, shrouded in a layer of golden light, Bai Ji couldn't help but turn his head, smile slightly, and said. With Feng Qing'er's speed, the huge blue-silver sky demon phoenix soon entered the ancient city within 1,000 feet. A strong pressure was immediately suppressed, but it was offset by the momentum of Bai Ji. The ancient Saint City, as a city built by the ancient clan in ancient times. In order to deter other forces and to demonstrate its own majesty, restrictions were imposed within 1,000 feet around the ancient Saint City. If you want to fly within 1,000 feet of the ancient Saint City, you will be suppressed by the pressure. It will be difficult to fly an inch. Oh no! It is difficult to fly an inch, and the closer you are to the ancient Saint City, the heavier the pressure will be. Generally speaking, in order to express respect for the ancient clan, the forces coming to the ancient Saint City will choose to change from flying to walking within 1,000 feet. But Bai Ji came here to propose marriage to the ancient clan, so he had to be more high profile. Otherwise, it would be too boring and dull. Therefore, Bai Ji decided naturally that he would fly over under the pressure. On the one hand, this would show his own strength, and on the other hand, it would show the heavenly demon phoenix under his seat. It was not easy to subdue Feng Qing'er and cultivate Feng Qing'er to the Douzun realm. Such an excellent mount, if you don't take it out to show off, it would be a bit of a waste. So, the 4 of them stood on the back of the heavenly demon phoenix, with Bai Ji standing in the front, bursting out with a tyrannical momentum, bearing the pressure of the ancient Saint City, while Feng Qing'er flapped her wings and made a thunderous phoenix cry, and quickly approached the ancient Saint City. It is worthy of being a city built by the Dou Emperor of the ancient clan. Although it only left a trace of the power of the Dou, it has also experienced the baptism of thousands and tens of thousands of years, but I didn't expect that the pressure is still so terrifying. It is probably comparable to the pressure released by a 7 or 8 star Dou Sheng with all his strength. Standing on the back of the sky demon phoenix, Bai Ji could not help but sigh while resisting the pressure. After entering the range of the ancient Saint City within 1,000 feet, Bai Ji was able to withstand the pressure from the ancient Saint City with his own 1 star Dou Sheng's momentum in the first 700 feet, but when it came to the last 300 feet, Bai Ji could not bear it. After running the Mind Sword Body method, he used the strong sword intent that had broken through the 6th level of the Mind Sword Body method to block the pressure from the ancient Saint City. Although there was no pressure, Bai Ji still felt a little emotional. On the other side, when the Feng Qing'er Grand Sky Demon Phoenix that Bai Ji was riding on was crying from time to time, flapping its wings and approaching the ancient Saint City rapidly. At the gate of the ancient Saint City, hearing the movement from Feng Qing'er and seeing the black spot approaching rapidly in the distance, a group of figures wearing black armor and exuding cold murderous aura could not help but look up. What is that? A demon beast? There is a demon beast that can approach our ancient holy city within 1,000 feet. Hiss! The strength of this demon beast is so terrifying. A demon beast that can approach our ancient holy city within 1,000 feet must be above the Douzun level. Humph! It actually dared to fly within 1,000 feet of our ancient holy city. This is not respecting our ancient clan. No matter what kind of demon beast it is, even if it is a Douzun, it will never enter our ancient holy city. Go to the West City to invite Elder Liu Tian, wait for it to fall, and let it see. At the front of a group of black-armored figures, a handsome young man wearing light blue armor, holding a long spear, with a somewhat cold face, could not help but shout coldly. For this young man, if Bai Ji came over and saw him, he would definitely recognize him, because this was Ling Chuan, the commander of the ancient clan's black army who wanted to show off in front of him at Canaan College, but was slapped in the face by him. Yes, Commander. Hearing Lincoln's words, a soldier of the Black Annihilation Army immediately clasped his fists in response, and then prepared to leave to go to West City to invite the elders of the Semi-Saint realm to come. But before he left, the magic beast that was just a black dot in the distance had quickly approached, and in a sharp phoenix cry, the full appearance of the flying magic beast was revealed. It was a huge phoenix with a length of more than 500 meters and a wingspan of more than 1,000 meters. It was a blue-silver phoenix with golden colors, or a sky demon phoenix. Is this a Douzun level sky demon phoenix? When they saw the sky demon phoenix, all the soldiers of the Black Annihilation Army, including the leader Ling Chuan, could not help but scream in disbelief. The people of the ancient clan naturally knew about the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, a magical beast race that had a history similar to that of their own ancient clan and was also inherited from ancient times. Although the Sky Demon Phoenix no longer had the power of its bloodline ancestor in the ancient Sky Phoenix era, the strongest clan leader was only a 5-star Dou Sheng, far inferior to their ancient clan. But in Zhongzhou, it is also the top force second only to their several Dou Di families. But the problem is, this time their ancient clan's 20-year coming-of-age ceremony did not invite the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, so why did the Sky Demon Phoenix come to their ancient holy city, and even entered their ancient holy city within 1,000 feet? Could it be a deliberate provocation? But this is impossible. The Sky Demon Phoenix clan cannot be so stupid as to offend their ancient clan for no reason. Just when the soldiers of the Black Annihilation Army were puzzled, the huge blue-silver Sky Demon Phoenix finally approached within 100 meters of the ancient Saint City. At this time, a soldier of the Black Annihilation Army suddenly noticed that there was a human figure on the back of the huge Sky Demon Phoenix, so he couldn't help but screamed, "Look, there is a person on the back of this Sky Demon Phoenix. Someone!" Hearing this soldier's words, the other soldiers of the Black Annihilation Army couldn't help but look over in surprise. But before they could see clearly who the figure on the back of the Sky Demon Phoenix was, a loud shout with a faint smile suddenly exploded like thunder, resounding throughout the sky. Bai Ji, the leader of the Beatty sect, is here to visit. Chapter 1072 Goodbye Ling Chuan, has it really reached the Dou Sheng? Bai Ji, the leader of the Beatty sect. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the deputy commander of the Black Annihilation Army, Ling Chuan, who was at the forefront of the Black Annihilation Army, could not help but freeze his face. He suddenly thought of the senior who pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger and slapped him in the face. At this time, the huge silver-green Sky Demon Phoenix transformed by Feng Qing'er finally arrived at the gate of the ancient Saint City, and suddenly turned into a human form again, turning into a stream of light and falling down. On the back of the Sky Demon Phoenix, Bai Ji, Yun Yun, Qing Lin and Xiao Yu also flew down and came to the gate of the ancient Saint City. Standing in front of the gate of the ancient Saint City, looking at the group of soldiers in black armor standing at the gate of the city, Bai Ji slowly turned his sight to Ling Chuan, who was at the head of the line, and couldn't help but smile playfully. "Ling Deputy Commander Chuan, it's been a long time since we last met. I still miss you so much now." "Miss you?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, Lincoln's face twitched, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. "You disrespectful old thing, you look young and handsome, what's so great about you?" A Douzun strongman actually approached Miss Sooner, who was just a little girl since childhood and played with the cultivation of young girls. What a pervert! For a Douzun strongman like Bai Ji, Ling Chuan naturally would not believe that Bai Ji would be the same as this body on the surface, only in his 20s. On the contrary, he thought that Bai Ji must be the kind of old monster who likes to pretend to be young, and he must be hundreds of years old when he is young. Although there are few such old monsters, they are not absent. However, in a sense, he did guess right, but he also guessed wrong. Because although Bai Ji is indeed not as exaggerated as this body on the surface, only in his 20s, but definitely not as exaggerated as hundreds of years old. This body was bred by the clone magic of the original body. Starting from the time of appearance, it has actually only been 30 or 40 years since entering the Doupo Kangsheng world until now. In other words, to be precise, Bai Ji's body is actually only 30 or 40 years old, not very big, only half as old as Xiao Suner. But this is obviously nothing for a race with a long lifespan like the Gu clan. You know, Xiao Suner's father Gu Yuan was already thousands of years old when he gave birth to Xiao Suner. With Gu Yuan's cultivation, it is obviously impossible to find a wife with the same cultivation as himself. With the difficulty of breaking through the Dou Sheng realm by 1 star, even if Gu Yuan finds a wife who is also a Dou Sheng, it is likely that she is dozens or hundreds of years younger than Gu Yuan, and this is still a conservative estimate. So compared with Gu Yuan, the matter between Bai Ji and Xiao Suner can only be regarded as a big witch meeting a small witch. After cursing Bai Ji in his heart, although Ling Chuan was very angry, he did not dare to offend Bai Ji, because Bai Ji was different from Xiao Yan in the original work. In the original novel, Xiao Yan rose from a waste. Even though he got many opportunities along the way and had Yao Chen, who was at the Dozun level. As his master, he was too weak and his alchemy skills were not top-notch, so he was dispensable in the eyes of the ancient clan. But Bai Ji was different. Bai Ji had worked hard for everything, from establishing the Beatty sect to developing it into the Beatty League, and then developing the Beatty League to the point where it was comparable to the Dan Tower. With Bai Ji's alchemy level as a 9th grade alchemist, and developing the Beatty sect from nothing to the current Beatty League, one of the top forces in Zhongzhou. The potential, ability, vision and skills shown in it are enough to catch the eyes of the ancient clan. And Bai Ji's own cultivation and strength are also rapidly improving. From the strength he showed recently in the ancient ruins, he is already at the peak of Dozun 9 turn level. Such a cultivation improvement speed is so fast that it is not inferior to the high-grade Daodi bloodline owners in the ancient clan. Bai Ji also has Yun Yun, the leader of Huazong, as his disciple. This woman who inherited the mantle of the previous leader of Huazong has the potential to be at least half-saint level in the future. In addition, there is Xiao Yuxian, the poisonous girl with infinite potential. As long as she survives, she will definitely become a high-level Dousheng in the future, and Qinglin, the snake girl with 3 flower pupils of the green snake. Both of them are already at the peak of Dozun, and their strength is not weak. It is said that Bai Ji is also on good terms with the Taixu ancient dragon clan. With all these factors added up, Bai Ji is considered a sweet bun even in the eyes of the ancient clan, but not Xiao Yan, who was despised by the ancient clan in the original book. In the ancient clan, most of the elders agree with Bai Ji and Xiao Suner. As long as Bai Ji can reach an agreement with the ancient clan, marry Xiao Suner and become the son-in-law of the ancient clan, it is only a matter of time. In addition to Bai Ji's own strong strength, a small character like Ling Chuan dare not offend Bai Ji. Master Bai, you are joking. I am just an ordinary soldier of the Black Annihilation Army. I am not worth Master Bai's concern. Master Bai should hurry into the city. Our ancient clan has arranged a place for the Beatty clan to stay. Ling Chuan looked a little ugly at Bai Ji's playfulness, but he still forced a smile, bowed to Bai Ji and said, "Oh. Thank you, noble. Then I will go into the city. Commander Ling Chuan, goodbye." Hearing Lincoln's words, Bai Ji smiled slightly, said goodbye to Ling Chuan reluctantly, and then called the girls behind him to pass through the gate of the ancient saint city and enter the ancient saint city. Goodbye. I wish we would never see each other again. Ling Chuan was ashamed and angry at Bai Ji's reluctance to leave. He was the commander of the Black Annihilation Army, so he didn't want to be a grandson in front of others. Commander, is he the Bai Ji, the leader of the Beatty sect that the young lady has been talking about? He looks pretty good, but you said he is an old monster, why do I feel that his temperament is similar to ours? After Bai Ji left, a soldier of the Black Annihilation Army couldn't help but approach Ling Chuan and asked with some comments. You are stupid. If he is only a little handsome, but his every move is like an old monster, how could he be so charming to Miss Sooner? He is used to pretending to be young, so you definitely can't see it. Ling Chuan cursed with a dark face. Oh right. Commander Ling Chuan, according to the latest news from the clan, isn't this Beg sect leader only at the peak level of Dozun 9 revolutions? But with the pressure of our ancient saint city, it stands to reason that if you want to fly to the gate of ancient saint city, you need at least the aura of a 5 or 6 star Dousheng level to reach it. If it is only the strength of the peak level of Dozun 9 revolutions, even if you use the secret method to increase your strength, it is impossible to increase your aura to the level of a 5 or 6 star Dousheng. To reach the aura of a 5 or 6 star Dousheng level, you must have the cultivation of the Dousheng level. This Beg sect leader was still at the peak level of Dozun 9 revolutions not long ago. Could he be a Dousheng already? Aside, a soldier of the Black Annihilation Army recalled the pressure of the ancient saint city and Beg's performance just now, and couldn't help but frowned, saying in doubt. This is impossible. He must have used some treasure to resist the pressure from our ancient saint city. It has only been less than half a year, and he has jumped from the peak of Dozun to the Dousheng realm. How is this possible? Ling Chuan interrupted the words of the Black Annihilation Army soldier and frowned. However, although he said so, his eyes flickered and he was a little surprised. He was able to ride a flying monster to resist the pressure from our ancient saint city and arrive at the city gate. Could it be that Bai Ji has really reached the Dousheng level? But this shouldn't be the case. Volume 10 Chapter 1073 Entering the Ancient Saint City, Xiao Suners waiting with the girls, Bai Ji entered the Ancient Saint City. Compared with other large cities, the flow of people in the ancient saint city is very sparse. However, among the people coming and going, everyone's strength is extremely strong, almost all of them are fighters, and they are fighters with good strength. Although there were few people, the shops on both sides of the street were still very prosperous. This is because fighters, especially powerful fighters, have much stronger purchasing power than ordinary people. In the city, in addition to the crowds coming and going everywhere, Bai Ji also saw teams wearing black armor, riding black four-winged unicorns to patrol and maintain order. For these teams, Bai Ji knew that they were the Black Annihilation Army of the ancient clan. Not long after Bai Ji and the girls entered the ancient saint city, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the sky, and a kind old man in a white robe, white hair and white beard fell from the sky. "I am Gulin, and I meet Master Bai. Master Bai has come from the Beatty sect to our ancient saint city. Our ancient clan has already prepared a place for Master Bai and you to stay. Please follow me." Looking at Bai Ji, Gulin clasped his fists to Bai Ji, and then smiled and stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation to Bai Ji, saying, "Then thank you, noble." Bai Ji also smiled when he heard Gulin's words. Compared with the miserable Xiao Yan who was slapped in the face in the original book, his treatment was a little too superior, but he liked this feeling very much. "Please." Gilin led Bai Ji all the way to the courtyard prepared for Bai Ji and the girls. Although there were no strong restrictions in the ancient saint city, and everyone could fly, in order to avoid chaos, flying at will was prohibited in the ancient saint city. Even if it was a member of the ancient clan, they could not fly in the ancient saint city at will unless there was a particularly urgent situation. So when they were taken to the courtyard where Gilin was staying, the group walked there. On the way, while walking, Gilin smiled and introduced the various situations in the ancient saint city to Bai Ji. This enthusiastic posture seemed to be entertaining distinguished foreign guests. But this is also normal. After all, apart from other things, Bai Ji's status as the top 9th grade alchemist in Zhongzhou is worth this treatment. While introducing the various histories of the ancient saint city to Bai Ji, Gilin observed Bai Ji while occasionally glancing at Feng Qing'er who was following behind Bai Ji silently. As one of the guardian elders of the ancient saint city, Gilin naturally saw Bai Ji riding Feng Qing'er and approaching the ancient saint city rapidly from outside the ancient saint city. And compared to the group of Black Annihilation soldiers in front of the city gate, Gilin saw Bai Ji's existence earlier. But like Ling Chuan, Gilin did not think that Bai Ji could get close to the gate of the ancient saint city. Because the protective shield of the ancient saint city contains a trace of Daodi power, and the pressure released by the Daodi power forms a band that prohibits flying within 1,000 feet. If you fly, you will be under the pressure of the Daodi power. Although countless years have passed and the Daodi power in the protective shield has been consumed a lot, it still requires at least only with the aura of a 5-star Do Sheng level can one approach the gate of the ancient saint city. I didn't expect Bai Ji to be able to successfully approach it. This made Gilin look at him with some new eyes. But Gilin naturally didn't think that Bai Ji's cultivation had reached the level of a 5-star Do Sheng, that was too outrageous. You know, a few months ago, when this Bai Zongzhu went to the ancient ruins in the beast domain, his cultivation was only at the peak level of Do Zunjuzwen. But no matter how Bai Ji approached, whether it was by relying on his own strength or by other means, this was enough to prove that Bai Ji was extraordinary. Gilin also recognized the relationship between Bai Ji and Xiao Suner, so he was sent to welcome Bai Ji. But Gilin was very puzzled that Bai Ji could actually subdue the heavenly demon phoenix. Because the heavenly demon phoenix clan has always been arrogant and protective, although it is known that Bai Ji has a grudge against the heavenly demon phoenix clan, it seems not surprising that he can catch the heavenly demon phoenix, but it is very surprising that he can make the heavenly demon phoenix obediently serve as a mount. Moreover, it has never been heard that Bai Ji enslaved the heavenly demon phoenix before, but now he is riding the heavenly demon phoenix to the ancient saint city of their ancient clan so brazenly. Isn't he afraid of trouble from the protective heavenly demon phoenix clan? Although he was very curious, Gulin did not ask, but politely sent Bai Ji and the girls to the courtyard where they stayed, and then told Bai Ji the time when the ancient world would open, and then left. Now that he has received Bai Ji, he still needs to pass Bai Ji's news back to the ancient world and let someone tell the long-awaited eldest lady Xiao Suner. Not long after, in the ancient world, on a mountain surrounded by clouds and mist, Xiao Suner was sitting cross-legged on a round blue stone not far from the cliff, practicing with her eyes closed, and behind her was an endless green grassland and a sea of colorful flowers. Among them, there were also sparsely growing tall trees with lush branches and leaves. Miss, Lord Baiji has arrived at the ancient saint city and will enter the ancient world soon. This time, Lord Baiji also brought Miss Yun Yun, Miss Qinglin, Miss Xiao Yu, and a woman from the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. Among them, the woman from the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan is the mount that came here, and if the information I have found is correct, this woman from the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan should be the key to the conflict between Lord Baiji and the Fenglai Pavilion and the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, Feng Qing'er. Silently coming behind Xiao Suner, Ling Ying began to report on Baiji's situation, but at the end, Ling Ying's face couldn't help but become a little strange. Because Fenglai Pavilion instigated the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan and the Beatty sect to confront each other because of Feng Qing'er, but to the outside world, the Beatty sect has always denied that Feng Qing'er was captured. And because of the perception that the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan has always been domineering, most people actually think that Baiji did not capture Feng Qing'er. But unexpectedly, Feng Qing'er was actually captured by Baiji. I knew it was brother Xiao Bai who took her away. Hearing Ling Ying's words, Xiao Suner couldn't help but smile on her beautiful face, which was as elegant as a green lotus. Because she had spent a lot of time with Baiji, Xiao Suner knew Baiji's character very well. Baiji was always fearless and had a strong desire for revenge. But since he had offended Fenglai Pavilion, he would definitely not let him go back after meeting the genius of Fenglai Pavilion. He just didn't expect that there was a Tianyao Phoenix clan behind him. By the way, did those guys in the ancient saint city cause trouble to brother Xiao Bai? As if she thought of something, Xiao Suner's heart moved and she couldn't help asking. No. Ling Ying smiled helplessly. Miss, the current strength of the Beg sect master is not weak even in my clan. Those little guys, how dare they offend the Beg sect master? That's good. Hearing Ling Ying's answer, Xiao Suner nodded with satisfaction. But Miss, Lord Baiji's performance this time seems a little unusual. When he was heading to the ancient saint city, he should have walked within 1,000 feet of the ancient saint city, but Lord Baiji insisted on withstanding the pressure of our ancient saint city and rode the sky demon phoenix transformed by Feng Qing'er all the way to the gate of our ancient saint city. Such performance seems a little too high profile. Thinking of the news from Guilin, Ling Ying couldn't help but frowned and said. High profile? Then he may have something important to do. Xiao Suner smiled brightly on her pretty face and said. Sister Suner, is the master coming? While Xiao Suner and Ling Ying were chatting, a red shadow suddenly flashed into Xiao Suner's arms from the side. It was a little girl wearing a golden red long skirt with a pair of golden red fox ears and fox tail. Huoer, he's coming soon, let's wait a little longer. Holding the little girl in her arms, Xiao Suner smiled calmly, then reached out and rubbed the little girl's head, saying lovingly. The little girl in her arms was naturally not a human, but the elf fire fox that Baiji gave to Xiao Suner when he was in the Xiao family. Of course, it has already evolved into the final form of the long-tailed fire fox, and has taken the transformation pill to successfully transform. Chapter 1074 The ancient Dowdy family has arrived and entered the ancient world. Since entering the ancient saint city, several days have passed in a flash. During these few days, everything was calm, and no one wanted to teach Baiji a lesson. In these few days, many people from other Dowdy families also came to the ancient saint city one after another. Although some of them from the Soul clan had some ill intentions towards Baiji, they did not dare to provoke Baiji casually in the territory of the ancient clan. After all the invited forces arrived at the ancient saint city, the ancient world will be opened. On this day, someone came to the city center of the ancient saint city early. Here, there is an endless blue lake, the lake water is clear and blue, and it looks like a huge sapphire from the sky, which looks extremely beautiful. But this is not the reason why everyone came to the lake. The reason for coming to the lake is because the entrance to the ancient world is here. Master, is the entrance to the ancient world really here? Sitting on a grass slope by the lake, looking at the endless blue lake in front of him, Kinglin couldn't help hugging his knees, his light green eyes full of surprise and curiosity. Hehe, of course it's here. If it's not here, why did the ancient tribe let us come here? Did they let us enjoy the scenery? In response to Kinglin's curiosity, Baiji lay on the grass slope, squinting his eyes, resting his head on Feng Qing'er's slender legs, enjoying the soft sunlight and warm breeze, while his eyes slowly swept over the ancient tribe's black army that was maintaining order around not far away, and said lazily. That's right. Kinglin held her cheeks with her hands and nodded in agreement. Okay. Is everyone here? While waiting, with a burst of air-breaking sounds, a black shadow finally fell from the sky and landed in the sky in the center of the lake, speaking loudly to the surroundings. Bai Ji's eyes moved, and he immediately recognized that the person in the center of the lake was the elder Gillen who received them a few days ago. On the other side, after arriving at the center of the lake and confirming that everyone had arrived, Gillen immediately spoke again. Since you are here, I will announce something. First, the space gate leading to the ancient world will be opened soon. However, please do not run around when you enter our ancient world, because our ancient world is vast and there are many dangerous places. If you run around randomly when you enter the ancient world, if there is any accident, our ancient clan will not be responsible. Second, in our ancient world, in addition to our ancient clan, there are also ancient clan people. Please do not disturb these people. If someone disturbs them, then depending on the severity of the situation, they may be blacklisted by our ancient clan. I believe you should know the consequences of being blacklisted, so I will not say more here. Master, what are ancient clan people? Listening to Gulin's words, Qinglin couldn't help but get close to Bai Ji and asked with confusion. The descendants of the ancient clan are people who have the blood of the ancient clan, but the blood in their bodies is already very thin, and they can hardly enjoy the benefits of the ancient clan's dowdy blood. Of course, even so, it is still many times better than the Xiao family where Xiao Yu is. However, because there are so many of these people, there are always some people who have reactivated the blood of the ancient clan in their bodies due to various opportunities or blood mutations. And these people will be promoted by the ancient clan and officially become members of the ancient clan. Therefore, the descendants of the ancient clan are equivalent to the backup members of the ancient clan. The ancient clan will naturally not let us disturb them. Bai Ji smiled lightly. However, Bai Ji only said part of it. The main reason why the ancient clan did not let them get close to the descendants of the ancient clan was that they were afraid that they would pollute the blood of the descendants of the ancient clan. After Bai Ji explained to Qinglin, the elder Gillen, who was stepping in the sky in the center of the lake, finally finished speaking loudly about the matters that needed to be notified in advance before entering the ancient world. Okay, everyone get ready, the space gate to the ancient world will open soon. After saying this, Gillen immediately spoke loudly while quickly forming seals with both hands, and finally stretched out his hand and shot a stream of light into the blue lake below. This was like conveying some kind of message, or turning on some kind of switch. The originally calm blue lake suddenly rippled, and then violently surged. Finally, a huge beam of light suddenly shot up from the bottom of the lake, shot into the sky, and connected with the protective shield in the sky of the ancient saint city. As the beam of light shot out from the bottom of the lake and connected with the protective shield of the ancient saint city, the space in the air above the lake suddenly emitted a space fluctuation of a distance, and then a huge crack suddenly tore open, as if opening a void door to an unknown space. Okay, everyone hurry in. After the space gate to the ancient world opened, Gillen shouted loudly. After hearing Gillen's words, the people waiting around the lake suddenly shot up, turned into streams of light, and rushed towards the space gate. Yuner, Qinglin, Xiaoyu, let's go too. After seeing the space door open, Bai Ji stretched his body, lifted his head from Feng Qing'er's legs, and stood up. Qing'er, take us over. Looking at the space gate in the lake, Bai Ji looked at Feng Qing'er behind him. A touch of unnaturalness flashed across Feng Qing'er's cold and noble face, but she still obediently turned back into the true body of the heavenly demon phoenix. After Bai Ji, Yun, Qinglin and Xiao Yu all got on the back of the heavenly demon phoenix, Feng Qing'er suddenly flapped her wings and flew up, instantly turning into a stream of light, like a cyan silver lightning flashing towards the space gate. And seeing Bai Ji and others riding the heavenly demon phoenix into the space gate. Following behind him, the Black Annihilation Army preparing to enter the space gate, several Black Annihilation Army commanders looked very ugly and unhappy. Damn old monster, he is really good at pretending. As the young generation with extraordinary talents in the ancient clan, they naturally have ideas about Xiao Suner, but who knew that Xiao Suner would be beaten to the punch by Bai Ji? Bai Ji later showed all kinds of extraordinary talents, which successfully won the approval of most of the senior leaders of the ancient clan for his relationship with Xiao Suner. If they wanted to make trouble, they had to abide by the rules. But under the rules, they were only at the Douzun level. It was impossible for them to be opponents of Bai Ji, who was at the peak of Douzun level, so they could only endure it. However, Bai Ji didn't know about these enemies who hated him so much. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. Riding on the huge blue-silver sky demon phoenix, after passing through the space gate, Bai Ji's eyes suddenly became clear. All around him were endless blue sky and white clouds, and below were the same endless grasslands and forests. The air was filled with much more dense energy of heaven and earth than the outside world. Needless to say, this is naturally the ancient world. Chapter 1075 Goodbye Sooner, it seems small? Such a dense energy of heaven and earth, it is worthy of being the ancient world. The concentration of heaven and earth energy here is at least several times higher than that of the outside world. As Bai Ji rode the heavenly demon phoenix and passed through the space gate first, the other people from the major forces who were invited also passed through the space gate and entered the ancient world, and they could not help but marvel. However, of course, this did not include people from other dowdy families. Most of those who were amazed were representatives sent by ordinary forces in Zhongzhou. Okay. Everyone, be quiet, we haven't reached our destination yet. Don't run around, the ship to pick us up will be here soon. Seeing that after entering the ancient world, many people looked around and were curious about everything, Gillen couldn't help but said loudly. After hearing Gillen's words, some people followed Gillen's sight and saw that in the distance, a dark cloud was floating here quickly. Oh no! It didn't seem to be a dark cloud. A closer look showed that it was a dozen huge black warships. And around the black warships, there was a thick black atmosphere, which looked like dark clouds. Seeing that the ancient clan actually used flying boats to welcome guests, many people couldn't help but exclaimed. And soon, more than a dozen black warships came in front of everyone. Okay, everyone is ready to get on board. After the black warship arrived, Gillen suddenly spoke loudly, and after waving his hand, he turned into a stream of light and quickly landed on one of the black warships. Seeing Gillen's action, the rest of the people also followed and landed on the black warships, including Bai Ji and others. After pretending to be cool, seeing that there was a boat coming to pick them up, Bai Ji asked Feng Qing'er to turn into a human form again, and then the group also landed on a warship. Let's go! After seeing everyone on board, with Gillen's loud shout, more than a dozen warships suddenly turned slowly, and then a burst of space fluctuations suddenly emanated from the surroundings. In the violent space fluctuations, with a ripple in the space, more than a dozen black warships suddenly sailed into the void and entered a dark and empty place. This is not a flying boat, but a shuttle boat. It was discovered that although more than a dozen black warships came here by flying, they suddenly shuttled into the void when they were about to return. Some people who knew the goods among them could not help but exclaimed loudly. Hearing this person's exclamation, the Black Annihilation Army soldiers guarding around the shuttle sky boat could not help but stand up straight, and each of them showed a hint of pride on their faces, obviously proud of their origins from the ancient clan. Shuttle sky boat, a ship that can shuttle through the void? It's really amazing. Seeing that the black warship could actually travel in the void, and the speed was very fast, almost as fast as that of a Dozun strongman, Kinglan couldn't help but be very surprised. I am also very interested in it. Hearing Kinglan's words, Bai Ji also smiled, and released his mental power to cover the black warship where he was, and checked the structure of the shuttle sky boat. The structure and the specific magic patterns on it, while opening the silver eyes of delusion, observing the surroundings with interest, trying to see the composition materials of the shuttle boat. For this kind of strange means of transportation, Bai Ji, who traveled from the infrastructure crazy demon country, has always been very interested. The shuttle boat is very fast. After traveling through the long void, the surroundings suddenly light up again. It turned out that the shuttle boat left the void and reappeared in the ancient world. After the shuttle boat returned to the ancient world, in the distance, an endless vast mountain range appeared in front of everyone. And in the mountains, there are many magnificent and gorgeous buildings, and there are many strong auras. This is obviously where the ancient clan lives. Haha! Dear guests, welcome to our ancient clan. After the shuttle boat finally stopped above the mountain range, looking at the square below, Gillen couldn't help but open his arms and laughed. Let's go, it's time to go down. Seeing that they had arrived at the ancient tribe, Bai Ji stretched his body and said to the four girls beside him while preparing to fly down the shuttle boat. Brother Xiao Bai. Just as Bai Ji was about to leave the shuttle boat, accompanied by a familiar voice of surprise, a group of people slowly walked out of the forest behind the square. The girl in the front row was a girl, wearing a light blue long skirt, with 3,000 black hair casually draped over her shoulders, graceful figure, ethereal and elegant temperament, and beautiful face that could overwhelm the country. At this moment, the girl's beautiful face was full of joy and excitement, her white hands were clasped tightly in front of her chest a little nervously, and she couldn't help but look at Bai Ji who was on the shuttle boat. Suner, I'm here. Seeing Xiao Suner standing in the square below, Bai Ji's steps to get off the shuttle boat could not help but pause slightly, and smiled at Xiao Suner on the ground. Brother Xiao Bai. Although it was just a simple sentence, Xiao Suner's beautiful eyes suddenly turned red. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Is this guy the Bai Ji? He looks good, the best looking pretty boy I've ever seen, but he's just an ordinary person. In my opinion, he's still not worthy of Suner. Behind the crowd where Xiao Suner was, a young man wearing the standard armor of the Black Annihilation Army said coldly. And he's obviously an old monster at the Douzun level, but he approached Suner when she was a child and won her heart. How despicable! Gu Yao, you should say less. After all, he has been recognized by most of the elders in the clan. His identity as a 9th grade alchemist alone is enough to shut up the clan. Although his strength is only at the peak of the Douzun level, which is a bit low, he is still better than us. Beside him, another young man wearing the standard armor of the Black Annihilation Army couldn't help but sigh, and said with a complicated look in his eyes. Humph! Douzun peak 9 turns? It's just an inferior product piled up by age and elixirs. If he is the same age as me, I can let him rub him on the ground with one hand. Gu Yao folded his arms, still with a sneer on his face, not admitting defeat at all. Can't he complain if he can't win the fight? Although complaining in his heart still can't change the result, at least scolding will make him feel better. Elder Mo, can you tell his bone age? While Gu Yao was complaining, behind Xiao Suner, a handsome man with simple clothes, like an ordinary middle-aged man, looked at Xiao Suner and said to an old man beside him. At this time, beside the middle-aged man, the old man named Elder Mo's eyes were shining with white light, and runes were flashing in them, as if he was performing some special pupil technique. After a while, the white light in the old man's eyes gradually faded, revealing his original appearance, and he couldn't help but say to the middle-aged man with some hesitation. Clan leader, this Bai Ge clan leader doesn't seem to be as old as rumored. His bone age seems to be only 43 years old. Chapter 1076, I want to propose marriage as promised. Only 43 years old. Hearing the words of the elder beside him, Gu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. He thought Bai Ge was at least 70 years old. You know, in the Duki continent, except for those of them from the Dowdy family, they can cultivate to Douzun in their 20s because of the help of the Dowdy bloodline in their bodies. Other ordinary people who want to break through to the Douzun realm often need countless years. Those who can break through to the Douzun level in their 50s are already top geniuses. Bai Ge appeared in the Jiama Empire a few years before Xiao Suner was born, and then lived with Xiao Suner for more than 10 years, plus the time he came to Zhongzhou. If Bai Ge spent 50 years to cultivate to the Douzun level, then all these years added up, Bai Ge's age should be at least over 70 years old. But unexpectedly, I guessed it wrong. The Bai Ge in front of him was only in his 40s. Although he was still older than his daughter Xiao Suner, he was already very old. Limit. At least he can cultivate to the 9th level of Douzun in his 40s. This is a first-class genius even in the ancient clan. I didn't expect that. I underestimated him. Looking at Bai Ge, Gu Yuan couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. Originally, for Bai Ge, he and the entire ancient clan valued Bai Ge's status as a 9th grade alchemist the most. Unexpectedly, Bai Ge's cultivation talent was so amazing. He could cultivate to the peak 9th level of Douzun in his 40s. With his status as a 9th grade alchemist, it is entirely possible that he could cultivate to the Doshang level before the age of 100. While Gu Yuan was sighing in his heart, Bai Ge had already jumped down from the shuttle boat and landed steadily on the square below. And seeing Bai Ge coming down, Xiao Suner couldn't help but rush into Bai Ge's arms with a burst of fragrance under her thoughts. Brother Xiao Bai. Burying her head in Bai Ge's arms, feeling the warmth in Bai Ge's arms and smelling the familiar scent of Bai Ge, Xiao Suner's beautiful and refined face was full of happiness and joy. Master. After Xiao Suner threw herself into Bai Ge's arms, with a burst of excited and tender girl's voice, a red shadow also pounced on Bai Ge and hugged Bai Ge's thighs tightly. You are. Seeing the red-skirted fox-eared Lolita hugging his thighs, Bai Ge was stunned for a moment. He felt a vague connection from this little Lolita. It's me. Master, I'm the Fire Fox. Finding that Bai Ge didn't recognize him, Huo'er's pair of golden-red fox ears drooped down a little dejectedly, and his delicate and cute little face was full of unhappiness. Are you a fire fox? Sorry, you've changed so much. I can't recognize you after not seeing you for a long time. Hearing Huo'er's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile and shook his head, and reached out to rub the little Lolita's head. Sister Sooner gave me the transformation pill, so I could transform, and gave me a name. I'm now Huo'er. How about it, Master, is this name nice? Fire Fox. Oh no. It's the fairy tale Fire Fox, Huo'er said happily. Nice. Bai Ji smiled at Huo'er, rubbed the fox-eared little Lolita's head, and then looked up at the people of the ancient clan who walked out of the forest in front of him. When he saw a middle-aged man at the head who seemed ordinary but could not detect his depth at all, Bai Ji's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Could this be Gu Yuan? As if he felt Bai Ji's gaze, Gu Yuan couldn't help but smile faintly at Bai Ji. After Bai Ji landed on the square, the rest of the people on the shuttle boat also got off the shuttle boat and landed on the vast square below. Among them were people from other dowdy families and representatives from some top forces in Zhongzhou. This guy actually seduced the little princess of the ancient clan, it's incredible. Seeing Xiao Sooner intimately nestled in Bai Ji's arms, a young man in red couldn't help but be surprised. As a member of the ancient clan, he had also heard about Xiao Sooner, who was the best person of the ancient clan's generation. He didn't expect that this flower was not picked by the young generation of the ancient clan, but was picked by an outsider. 9th grade alchemist, this is enough to catch the eyes of the ancient clan, but if he wants to really marry this little princess of the ancient clan, his current strength is far from enough. Next to the young man in red, a woman in a red skirt said in a light tone. Oh! Huoji, do you know the leader of the Beatty clan? Hearing the words of the woman Huoji next to him, the young man in red Huoxian couldn't help but be a little surprised. His sister has always been interested in cultivation. Even if she doesn't care much about the people and things in the clan, she will pay attention to other people. Know something? I am very interested in his strange fire. It is said that his strange fire is a fusion of 8 different kinds of strange fire. If so, the power of his strange fire is probably enough to rank in the top 3 in the strange fire list. Huoji's face was calm, but when she mentioned the strange fire, a trace of heat suddenly flashed across her beautiful eyes. As a member of the Yan clan among the 8 dowdy families, they have always had a fanatical pursuit of strange fire. In the ancient Saint Mountains, on a vast square. After everyone landed on the square from the shuttle boat slowly turned and drove in another direction. And in the square below, a large number of black annihilation troops gathered again and surrounded the square, as if to protect the safety of these distinguished guests invited by the ancient clan. But in fact, these black annihilation army is preventing these invited people from leaving the ancient Saint Mountains and disturbing the ancient people in the ancient world, and also preventing these people from secretly leaving and finding a place to hide and not wanting to go back. You know, the energy concentration of the ancient world is several times higher than that of the outside world. If you practice here, the speed of practice will be several times that of the outside world. It has happened before that the invited people hid in the ancient world and practiced for a long time. It was discovered a few years later. Because it was just cultivation, the ancient clan couldn't punish him. After all, if he was punished for just absorbing some of the energy of heaven and earth in their ancient world, it would make the ancient clan seem too stingy. But if it continues like this, it will also harm the interests of the ancient clan, so it must not be tolerated. And it is precisely because of this that every time the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony is about to be held, when the invited guests go to the ancient world, the Black Annihilation Army will follow them all the way, in order to prevent such things from happening again. After everyone got off the shuttle boat, Yun Yun, Qing Lin, Xiao Yu, and Feng Qing'er also came behind Bai Ji. Seeing Xiao Yu, Xiao Sooner immediately smiled and greeted him. Sooner, is that your father? While Xiao Sooner was talking to Xiao Yu, Bai Ji couldn't help but look at Gu Yuan in the distance and asked in a low voice. Yes. That's my father. What's wrong, brother Xiao Bai, do you want to talk to my father? Xiao Sooner was a little curious. Chat? You can say that, but to be precise, I want to propose to your father. Didn't I say that when I get a foothold in Zhongzhou and meet again, I will definitely propose to your family? Now, the time is ripe. As he said that, Bai Ji smiled and walked towards Gu Yuan in the crowd in the distance. Brother Xiao Bai. Chapter 1077 Do Sheng Strength? I just reached it. Gusheng Mountains, on the vast square. Seeing Bai Ji actually walking towards him, and his daughter behind him still calling anxiously, Gu Yuan couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what is he going to do? In Gu Yuan's puzzled eyes, Bai Ji walked in front of him. Excuse me, is the senior Suner's father, Senior Gu Yuan? Looking at the seemingly ordinary Gu Yuan in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but bow slightly, and then smiled. That's right. I'm Suner's father. What do you want to talk to me about? Although Gu Yuan was quite satisfied with Bai Ji after learning that he was only in his 40s and could reach the peak of Dozun at the age of 40, and his alchemy skills had also reached the 9th level, as a father, Gu Yuan would definitely not smile when his own little Bai was taken away by others, and said coldly. I came here to propose marriage to Senior Gu Yuan. Bai Ji smiled slightly and said slowly. Propose marriage? Gu Yuan did not answer immediately after hearing Bai Ji's words, but the elder of the Gu clan beside him could not help but exclaimed loudly. And this shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the square. Whether it was the 2 Shura commanders of the Black Annihilation Army in the Gu clan behind him, or the rest of the Dowdy family, or the representatives of many major forces invited to participate in the Gu clan's coming-of-age ceremony. All eyes were focused on Bai Ji and Gu Yuan for a while. This guy is proposing marriage now? Although he has been recognized by most of the elders in the clan, our ancient clan still respects strength. The status of a 9th grade alchemist can only make him eligible to marry sooner, but if he wants to really marry sooner, it is impossible without the strength of Dosheng level. Proposing marriage now, I'm afraid he is thinking too much. Behind the ancient clan members, Gu Yao, the commander of the Black Annihilation Army, couldn't help but say coldly with jealousy. You want to marry sooner? Feeling the gazes from all around, Gu Yuan's face remained normal and said indifferently. Yes, please allow me, uncle. Bai Ji bowed slightly to Gu Yuan, and then clapped his hands. As Bai Ji clapped his hands, Qinglin immediately activated the green snake 3-flower pupils and summoned all 7 Dozun strong men he had subdued. Then, together with Yun Yun, the two jumped and instantly arrived in the sky. Our sect leader Bai Ji and Gu Suner of the ancient clan have known each other for many years and have long admired each other. Today, I have come to the ancient clan to propose marriage. The betrothal gifts are, 1 9th grade Suan Dan, 3 boxes of 8th grade elixirs, 52 boxes of 7th grade elixirs, 2 volumes of heaven level fighting skills, 52 volumes of earth level fighting skills and some other elixirs. With a group of Dozun level snake monsters, after leaping into the sky, Qinglin immediately took out a betrothal gift list and read it loudly. As Qinglin shouted out, under the gaze of everyone, Yun Yun took out the jade box containing the 9th grade elixir beast and opened it. A 9th grade Suan Dan in the shape of a white little beast, lying in the jade box and sleeping soundly, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. After hearing the words of their master Qinglin, a group of Dozun level snake monsters also took out boxes one by one, and then opened them, revealing the jade bottles full of them, exuding a strong elixir fragrance. These are boxes containing various elixirs. Among them, there was a Dozun level snake monster, who took out the brocade box containing 2 heaven level Do skills scrolls, and then opened it, revealing the 2 heaven level scrolls inside. 9 grade Suan Dan and heaven level scrolls, where did this Beatty sect get them from? So many good things. On the side, when Qinglin read out the betrothal gifts of Beatty sect, the representatives sent by some top forces in Zhongzhou couldn't help but take a breath. 9th grade Suan Dan and Tianjia scrolls are things that are difficult for them, the top forces in Zhongzhou, to get. Although Beatty sect has developed well and is now approaching Danta, it has just been established not long ago, and its foundation is definitely insufficient. Where did it get so many good things? However, compared with the representatives of the top forces in Zhongzhou, some people from the Dowdy family who were watching around were also very surprised, but not so unbelievable. Of course, most of the ancient clan members were the same. As for Gu Yuan, he still had his hands behind his back, and his face basically did not change at all, as if he was not moved by Bai Ji's betrothal gifts at all. Is that all? After Qinglin finished reading, Gu Yuan looked at Bai Ji and said slowly. That's all. These are the limits of what our Beatty sect can offer, but this is just to show sincerity. For the ancient clan, it is naturally not worth mentioning. Bai Ji smiled and said. Of course, as long as you understand. 9th grade elixir and heavenly scroll are indeed very precious. Any of the things you took out can cause a bloody storm in Zhongzhou. But for our ancient clan, although these are of some value, they are just that. Whether it is 9th grade elixir or heavenly scroll, our ancient clan has no shortage. If you want to marry sooner, these are far from enough. Looking at Bai Ji, Gu Yuan put his hands behind his back, his simple clothes swaying gently in the wind, his handsome face was still full of indifference, and he said slowly. Then what conditions are needed to marry sooner? Do I have to prove my strength and defeat all the young generations of your ancient clan? Or? After listening to Gu Yuan's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile, and then his eyes slowly swept over the surrounding Black Annihilation Army, as well as the two Black Annihilation Army Shuritu Tong Gu Yao and Gu Xing behind Gu Yuan. This guy. Regarding Bai Ji's words, he found that Bai Ji's eyes were very casual, as if he didn't care about him at all. Gu Yao felt insulted and couldn't help but look ugly and angry. No one has ever dared to ignore him like this. You do need to prove your strength. But the younger generation of our Gu clan is not a tool to prove your strength. You are not of Gu clan blood. If you want to marry sooner, you must meet a hard condition, that is, to reach the level of Do Sheng. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Gu Yuan shook his head lightly, then squinted at Bai Ji and said slowly. Reach Do Sheng? This is too difficult. After Gu Yuan's words, the crowd on the square couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. They obviously felt that the conditions proposed by Gu Yuan were very difficult. Because in the whole Zhongzhou, except for these Dowdy families and the Tianye Huang clan and Zhuyu Daiming Python clan that have also been passed down from ancient times, there are almost no forces that have Do's Hung. Only Danta Danta is said to have Do's Hung strong men, but no one has ever seen it. It is very likely that it is closed. As for the mysterious Soul Palace, no one knows whether there is a Do's Hung, but since the Soul Palace can be compared with Danta, most people still believe that there is a Do's Hung in the Soul Palace. But in the huge Zhongzhou, except for these major Dowdy families, there are almost no Do's Hung strongmen. It can be seen how difficult it is to become a Do's Hung strongman. However, Bai Ji suddenly laughed when he heard Gu Yuan's words. As long as you reach Do's Hung, it will be fine? Then I'm really lucky. Just a few months ago, I just broke through Do's Hung. After saying that, Bai Ji smiled and released his aura with all his strength. In an instant, a terrifying aura as vast as the abyss suddenly burst out from his body, and then instantly soared into the sky, and the wind and clouds changed color for a moment. Sensing the aura released by Bai Ji, Gu Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. The elders of the ancient clan, the ancient demon, and Gu Xing's behind him all widened their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. No. Didn't this guy say that he was only at the peak of Do's 9 turns a few months ago? It's only been a few months now, how can he be a Do Sheng? This is impossible. Chapter 1078 Agree, New Conditions. Brother Xiao Bai is only at the peak of Do's 9 turns, when did he become a Do Sheng? In the square, sensing the amazing momentum released by Bai Ji, watching the wind and clouds surging around and the sudden change of the sky, Xiao Suner murmured, her beautiful face full of disbelief. Because of her concern for Bai Ji, Xiao Suner always asked her subordinates to pay attention to Bai Ji. According to the news she got, Bai Ji was only at the peak of Do's 9 turns when he went to the ancient ruins of the Beast Domain a few months ago. How could he suddenly become Do Sheng now? But because this is a good thing. After a moment of disbelief in her heart, Xiao Suner was immediately filled with pride and joy. This is what she likes. Men. The reason why the ancient clan agreed to her and Bai Ji's relationship before was mainly because Bai Ji was a 9th grade alchemist, and the importance of a 9th grade alchemist to the ancient clan was higher than that of a Do Sheng. But because of the Do Chi continent, strength is still respected after all. If Bai Ji wants to really marry her, he still has to wait until he becomes a Do Sheng. In this way, the ancient clan will truly recognize Bai Ji, and Bai Ji will be able to marry her. However, as if she thought of something, Xiao Suner's beautiful eyes like autumn water suddenly flashed with a trace of worry. Becoming a Do Sheng would certainly be recognized by the ancient clan and be qualified to marry him. But if you want to marry him with the strength of just breaking through the Do Sheng, you can only choose to join the ancient clan. In a sense, this is similar to marrying into the family. Based on Bai Ji's personality, she knows that he will most likely not agree. And if he wants to marry her back to the Beatty sect, Bai Ji must be able to defeat his father Gu Yuan. But Bai Ji is definitely unable to do it now, and I hope nothing unexpected will happen later. This guy has become a Do Sheng, what a joke. Behind the ancient clan, he found that countless people in the square looked at Bai Ji with shock and admiration, and Gu Yao's face was particularly ugly. Because Bai Ji captured Xiao Suner's heart, he has always been very unhappy with Bai Ji, but because of his lack of strength, he did not dare to provoke Bai Ji. Not only would he suffer a loss and be humiliated, but he would also be punished in the clan. Although the 9th grade alchemist is only 1 grade higher than the 8th grade alchemist, the status between the two is completely incomparable. In the past, he could still comfort his injured self-esteem by saying that Bai Ji was an old monster, because he was older than him, so his cultivation was higher than him. But now, he found that Bai Ji was actually a Dousheng. And the Dousheng is not like an ordinary Dozun or a semi-saint. If you want to break through from a semi-saint to a Dousheng, you need not only the accumulation of Douqi in your body, but also the perception of space. If a fighter at the peak of the semi-saint level wants to break through to the Dousheng level, he may not be able to break through even after practicing for 100 years if his aptitude is not enough. The Dou Emperor bloodline of the ancient clan has been passed down for countless years, and the power of the bloodline has long been weakened. It has reached its limit to support them to practice to the semi-saint level. It is also very difficult for them, who are considered geniuses in the ancient clan, to practice to the Dousheng level in the future. It is precisely because the Dousheng level is equally difficult for the people of the ancient clan to break through, and the Dousheng is the ceiling of the current Zhongzhou strongmen and the key force to maintain and protect the ancient world. The ancient clan will use whether or not to reach the Dousheng level as the threshold for marrying an ancient clan woman. Bai Ji can break through to the Dousheng level, which may not be achieved by the ancient demon for hundreds of years, which makes the ancient demon feel extremely embarrassed. Because in the future, he can no longer use Bai Ji's age to comfort his injured self-esteem. Of course, it doesn't work now. You have reached Dousheng, you are very good. Sensing Bai Ji's Dousheng level momentum, Gu Yuan put his hands behind his back. His handsome face still had a calm expression, but he couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and then slowly said, "You are qualified to marry sooner, but I am very curious. According to the news from our Gu clan, your cultivation level was only Dozun Peak 9 turns level a few months ago. Why have you reached Dousheng now? Have you hidden your strength?" Senior Gu Yuan misunderstood. "A few months ago, I was indeed only Dozun Peak 9 turns level, but I accidentally got the blood essence of Huangchuan Demon Saint. After refining the blood essence, I broke through from Dozun Peak 9 turns realm to Dousheng realm." In response to Gu Yuan's inquiry, Bai Ji smiled and answered, "Huangchuan Demon Saint? Is it Huangchuan Demon Saint, a half-step Dou Emperor strongman in ancient times?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, Gu Yuan's face was a little moved. A half-step Daudi level warrior is basically the limit of what the world can accommodate now. Even he has to look at it sideways, because if the world does not change drastically, he may very well become a Daudi. "Yes, it's the Huangchuan Demon Saint." Seeing Gu Yuan's slightly changed expression, Bai Ji smiled and nodded. "You are very lucky, but luck is also a part of strength, and breaking through Dousheng is not just about the accumulation of a large amount of Douqi, the key is also the comprehension of the power of space. You can break through directly. It seems that your comprehension of the power of space is already very mature. Since you can get his blood essence, you should have obtained his inheritance. The strongest fighting skill of Huangchuan Demon Saint is Huangchuan Tianu, which is a very rare soul attack type Daudi, which is in line with the characteristics of your powerful soul power as a 9th grade alchemist. For you, it can be said to be like adding wings to a tiger." After a moment of silence, Gu Yuan couldn't help but look at Bai Ji deeply, and then said, "I agree to your marriage with Sooner. From today on, you are the son-in-law of our Gu clan, but if you want to take Sooner away from here, your current strength is far from enough. Now, you can choose to stay in our Gu clan and keep Sooner company, but if you want to take Sooner away, you have to wait until you are strong enough to defeat I. We'll talk about it later." Agreed. He actually agreed. The sect master broke through the Dousheng and became the son-in-law of the ancient clan. This Beatty sect is incredible. I must report to the sect master when I go back and make friends with the Beatty sect. This Beatty sect will definitely surpass Danta and Soul Palace in the future. Hearing that Gu Yuan actually agreed to the marriage of Bai Ji and Xiao Sooner, the square suddenly became noisy. Many men looked at Bai Ji with incredible eyes, and they couldn't help but take a breath. And many women who came to the ancient clan looked at Xiao Sooner with envy. For them, a man like Bai Ji, who is handsome and extremely powerful, is also a dream lover. But unfortunately, this dream lover now belongs to someone else. Tisk. Hearing that someone beside him actually thought that the Beatty sect could surpass the Soul Palace, a figure wearing a black robe and hidden in the darkness could not help but sneer with disdain. This today I really witnessed a miracle. The little princess of the ancient clan is going to marry out. Even if it is placed in all our dowdy families, this is probably the first time in all these years. Hearing that Gu Yuan agreed to the marriage of Bai Ji and Xiao Suner, Huo Xian, who was wearing a scarlet robe, couldn't help shaking his head, his face full of emotion. On the side, Huo Ji, who was wearing a fiery red dress, looked at Bai Ji and nodded silently, with a trace of regret in her eyes. For Bai Ji, if possible, she actually had some ideas. After all, Bai Ji's appearance, talent and strength are not bad, the key is he has a special fire that is a fusion of 8 kinds of fire. As a member of the Yan clan, she is very interested in this. Douluo's lottery system of the heaven/book/64934/. Chapter 1079 9th grade alchemist and Do Sheng, this is really awesome. Senior Gu Yuan, since you and the Gu clan value my strength more, can I take back this betrothal gift? Although these betrothal gifts are not worth mentioning to the Gu clan, they are a big burden for our Beatty clan. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, he focused on his 9th grade alchemist status and Do Sheng level strength. He didn't seem to care much about the betrothal gifts. Looking at Gu Yuan's indifferent expression, Bai Ji couldn't help but have a joking thought in his heart and said softly. Bai Ji's words made Gu Yuan's face darken, his mouth twitched a few times, and he glared at Bai Ji with some displeasure. I have agreed to your marriage with Suner, and you still call me senior? In addition, do you think that proposing marriage is just playing house and the betrothal gifts can be taken back? No way. Although your betrothal gifts are average, this is a major event in Suner's life. I will take them for her. As he said that, Gu Yuan waved his sleeves with a snort, signaling the elders beside him to take away the betrothal gifts in Kinglan and Yunyun's hands, and not to leave any for Bai Ji. Okay. Suner has been wanting to see you since she came back. Now that you are here, let Suner take you around the ancient world and arrange accommodation for you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After collecting the betrothal gifts and looking at Bai Ji, Gu Yuan's expression relaxed again and he said slowly. After speaking, Gu Yuan took several elders and flew up, quickly turning into several streams of light, and flew towards the depths of the ancient Saint Mountains in the distance. As the patriarch of the ancient clan, he had a lot of things to deal with. Originally, he didn't need to come here today. The reason he came here was to see Bai Ji with his own eyes. Now that Bai Ji has met his conditions, it's time to leave. Uncle, take care. After Gu Yuan left, the rest of the people who came to the ancient clan to watch the coming-of-age ceremony also left with the responsible elders under the arrangement of the ancient clan. Now, only Bai Ji, Xiao Suner, Yun, and the 4 girls Qing Lin were left in the entire square. Brother Xiao Bai, let me take you to your residence first, and then I will take you to visit our ancient world later. Watching her father Gu Yuan's back disappear into the sky, Xiao Suner stroked her black hair, smiled at Bai Ji and said. In a blink of an eye, the sun rose and the moon set. A new day soon arrived. In a courtyard deep in the ancient Saint Mountains, as the first rays of morning light broke through the sky, Bai Ji, who was practicing in the room, slowly opened his eyes. After gently exhaling a breath of turbid air, his eyes like purple gems looked at the sky outside the window that had already brightened. Today is the day of the Gu clan's coming-of-age ceremony. After the coming-of-age ceremony, I will ask Uncle Gu Yuan to see if I can get the Xiao clan's qualification to enter the heavenly tomb. I have already obtained the recognition of the Gu clan. There shouldn't be too many surprises in this matter. Looking at the sky outside the window, Bai Ji couldn't help muttering to himself, while touching his chin, he slowly got off the bed and onto the ground, ready to go to the yard outside the house to stretch his muscles. As a strong warrior at the Dozheng level, Bai Ji is now fully capable of fasting. Not to mention not eating for a day, even if height's not a big problem to not eat in the new year. However, Bai Ji's habit is to enjoy delicious food, but this is not the Beatty sect. Since he has come to the ancient world, he should follow the local customs. After coming out of the house, in the yard, facing the warm sunshine, Bai Ji stretched his muscles a little. Not long after, bursts of festive gongs and drums resounded throughout the mountains. Looking at the figures passing by in the sky from time to time, Bai Ji knew that the coming-of-age ceremony was about to begin. Brother Xiao Bai. As the entire ancient Saint Mountain range became lively, it didn't take long for Xiao Suner to descend from the sky with Huo and come to the yard where Bai Ji was. Is the coming-of-age ceremony about to begin? Seeing Xiao Suner coming, Bai Ji smiled and asked. Well, brother Xiao Bai, let's go quickly. If we go too late, there will be no place. Xiao Suner nodded, grabbed Bai Ji's wrist with her bare hands, and prepared to pull Bai Ji away, and called Qinglin, Yun Yun, and Xiao Suner, and Feng Qing'er, as a mount, also followed silently. Suner, are you going to go like this? I brought Qing'er to your ancient world not to play. I saw that others rode over, so we naturally have to do the same, riding the heavenly demon phoenix. How impressive! Seeing that Xiao Suner was actually preparing to fly over by herself, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile and grabbed Xiao Suner's jade hand, and then looked at Feng Qing'er beside him. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Feng Qing'er also knew the purpose of her trip, and silently stepped forward, transformed back into the true body of the heavenly demon phoenix, and then crouched down. If it was before, she would definitely not be willing to be ridden by someone, but after knowing that Bai Ji could make her blood return to her ancestors, Feng Qing'er had completely surrendered. After all, their Tian Yao Huang clan has always wished to return to their ancestors and regain the glory of the ancient Tian Huang, but unfortunately they have never succeeded. Now that there is hope, she naturally can't give up easily. Although it is a bit shameful to submit to Bai Ji and become a mount for humans. But thinking that she is doing this for the future of the Tian Yao Huang clan, Feng Qing'er feels very excited. She is bearing humiliation. Okay. Seeing the Tian Yao Huang in front of her transformed into its true form, Xiao Suner hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Although this is a bit high profile, since it is her coming-of-age ceremony, it is understandable that her lover wants to give her face. In this way, a group of people jumped on the back of the Sky Demon Phoenix, and then the huge blue-silver Sky Demon Phoenix immediately flapped its wings and suddenly soared into the sky in a whistling wind. Then, under the instruction of Xiao Suner, it flew rapidly towards the depths of the ancient Saint Mountains like a flash of lightning. On the way, many young men and women who participated in the coming-of-age ceremony of the ancient tribe also rode their mounts to the place where the coming-of-age ceremony was held. Although the ancient Saint Mountains were not big for them, the mounts were not only a means of transportation for the ancient tribe, but also a symbol of strength. When they saw Xiao Suner following Bai Ji, a group of people actually rode a Dozun level Sky Demon Phoenix to the place where the coming-of-age ceremony was held. Along the way, many young men and women of the ancient tribe could not help but be shocked. As the most powerful monster race in the Duki continent, the Sky Demon Phoenix clan is no different from other monsters, just like a Lawrence Royce to ordinary miscellaneous cars, and naturally it is particularly eye-catching. Soon, under the guidance of Xiao Suner, the huge silver-green Sky Demon Phoenix led everyone to the vast square where the coming-of-age ceremony was held. The middle of the square was naturally the place where many young people and women of the ancient clan held their coming-of-age ceremonies. And around the square, there were seats prepared for those invited to visit the coming-of-age ceremony, including VIP seats. This guy is really good at pretending. Seeing Bai Ji and Xiao Suner riding the Sky Demon Phoenix, the four-winged unicorn under his seat was disturbed by the pressure of the Sky Demon Phoenix. The face of the Black Annihilation Army Shura commander Gu Yao, who was on guard around the square, froze and he was very unhappy. But in front of Gu Yao, seeing Bai Ji coming, an elder greeted him respectfully and invited Bai Ji and the women to the VIP seats, which made Gu Yao even more unhappy. Aren't they just a 9th-grade alchemist and a Do Sheng? What's so great about them? Well, it seems that this is indeed very impressive. Thinking that Do Sheng is also a top-level powerhouse in the entire ancient clan, Gu Yao's eyes were a little complicated, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Since he was born, why did he give birth to Bai Ji? Chapter 1080 Dean Kanan Mang Tianqi, the coming-of-age ceremony begins. After arriving at the square where the coming-of-age ceremony was held, Xiao Suner went to the center of the square and waited for the coming-of-age ceremony to begin with a group of young men and girls from the ancient clan. And Bai Ji went to the VIP seat at the invitation of the elders of the ancient clan. Because of Bai Ji's special identity, Yun Yun, Qinglin, and Xiao Yu also got a seat each. Boy, are you Bai Ji, the leader of the Beatty sect? After Bai Ji sat down, an old man in a grey robe in a row of VIP seats behind him looked at Bai Ji and couldn't help but come over and asked. Yes, I am. May I ask who you are? Looking at the strange old face coming up behind him, Bai Ji was a little confused. He didn't know the old man in front of him anyway, and since he was sitting in the VIP seat, the old man in front of him must not be from the ancient clan. Old man? Haha, maybe you have heard of my name. My name is Mang Tianqi, and I am the dean of the inner courtyard of Canaan College. When I returned to Canaan College not long ago, Su Jian told me about you. In response to Bai Ji's inquiry, Mang Tianke grinned, leaned back slightly, leaned back on the chair, shook his head, crossed his legs, and said slowly. At that time, I thought that you, a little guy, were quite capable of hooking up with the little princess of the ancient clan, but it would be difficult to get the recognition of the ancient clan. Recently, I heard that the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony is about to be held, and the invitation jade cards for the coming-of-age ceremony are being distributed to the outside world. I feel that you will definitely get the jade card and maybe come. But the ancient clan will definitely not look at you well, so I followed to see if you are bullied. I will stand up for you. Su Jian said that you have done a favor to our Canaan Academy, and I, Mang Tianke, have always been grateful. But I didn't expect that you, this guy, are simply a monster. Your strength has surpassed mine quietly. You are a Dou Sheng strongman. This is also the top power among the major Dou Di families. With Bai Ji, when he said the latter, Mang Tianke couldn't help but stroke his long beard and sighed. President Mang has this intention, Bai Ji appreciates it. Hearing the old man in front of him claiming to be the president of Canaan College, Bai Ji couldn't help but think of it immediately, and then smiled, bowed to the president of Canaan College in front of him, and said. Thinking of it, the president of Canaan College in front of him seemed to have met Xiao Yan in the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan in the original plot, which should be about the same time as when he went to the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, but he didn't go to the Lakey of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, so he didn't meet this president. In the past, Bai Ji still had some thoughts about making friends with this president Mang Tianke. But after coming to Zhongzhou, with the increase of his own strength, the semi-saint realm was just like that in front of Bai Ji, and Bai Ji didn't have to pay more attention to it. Unexpectedly, he met this president Mang Tianke in the ancient clan. Well, not bad, kid, you are very much to my taste. Although you are not taught by our Canaan Academy, you can be regarded as a graduate of our Canaan Academy. The Gu clan is one of the strongest among our Dowdy families. If you can marry the little princess of the Gu clan, you can save thousands of years of hard work. Looking at Bai Ji, Mang Tianke couldn't help but stroke his beard and smiled. It doesn't matter if you have to work less, but when I was a child, a doctor told me that I have bad teeth and can't eat too hard food. For the free-spirited Dean Mang in front of him, Bai Ji was bored anyway, so he joked seriously. You can't eat too hard food, so you want to eat soft rice? Haha. You kid, you are really interesting. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Mang Tianke couldn't help laughing. Bai Ji's words were so interesting in his opinion. He had basically never heard such a joke before. In the Duki continent, most people with cultivation like Bai Ji like to put on airs. It is simply boring to talk to them. He has not met such an interesting junior for a long time. This time, coming to the ancient clan, just to see this enchanting and interesting junior is already worth it. While Bai Ji and Mang Tianke were chatting and laughing, it didn't take long for the young men and women from the ancient clan who came to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony to gather in the square. Ding! After all the people who participated in the coming-of-age ceremony arrived, a crisp bell sound suddenly resounded throughout the ancient Saint Mountains. Hearing this bell sound, an elder who seemed to be responsible for the opening of the coming-of-age ceremony in the square immediately flew into the air. After looking around, he shouted loudly, "Time is up, the coming-of-age ceremony officially begins." As he said that, the elder immediately flew to the side. At the back, 3 elders in white robes and with a deep aura slowly walked over to the center of the square, in front of a group of young men and women from the ancient tribe, and sat down behind a wide long table filled with various props. After sitting down, one of the elders stood up immediately, took out a roll of paper with the names of the young men and girls from the ancient tribe who participated in the coming-of-age ceremony written on it, and then read it out loudly. The ceremony begins. First, Ling Chuan. Following the words of the old man, Ling Chuan, an old acquaintance who was relatively familiar to Bai Ji and the former deputy commander of the Black Annihilation Army, immediately walked out of the crowd and walked towards the long table where the 3 elders were in front. Before and after arriving at the long table, the elder on the far right pushed a silver disc at hand to Ling Chuan. On the silver disc, there were 10 golden stars, which were the star discs used by the ancient tribe to test the bloodline level. Looking at the star disc in front of him, Ling Chuan took a deep breath, put his hand on the star disc, and then slowly closed his eyes. For a moment, a bright light suddenly bloomed from the star disc, and then the 10 stars on the star disk quickly lit up one after another. Finally, 6 golden miniature stars emerged from the star disk. Seeing the 6 stars clearly visible on the star disk, the 3 elders behind the long table looked at each other, quickly communicated through mental power, and finally discussed the result. After that, the elder on the far left suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. Gu Clan, Ling Chuan, the 7th commander of the Black Annihilation Army, has a cultivation level of 1 star Dozun, and a bloodline level of 6. After discussion by the Elders' Council, Ling Chuan is specially granted the Golden Clan pattern. Hearing the words of this elder, Lincoln's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Obviously, he did not know about the realization of this result, and now he feels particularly surprised. Clan emblem, what is this? On the side, listening to the words of the ancient clan elders in the square, except for Bai Ji, the women around him were very confused and curious. Clan emblem, this is a blood secret method unique to the Dowdy family, which can increase strength in a short period of time, equivalent to a special secret method or fighting skill that temporarily increases strength. But compared with other similar secret methods and fighting skills, the clan emblem basically has no defects. It will not fall into a weak state after increasing strength in a short period of time, and the increased strength can be said to be very considerable. And the amount of strength that the clan emblem can increase is only related to the blood level of the Dowdy family. Therefore, it is generally a certain grade of blood, with a corresponding grade of clan emblem. The 6th grade blood can only be said to be above average in the ancient clan, and the golden clan emblem can only be regarded as above average in the clan emblem. Hearing the doubts of the women, Mang Tianxiu behind him couldn't help but smile, then stroked his long beard and said slowly. Chapter 1081 Divine Blood, 7-Color Clan Emblem. While Mang Tianke was explaining the blood level and family emblem of the Dowdy family, in the center of the square, Ling Chuan had already accepted the golden family emblem and then retreated. After Ling Chuan, as the elder in front recited the name, other young men and girls from the ancient clan came forward one after another to test their blood level and then accept the family emblem of the corresponding level. Finally, it was Xiao Suner's turn. Suner, it's your turn. After all the young men and girls from the ancient clan had tested their blood level and accepted the family emblem, the elder who was responsible for announcing the name behind the long table in front cast his eyes on Xiao Suner and spoke. After hearing the words of this elder, Xiao Suner walked forward with a light step, put her hand on the star disk, and after exhaling a breath, her beautiful eyes slowly closed. In an instant, the silver-white star disk suddenly burst into a brilliant light, and the 10 golden stars on it lit up one after another, and miniature golden stars continued to emerge from the star disk. In just a breath, 9 golden stars appeared on the silver star disk. This means that Xiao Suner's bloodline has reached the 9th grade. Even if she does not practice, she can easily break through the Dosheng by relying on the power of bloodline alone. The strongest person in the ancient clan, Xiao Suner's father Gu Yuan, has a bloodline level of the 9th grade, and his current strength is a 9-star Dosheng. In other words, if nothing unexpected happens in the future, Xiao Suner's 9th grade bloodline level will definitely reach the same height as her father Gu Yuan, that is, a 9-star Dosheng. And this is enough to continue to bless the prosperity of the ancient clan for thousands of years. 9 stars, this is 9th grade bloodline. Seeing that Xiao Suner's bloodline level was actually the 9th grade, the many young men and girls of the ancient clan who were watching around couldn't help but take a breath. And around, some people from other Dowdy families who knew the meaning of the ancient clan bloodline level, and some people who were invited to visit the coming-of-age ceremony, were also very shocked. 9th grade bloodline, Bai Ji, your girlfriend is going to be a disaster. In the VIP seats, seeing Xiao Suner actually light up the 9 stars on the star disk, Mang Tianke rubbed his eyes and was shocked after confirming again. However, Bai Ji smiled at Mang Tianke's words, Dean Mang, it's not over yet. While Bai Ji was talking, many golden spots suddenly appeared on Xiao Suner's jade hand placed on the star disk. Then countless golden spots continued to flow towards the star disk, which made the light of the star disk more dazzling. In front of everyone's eyes, the star disk suddenly clicked and cracked directly. At the same time, the 10th star on the star disk suddenly lit up, and another miniature star quietly emerged. Seeing the scene in front of him, Mang Tianke couldn't help but tremble, and almost fell down, his eyes full of horror. 10 stars, this is a divine bloodline. Seeing Xiao Suner actually light up 10 stars on the star disk, the other Dowdy clan members who were watching, such as Huo Xian from the Fire clan, could not help but show bitterness on their faces. Compared to the ancient clan, doughty clans like the Yan clan now some of them have declined, because the power of the bloodline has begun to dry up, so that there has not been a 9-star bloodline in the Yan clan for nearly 1,000 years. Now seeing Xiao Suner with a divine bloodline, he is so jealous. However, compared with the envy of many doughty family members, some people from the Soul clan who are hiding in the crowd, covered in a black robe, and whose faces cannot be seen clearly, can't help but raise a trace of disdain at the corners of their mouths while being jealous. So what if it is a divine bloodline, but there is only one? In my Soul clan, there are 2 divine bloodlines. Boy, I didn't expect that. I still underestimated your girlfriend. Your girlfriend turned out to be the legendary divine bloodline. Basically, even if she doesn't practice in the future, she can easily break through to the realm of 9-star Dos Hung. You have to keep working hard. Don't let that time even beat your girlfriend. Looking at Xiao Suner in the center of the square, after recovering from the shock, Mang Tianke couldn't help but look at Bai Ji with a complicated look and sighed. It's just a divine bloodline. I never take it seriously. Only those who are self-satisfied will be proud of their bloodline and think that the level of their bloodline is the pinnacle of themselves. But the real strong have always achieved their bloodline and made their bloodline proud of it. How did the ancient clan's bloodline come from? It came from the original doughty, but the doughty also rose from the mortal world. Since they can do it, why can't I? Bai Ji said indifferently to Mang Tianke's words. Hiss! You kid, you are not simple. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Mang Tianke couldn't help but look at Bai Ji in surprise, as if he had recognized Bai Ji. But Bai Ji still smiled faintly. When it comes to pretending, he has never been defeated by anyone. It is indeed a divine bloodline. In the center of the square, after confirming Xiao Suner's bloodline level, the 3 elders behind the long table were all shocked, with surprise and excitement, and relief. Suner, our ancient clan hasn't produced a divine bloodline for thousands of years. Since it appears in you, you deserve the last 7-color golden clan pattern of our ancient clan. Looking at Xiao Suner, the elder on the far left calmed down forcibly, and said with some sighs in his eyes, while taking out a jade box, and after unsealing it, he finally took out a 7-color, golden brush with both hands. Gu Suner, accept your clan pattern. Picking up the 7-color TND pen in his hand, the elder on the far left shouted and suddenly poured the majestic fighting spirit in his body into the 7-color TND pen in his hand. For a moment, the 7-color TND pen in his hand suddenly burst into dazzling 7-color light. Then, the elder quickly began to draw a mysterious trajectory on Xiao Suner's forehead and drew the clan pattern. Drawing the clan pattern of the ancient clan requires a special pen, and using this pen consumes a lot of fighting spirit. To host the coming-of-age ceremony for the younger generation of the ancient clan, the cost involved is difficult even for a 1-star Do Sheng. Therefore, the 3 elders who presided over the coming-of-age ceremony were all senior Do Sheng masters. Although their cultivation was not as good as Gu Yuan, they were also ranked in the top 5 in the ancient clan. However, even for them, it was very difficult to draw the 7-color golden clan pattern. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Suner was arranged to be the last one. Otherwise, if Xiao Suner was helped to draw the clan pattern in the middle, the next person might have to wait. It took more than 10 minutes to draw the clan pattern for Xiao Suner. After the 7-color golden clan pattern on Xiao Suner's forehead was drawn, as a large ancient Gu character with 7-color golden light took shape, the 7-color golden clan pattern and the blood in Xiao Suner's body responded to each other, and immediately made the divine blood in Xiao Suner's body boil. At one time, a terrifying blood pressure was released, sweeping around, causing some of the ancient clan members with lower blood levels to turn pale, tremble, and even stand unsteadily. But soon, another powerful blood pressure was released from the side, instantly offsetting the influence of Xiao Suner's divine blood pressure. Bai Ji looked towards the place where the pressure came from, and immediately saw a handsome middle-aged man in green clothes with a calm face. Bai Ji was very familiar with this middle-aged man, because he was his future father-in-law, the patriarch of the ancient clan, Gu Yuan. Chapter 1082 Qualifications for the Heavenly Tomb, Bai Ji's Plan. Sure enough, he came after all. Seeing Gu Yuan, Bai Ji narrowed his eyes and smiled softly in his heart. He knew that as Xiao Suner's father, Gu Yuan would not be absent from such an important ceremony as his daughter's coming-of-age ceremony, no matter how busy he was. But since he was here, he could go over and ask about matters related to the heavenly tomb. After all, this man is his future father-in-law. When Bai Ji looked at Gu Yuan and thought about how to start the conversation, Xiao Suner finally completely mastered the 7-color golden clan pattern that was successfully drawn on her forehead. After completely mastering the 7-color golden clan pattern, Xiao Suner finally controlled the pressure of the divine blood in her body and restrained the blood pressure that burst out from her body. Without the pressure of the divine blood, the people of the ancient clan around couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Next, there was nothing interesting about the ceremony. Basically a summary speech for this coming-of-age ceremony. Just like the speech of the principal in Bai Ji's previous life, the 3 elders spoke very boring words, which made people sleepy. In the distance, seeing that the ceremony had reached the last step, Gu Yuan quietly prepared to leave. Seeing this, Bai Ji naturally couldn't let this future father-in-law leave in vain. Instead, he grabbed Xiao Yu beside him, and with Xiao Yu's exclamation, he directly performed 3,000 thunder movements, and instantly turned into a flash of lightning and appeared beside Gu Yuan. "Uncle, please wait." After arriving beside Gu Yuan, Bai Ji said immediately. Bai Ji's words undoubtedly made Gu Yuan's steps pause, and then he slowly turned around and looked over. His handsome middle-aged face was still full of indifference, but a trace of doubt flashed across his calm eyes. "Bai Ji, what's the matter?" After glancing at Xiao Yu beside Bai Ji with a calm look, Gu Yuan slowly spoke. "Uncle, I'm here to ask about something, about the heavenly tomb in a few days." Bai Ji smiled and replied. "Heavenly tomb? Did Suner tell you?" Bai Ji's words startled Gu Yuan. He was a little confused about Bai Ji's knowledge of the heavenly tomb, but when he thought of his daughter, his eyes immediately became relieved and he said calmly. "This was not told to me by Suner. I learned it through other channels. I want to ask you, uncle, is there a way to get a place in the heavenly tomb?" Bai Ji shook his head and asked. "A place in the heavenly tomb?" Gu Yuan frowned a little when he heard Bai Ji's words. If it was out of consideration as a father, he would naturally be willing to give one of the ancient clan's places to enter the heavenly tomb to Bai Ji, who was almost a prospective son-in-law, but in addition to Xiao Suner's father, he was also the patriarch of the ancient clan. Although because of guarding the heavenly tomb, the ancient clan has more places than the other Dowdy families. But these quotas have already been consumed by the clan, and it is impossible to allocate one to Bai Ji. "Sorry. Bai Ji, although I really want to help you, the quota of our Gu clan's Tianmu has already been determined by the clan. Although I am the clan leader of the Gu clan, I can't let the already selected person give the quota to you." After a while of thinking, Gu Yuan still shook his head and said. But after hearing Gu Yuan's words, Bai Ji suddenly realized that his way of expression seemed to be a little wrong, so that his future father-in-law, Gu Yuan, the clan leader of the Gu clan, misunderstood him. He didn't want the quota of the Gu clan, but wanted to get the quota of the Xiao clan back. Although the Xiao clan only has 2 quotas, it can just give him and Xiao Yu, so that they can enter the Tianmu. "Uncle, I think you misunderstood me. I don't want the quota of the Gu clan. You should know about my affairs in the Jiama Empire. What I want is the quota of the Xiao clan." Looking at Gu Yuan, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile slightly, and then said slowly. "The quota of the Xiao clan." Bai Ji's words made Gu Yuan raise his eyebrows and ponder in his heart. The heavenly tomb was discovered many years ago. After discussion, the 8 Dowdy families at that time divided the quota to enter it. Because the Xiao clan was still in its prosperous period at that time, the Xiao clan naturally had 2 quotas. But later, because the blood power of the Xiao clan began to dry up, after Xiao Xian failed in his desperate attempt to break through the Dowdy, the blood power of the Xiao clan was completely exhausted, and the Xiao clan withdrew from Zhongzhou from then on. As for the quota of the heavenly tomb, there was no more Xiao clan. But because the Xiao clan was allocated 2 quotas at that time. Although the Xiao clan later declined and became the Xiao family, since the Xiao clan has not been cut off, the quota is always there. If Bai Ji wants to get 2 quotas with the quota of the Xiao clan, there will be no problem. For this matter, they will definitely not object to it within the Gu clan. But the problem is that although the ancient clan is guarding the Tianmu, the 8 Dowdy families also have the right to express their opinions. Even if their ancient clan can give the quota to Bai Ji, if the other Dowdy families disagree, then this quota may also be cancelled. So thinking of this, Gu Yuan said after a while of contemplation. The quota of the Xiao clan is indeed still there. If possible, our ancient clan is willing to give it to you. After all, we are now considered a family. But as for the destination of the Xiao clan's quota, our ancient clan alone cannot completely decide. If other Dowdy families are opposed, we can't go it alone. If you want to get the quota of the Xiao clan, at least find a person from the Xiao clan with enough strength to shut up the other Dowdy families. This is the first thing you must do. Then when you enter the Tianmu, you may still be troubled by others, and you have to find a way to resolve it. Haha. This uncle underestimates me. Since I dare to raise this question, I have naturally been prepared. Bai Ji was he couldn't help but smile slightly and said very confidently. After saying that, Bai Ji reached out and pulled Xiao Yu to the side, and then said to Gu Yuan with a smile. Uncle, this is the person from the Xiao clan I brought here. Her name is Xiao Yu. Her strength is that of a 3-star dozun. This strength is not low. She should be enough to enter the heavenly tomb. For Xiao Yu, although after the genetic optimization of the perfect symbiote, Xiao Yu's talent has been significantly improved, reaching the level of a top genius. But in Dochi continent, there are too many top geniuses, and the ones who really shine are not those geniuses with top cultivation talents, but those cheating guys. People like these Dowdy family members, with the power of their blood, can easily reach the realm that others can only dream of, and some have special physiques like Little Medical Fairy and Kinglin. The reason why Xiao Yu is now able to reach the level of 3-star dozun is because Bai Ji has improved his talent, has a sufficient supply of elixirs, and has fallen heart flames to assist him in training. Of course, the most important thing is that Bai Ji used a special method to meet the special conditions for the Yin-Yang Black Dragon pill to work. After letting Xiao Yu take the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill, he finally broke through Duzun. The 3-star Duzun level cultivation, combined with Bai Ji's research by Hezinlin, and the unique ability to burn the fruit, developed the split sub-fire. Xiao Yu, who possesses 3 kinds of seed fire, is completely a weakened version of Xiao Yan's sexual transformation. Apart from the lack of combat experience, there is no big problem with combat capability. And when the time comes, if that doesn't work, Bai Ji won't mind giving himself an identity of the Xiao clan. After all, he is indeed from the Xiao family. After using the perfect symbiote to copy the Xiao family's genes, he will definitely not have any problems even if tested with an astrolabe. Chapter 1083, The Heavenly Tomb is about to open, and the Soul Clan is targeting it. 3-star Dozun, his strength is not bad. After sizing up Xiao Yu, Gu Yuan thought for a moment and said slowly. Since you are ready, our ancient tribe will naturally not fail to help you. Our ancient tribe will definitely give you your 2 places. But when the tomb opens in a few days, if the other Dou emperors if the family members attack you, then you will only have to look at yourself. Speaking of the latter part, Gu Yuan couldn't help but look up at Bai Ji, his eyes were very meaningful. Of course, this won't trouble my uncle and the ancient clan. I'm confident that I can handle it. Bai Ji also smiled slightly and said. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the day came for the opening of the celestial tomb. When they came to the ancient world, although Bai Ji brought 4 girls, Yun Yun, Qinglin, Xiao Yu and Feng Qing'er, the Xiao clan only had 2 places to enter the heavenly tomb. Among them, Xiao Yu is definitely going in, and Bai Ji is going too. But in this case, Yun Yun, Qinglin and Feng Qing'er will naturally stay. On the day when the heavenly tomb was opened, under the leadership of Xiao Suner, the 3 of them set off from the courtyard where they settled and flew towards the depths of the ancient Saint Mountain range. The entrance to the heavenly tomb is deep in the ancient sacred mountains. On the way, Xiao Suner told Bai Ji and Xiao Yu all kinds of common sense about the celestial tomb. Of course, the main content is the internal structure of the celestial tomb and the dangers contained therein. And since there is Xiao Yu, a member of the Xiao clan, Xiao Suner naturally mentioned the existence of Xiao Xian, the ancestor of the Xiao family, in the celestial tomb. Bai Ji also mentioned the name Xiao Xian more than once, and Xiao Yu was already very impressed. After listening to Xiao Suner's introduction and knowing how powerful his ancestor Xiao Xian was, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel eager about the purpose of this trip. She was actually not that thirsty for power, but she was still moved when she heard that her ancestor Xiao Xian possessed the top strength in Dochi continent. If she could get as powerful as her ancestor Xiao Xian, would she be able to help Bai Ji, just like Yun Yun and Qinglin? The Xiao family and she have always been taking shelter from Bai Ji, but Xiao Yu actually doesn't want this. She didn't want to stand behind Bai Ji as a recipient of benefits. She also wants to do her best for Bai Ji, and be able to stand beside Bai Ji and help Bai Ji. But it's a pity that she didn't have that qualification at all before, and she couldn't help Bai Ji at all. But now, if she can see her ancestor Xiao Xian in the sky tomb, according to Bai Ji, she will probably have Dou Emperor bloodline comparable to Xiao sooner. Does that mean that she can help Bai Ji in the future? Woolen cloth? The long-legged sister is looking forward to it. Leaving the courtyard where they settled, the three of them flew quickly through the air. Just 10 minutes later, it finally stopped above a steep mountain. This is where the sky tomb opens. Okay, brother Xiao Bai, sister Xiao Yu, we are here, wait here, the tomb should be opened soon. After arriving here, Xiao Suner suddenly stopped and was overwhelmed with emotion. A charming smile flashed across Cheng's beautiful face and she said. After arriving at the place where the sky tomb was opened, the three of them began to wait in the sky. It didn't take long for people to come here one after another, and Xiao Suner also came to the Dowdy family here, and introduced the rest of the Dowdy family to Bai Ji with a smile. Brother Xiao Bai, these are people from the Thunder Clan. People from the Thunder Clan are good at thunder attribute fighting spirit and are famous for their physical skills and attack power. You also know their leader, Brother Xiao Bai, who is the Dean of Arcanon College. It's Senior Mang Tianke who I talked to Brother Xiao Bai at the coming of age ceremony a few days ago. Pointing to the first few figures flying in from a distance, Xiao Suner introduced them with a smile. Bai Ji's attention was mainly focused on the Lei clan's clan crest. As expected, the Lei clan's clan crest was just like its name, which was an ancient Chinese character thunder shaped like lightning. Brother Xiao Bai, this is the Stone Clan. Brother Xiao Bai, this is the Medicine Clan. Brother Xiao Bai, this is the Spiritual Clan. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Suner smiled and introduced the other major races to Bai Ji, namely the Stone Tribe, the Medicine Tribe, the Spirit Tribe and the Yan Tribe. These major Dou Emperor families are all as their names suggest. The Stone Clan is good at defense, the Yao Clan is good at refining medicine, the Spirit Clan is good at souls, and the Flame Clan is good at controlling fire. However, in Bai Ji's view, this is a bit biased. No wonder among the 8 ancient Dou Emperor families, the Xiao, Gu, and Hun tribes were the strongest. When they came to the Tian tomb, it was because Bai Ji was basically confirmed to be the uncle of the ancient clan. Regarding Bai Ji, the Stone Clan, Spirit Clan, and Yan Clan all greeted Bai Ji in a more or less indifferent way, or greeted Bai Ji enthusiastically. But compared to the Stone Clan, Spirit Clan, and Yan Clan, the Medicine Clan is very indifferent to Bai Ji. Some people even snorted coldly when they saw Bai Ji, obviously very hostile to Bai Ji. Regarding the hatred of the Yao clan, Bai Ji, who is familiar with the plot, knows very well that it is because of Yao Chen. The Yao clan has always been unhappy that Yao Chen, an abandoned son of the Medicine Clan, could become a well-known alchemist in Zhongzhou. After all, the more famous Yaogan is, doesn't it mean that the Yao clan is more ignorant? Yao Chen now has a close relationship with the Bai Di sect and even serves as the dean of the Bai Di sect's Alchemist Academy. Under such hatred, the Yao clan is naturally very rude to Bai Ji. As for being concerned about the ancient clan, a normal person would definitely be a little concerned about it. Even if he is unhappy with Bai Ji in his heart, at least he should consider the face of the ancient clan and look good on the surface. However, basically the entire medicine clan is apothecaries who like to stay in the medicine world refining medicines. They are equivalent to the otakus of the clan. Don't expect these guys to be very proficient in handling interpersonal relationships. But for the reaction of the Yao clan, Bai Ji was completely expected and was not surprised at all. After the medicine clan arrived, not long after, the last Soul clan finally arrived. Brother Xiao Bai, this is the Soul clan. Maybe this is the first time you have heard of the Soul clan, Brother Xiao Bai, but Brother Xiao Bai of the Soul Palace, you must know that the Soul Palace is a vassal force of the Soul Clan. Among our 8 major Dou Emperor families, the Soul Clan is the most mysterious clan, but its strength is also extremely powerful. It can be said to be unfathomable. Even our ancient clan does not dare to say that it is stronger than the Soul Clan. And the Soul Clan, like the Soul Palace, also likes to collect souls, especially the souls of alchemists. Although Brother Xiao Bai, you are not weak, but you must be careful after entering the Sky Tomb. Seeing the Soul Clan approaching rapidly from a distance, Xiao Suner could not help but feel a trace of fear in her beautiful eyes, and then she whispered to Bai Ji beside her. Seeing that Bai Ji was actually with Xiao Suner, and seemed to be entering the heavenly tomb, among the Soul Clan, the leader of the Soul Clan couldn't help but frowned. Why is this guy here? Is he also going to enter the tomb? But after looking around, Hunya couldn't help but frown deeper. Because besides Xiao Suner, there are 4 other people in the ancient clan, but since the 5 places are already full, why is there still Bai Ji? No. He must not be allowed to enter the Sky Tomb. Chapter 1084, Quota for the Heavenly Tomb, the Soul Clan's Attack. Although there are 2 owners of divine bloodlines in the Soul Clan, the potential of the next generation is even greater than that of the ancient clan. But if Xiao Suner, the owner of the ancient clan's divine bloodline, could be eliminated, it would definitely be a matter of great benefit and no harm to the Soul Clan. Although you are randomly transported to a certain area when entering the Sky Tomb, you may not be able to meet Xiao Suner in the Sky Tomb, and you may not be able to kill her if you encounter her. But without Bai Ji, there would at least be some possibility. But if Bai Ji also goes in with him, with Bai Ji's strength as a 1-star fighting saint, he won't even have the slightest hope of solving Xiao Suner. Thinking this way, Hunya would naturally not be happy for Bai Ji to go in with him. So I found that after the ancient clan had used up the 5 quotas, they still brought Bai Ji here, and they really wanted to bring Bai Ji into the tomb with them. Hunya's face couldn't help but turn gloomy. After arriving not far from Bai Ji and Xiao Suner, Hunya suddenly stopped, then looked in the direction of Bai Ji and Xiao Suner, and said in a cold voice. Everyone from the Gu clan, why is the leader of the Beatty clan also here? Does the Gu clan intend to give a quota to this Beg clan leader? Hunya's voice was loud, without any intention of concealing it. This immediately attracted the attention of the other Dowdy clan members who were waiting around. When they came just now, they naturally saw Bai Ji, but they didn't think that Bai Ji would enter the heavenly tomb together, but thought that Bai Ji might come to send Xiao Suner in. However, the question asked by the Hun clan did make them very curious. As the guardian of the heavenly tomb, the Gu clan has 5 quotas. Is it really going to give a quota to the prospective son-in-law of the Gu clan in front of them? Master Beg is indeed going to enter the heavenly tomb, but our Gu clan did not give him a quota. Master Beg used the quota of the Xiao clan. After hearing Hunya's words, Xiao Suner did not answer, but the elder of the Gu clan who was with 4 other Gu clan members frowned and said in a low voice. The quota of the Xiao clan. Before the Gu clan elder finished speaking, Hunya sneered and interrupted him. The Xiao clan was indeed an ally of the Gu clan in the past, but the heavenly tomb belongs to all of our Do Di families. The Gu clan cannot just allocate quotas just because it is the guardian of the heavenly tomb, right? Hunya's words made the other Do Di families around frown, and they thought that the Gu clan was indeed a bit too much. Originally, they felt very sour about the Gu clan monopolizing 5 quotas to enter the heavenly tomb. It was just because the Gu clan was the guardian of the heavenly tomb that the Gu clan could have a few more quotas. This is a rule that has been passed down for a long time. They can only feel sour in their hearts, but it is difficult to express any opinions openly. But the quota of the Xiao clan does not belong to them, because the Xiao clan is no longer qualified to enter the heavenly tomb. Then the quota of the Xiao clan should belong to all the people of their Dowdy clan. The Gu clan privately allocated it, which is obviously against the rules. However, although they are unhappy, those who can get the quota to enter the heavenly tomb are basically the top of their respective families, and they are obviously not fools. Now this matter is just the Soul clan and the ancient clan accusing each other, and the dust has not settled yet. Before the dust settles, they will not say anything. Let the Soul clan and the ancient clan play a good game against each other, and it will not be too late for them to express their opinions when the results are fully revealed. And it was at this time that the elder of the ancient clan replied expressionlessly to Hunya's words. Your Excellency, are you overthinking? I haven't finished my words yet. Our ancient clan didn't allocate quotas privately. I believe you all know more or less about the background of Sect Master Bai Ji. After the decline of the Xiao clan, our ancient clan has always paid attention to it. Now the Xiao clan has not been cut off, but has changed from the Xiao clan to the Xiao family in a remote empire called the Jiama Empire. And Sect Master Bai Ji is from the Xiao family. The girl Xiao Yu next to Sect Master Bai Ji is also from the Xiao clan. Since someone from the Xiao clan has come, isn't it normal for our ancient clan to return the quota that should belong to the Xiao clan? Xiao clan. After hearing the words of the elder of the ancient clan, everyone around couldn't help but look at Bai Ji and Xiao Yu, and they were very surprised and doubtful. Compared to the ancient clan, because of Xiao Suner, they launched a route-finding investigation on Bai Ji. Most of the other Dowdy families didn't pay much attention to Bai Ji. After all, Bai Ji is just an ordinary person. No matter how talented he is, he can't threaten them. And they are the Dowdy family. Why would they pay attention to an ordinary person when they have no intersection? Of course, there are still two families that have launched an investigation on Bai Ji. One of them is the Soul clan, and the other is the Yan clan. The Xiao clan has now become the Xiao family, in a place called the Gama Empire. We in the Soul clan also know this. However, although this Bai Zongzhu has lived in the Xiao family for a period of time, he first appeared in a place called Tagar Desert in the Gama Empire. He was not in the Xiao family, but a member of the Xiao family. The Gu clan probably thinks we are fools, right? Hunya sneered at the words of the Gu clan elders. Because of the covetousness of the Xiao clan's Tuaxi ancient emperor Jade, the Soul clan sent people to investigate in the Gama Empire after Bai Ji made great efforts in Zhongzhou. The final result was that the Tuaxi ancient emperor Jade is now in Bai Ji's hands. However, Bai Ji's identity is too sensitive, and the Soul clan can't take action directly, but let the vassal Soul Palace take action against Bai Ji. Unfortunately, the Soul Palace has never been able to do anything to Bai Ji. Now, Bai Ji's cultivation has reached the level of a 1-star Do Sheng, and it will be even more difficult for the Soul Palace to capture Bai Ji. Therefore, whether it is out of the desire to deal with Xiao sooner or to curb Bai Ji's strength, Soul Cliff must not let Bai Ji get the opportunity to enter the heavenly tomb. Continue to sit big. The elders of the ancient clan were very silent about Hunya's words and did not answer immediately. Because the clan leader Gu Yuan told him to only use Xiao Yu to make a fuss. As for the matter about Bai Ji, don't answer, let Bai Ji deal with it himself. So after a moment of silence, the elders of the ancient clan said expressionlessly. Mr. Hunya, are you overlooking a problem? Since the Soul clan knows about the Xiao family, we understand that the Soul clan has doubts about the identity of the Bai Ji clan leader, but the Soul clan will not be unaware of the identity of Miss Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Hearing the words of the elders of the ancient clan, Hunya couldn't help but look at Xiao Yu with a somewhat ugly face. Xiao Yu was the person Bai Ji brought to Fenian Valley at the beginning. He was one of the few Xiao family members around Bai Ji. Their Soul clan naturally investigated. He was indeed from the Xiao family, and this could not be refuted. That's right. She is indeed from the Xiao family, but the qualification to enter the heavenly tomb requires not only the identity of the 8 major families, but also strength, right? Is it possible for a member of the Xiao clan, whose bloodline power has long been exhausted and has now completely fallen, to enter the heavenly tomb? Although he could not refute Xiao Yu's identity, Hunya still sneered and tried to provoke the emotions of other Do Di families so that the Xiao clan's quota in Bai Ji's name would be lost. Douluo's lottery system of the heaven/book/64934/ Chapter 1085 Conditions for Entry, Xiao Yu vs Yao Lin. Hearing Hunya's words, although the other Do Di family members did not speak, their eyes moved, and they obviously had some thoughts about this. They had no objection to the Gu clan returning the Xiao clan's quota to the Xiao clan, because it was reasonable. But there was a prerequisite, that is, the Xiao clan must have someone who was qualified to get the quota. As geniuses of the Dowdy family, they would never allow a waste to enter the heavenly tomb with them, as this would taint the Dowdy bloodline in their bodies. Then what do you want to do? Bai Ji said indifferently to Hunya's difficulties. Before coming, Bai Ji guessed that it would not be so easy to enter the heavenly tomb, and the Soul clan would definitely make trouble. Otherwise, he would not have specially trained Xiao Yu and trained Xiao Yu to 3-star Dozun, just to deal with the difficulties of the Soul clan. It's very simple. Let her prove that she has the strength to enter the heavenly tomb. There are so many people here, except for your ancient clan, she just needs to randomly choose someone to enter the heavenly tomb. If she can remain undefeated in the hands of that person for 20 moves, it proves that she is qualified to enter the heavenly tomb. Hunya showed a somewhat cold smile. That's it. Bai Ji's mouth curled up a little disdainfully to Hunya's difficulties. He thought that the Soul clan could have any special way to make things difficult, but after all this time, it turned out to be like this, which was simply not difficult at all. His eyes slowly swept around, and in the flash of silver light, Bai Ji's eyes had turned into silver eyes that could break illusions. Under the silver eyes that could break illusions, the cultivation of the people from the major Dowdy families around him was clearly visible. The Stone clan, the Flame clan, the Spirit clan, the Medicine clan, the Soul clan, the Thunder clan. After slowly scanning with the silver eyes that could break illusions, Bai Ji had a pretty good idea of the cultivation of the people from the major Dowdy families. These Dowdy family members were indeed much stronger than the young strong men of the same age in the outside Zhongzhou, and they were basically all above the 5-star Dozun level. Among them, the two people from the medicine clan had the lowest cultivation. Of the two people who entered the heavenly tomb, one had only a 7-star Dozun level, and the other had only a 5-star Dozun level. The highest cultivation was from the Soul clan in front of him, and there were several people from the ancient clan, all of whom had reached the 8-star Dozun level. If the lowest cultivation was from another Dowdy family, Bai Ji might need to think about it if he wanted Xiao Yu to challenge him. Because if Xiao Yu chose or persisted for 20 moves from him and obtained the qualification of the heavenly tomb, it would be easy to offend people. Although Bai Ji thought it was nothing, these Dowdy family members were extremely arrogant. Who knows what they think in their hearts? However, since the weakest ones are from the Yao clan, it doesn't matter. Because these Yao clan members are also very hostile to their Beatty clan anyway, so if they offend, they offend. After selecting the opponent for Xiao Yu in his heart, Bai Ji told Xiao Yu by mental communication. Although Xiao Yu was a little uneasy, he still took a deep breath, slowly flew to the location of the Yao clan, and then bowed to a young man from the Yao clan and said, "Sir, please teach me." When they found that Xiao Yu actually came to their side, the Yao clan's face suddenly became very ugly, because being chosen by Xiao Yu was equivalent to saying that they felt that they were easy to bully. In front of so many Dowdy family members, being considered a weak chicken is simply too embarrassing. However, facing Xiao Yu's challenge, the Yao clan could not refuse. Because if they refused, it would undoubtedly be even more embarrassing. Yao Xingji, the young man of the Yao clan who was the leader and the strongest of the younger generation of the Yao clan, took a deep breath, then looked at the young man of the same clan beside him with a calm face and said lightly, "Yao Lin, since she wants to challenge you, then you should accept it. Don't let down the reputation of my Yao clan." "I know." After hearing Yao Xingji's words, Yao Lin immediately nodded with Yao Xingji, then looked at Xiao Yu and said in a deep voice, "Since you want to challenge me, then come on, as long as you can take my 20 moves, you win." As he said that, Yao Lin suddenly turned into a green light and quickly flashed to the side. And Xiao Yu quickly followed, and the two stopped over an empty forest. "My cultivation is higher than yours, so you should make the first move." Looking at Xiao Yu, Yao Lin said slowly. Although Yao Lin was very unhappy about Xiao Yu challenging him, but as a genius of the Yao clan, he had a higher cultivation level, and he still bullied a person of the Xiao clan whose bloodline power had been exhausted, and this person was a woman. Yao Lin still couldn't do such a thing. "Okay. Then I won't be polite." Knowing that her cultivation level was low, Xiao Yu did not refuse, but immediately shouted, and then suddenly stretched out a pair of jade-like hands. 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire. As Xiao Yu shouted, 3 different colors of strange fire suddenly rushed out of Xiao Yu's hands, and in a burst of explosions, they suddenly surged into the air, and then quickly rolled back and were absorbed into Xiao Yu's body. After the 3 different colors of strange fire entered his body, Xiao Yu's momentum suddenly soared, and almost in the blink of an eye, he reached a level that was not inferior to Yao Lin. The 3 kinds of strange fire released by Xiao Yu were not real strange fires, but the sub-fires split by Bai Ji with the elementalization ability of the burning fruit. They were the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, the Fallen Heart Flame, and the 3000 Flames Fire. However, although they were sub-fires, Bai Ji, after practicing the Heavenly Phoenix Devouring Fire art with Xiao Yu, based on the 3 kinds of seed fires, through the continuous devouring of various powerful beast fires, the essence of these 3 kinds of strange fires had already been raised to the level of strange fires. Although it still did not reach the level of its original strange fire, it was enough to be included in the list of strange fires. Among them, the 3000 Flames Fire had the ability to absorb the power of the stars to strengthen itself. The 3000 Flames Fire in Xiao Yu's hand reached a level that was not inferior to the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. With these 3 kinds of strange fires to perform the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, Xiao Yu's cultivation level was immediately raised by 2 stars, from the 3-star Dozun level to the 5-star Dozun level of Yao Lin. However, for Xiao Yu, although he saw that Xiao Yu had raised his cultivation to 5-star Dozun through the secret method of Tianhuo Sangsuan Bian, Yao Lin thought about it and still did not plan to use the clan emblem. That would be a bit too bullying. He was just a 3-star Dozun. If he had to use the clan emblem even against a 3-star Dozun, it would be a joke if it got out. "Take it." After performing the 3 fire 3 mysterious changes, Xiao Yu suddenly shouted, and then suddenly performed the 3000 thunder movements, instantly turning into a lightning and shooting towards Yao Lin. On the way, aiming at the Yao Lin in front, Xiao Yu directly slapped out with one palm, and the surging 3-color strange fire suddenly roared out, turning into a 3-color fire dragon, roaring and bombarding Yao Lin. 3-color strange fire, is there really a secret method in this world that can fuse strange fire? Looking at the 3-colored fire dragon whistling in front of him, sensing the power of the 3-colored fire dragon, which was not inferior to the 9 nether wind flame of the leader Yao Xingji, Yao Lin exhaled lightly, and a trace of solemnity flashed across his eyes. As a member of the Yao clan, Yao Lin knew the power of the strange fire very well. Facing Xiao Yu's strange fire attack, Yao Lin suddenly flashed and dodged the roaring 3-colored fire dragon in an instant. Chapter 1086 4-Elephant Fire Formation, Xiao Yu's 3-colored compressed fireball. 4-Elephant Fire Formation, out. After slapping out a 3-colored fire dragon with one palm and forcing Yao Lin back, Xiao Yu immediately formed seals with both hands in a dazzling manner, and then with a delicate shout, summoned 4 different flames. The 4 flames were the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, the Fallen Heart Flame, the 3000 Flames Fire, and the new 10,000 Beasts Phoenix Devouring Fire that was recently devoured and synthesized. Under Xiao Yu's control, the 4 different flames suddenly turned into 4 fire meteors, which whistled out in an instant and quickly fell to the 4 directions around the medicine forest. Then, the 4 falling fire meteors suddenly exploded, the Azure Dragon condensed by the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, the White Tiger transformed by the Fallen Heart Flame, the Vermilion Bird transformed by the 10,000 Beasts Phoenix Devouring Fire, and the Black Tortoise transformed by the 3000 Flames Fire. The 4 different fire beasts either roared to the sky or flapped their wings and cried, breaking free from the fire meteors one after another, and there was a faint invisible aura between them, forming a perfect formation that imprisoned the medicine forest. This is the 4-Elephant Fire Method. The 4-Elephant Fire Method is derived from the 5-Wheel Fire Method. Although it lacks a fire beast, it is also a complete formation. In terms of the exquisiteness of the formation, it is not much inferior to the 5-Wheel Fire Method. The 5-Wheel Fire Method is that as long as 4 of the 5 fire beasts are condensed by different fires, the power can be comparable to the heaven-level fighting skills. Although the 4-Elephant Fire Method is slightly worse than the 5-Wheel Fire Method, only when all 4 fire beasts are condensed by different fires can the power be comparable to the heaven-level fighting skills. However, in the 4-Elephant Fire Method, if all 4 fire beasts are condensed by different fires, the power is stronger than that of the 5-Wheel Fire Method, where 4 of the 5 fire beasts are condensed by different fires. The reason is very simple, that is, although there are also 4 fire beasts condensed by different fires, in the 5-Wheel Fire Method, if 4 of the 5 fire beasts are condensed by different fires, but one is not, this is equivalent to having a gap. The 4-Elephant Fire Separation Method does not have such a flaw. The 4-Elephant Fire Separation Formation only needs 4 fire beasts, and the 4 fire beasts perfectly form the formation. By the same token, if the fire beasts condensed by the 5-Wheel Fire Separation Method and the 4-Elephant Fire Separation Method have 3 fire beasts condensed from the alien fire, the power that the 4-Elephant Fire Separation Formation can exert is also stronger than the 5-Wheel Fire Separation Method. So after Xiao Yu used the 4-Elephant Fire Separation Method, condensed 4 fire beasts to form the 4-Elephant Fire Separation Formation, and trapped Yao Lin in it. Although only 3 of the 4 fire beasts condensed by the 4-Elephant Fire Separation Method were condensed from alien fire, the effect and power that can be exerted are stronger than the 5-Wheel Fire Separation Method under the same circumstances, and it is already extremely close to the heaven-level fighting skills. After being trapped in the 4-Elephant Fire Separation Formation, Yao Lin immediately launched a frequently used high-level earth-level fighting skill, trying to break the 4-Elephant Fire Separation Formation. But obviously, it did not succeed. This formation is interesting. Being chased and bitten by 4 fire beasts, Yao Lin dodged quickly while using fighting skills to counterattack from time to time. After observing the surroundings, but not finding a breakthrough point, Yao Lin felt a little heavy in his heart. Now, he has used more than 10 moves, but he has not been able to break the 4 symbols Luo formation. For Xiao Yu's test, he only has 20 moves, so he must be serious. Heaven-level fighting skills, the cauldron swallows the mountains and rivers. Facing the 4 fire beasts chasing behind him, Yao Lin suddenly turned around and shouted, and then suddenly formed seals with both hands quickly, and burst out the fighting spirit in his body. The majestic fighting spirit suddenly rushed out of Yao Lin's body, and instantly condensed a red giant cauldron hundreds of meters high and more than 100 meters in diameter in the air. Buzz! Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the red giant tripod suddenly turned in the air, aiming the mouth of the tripod at the 4 fire beasts that were chasing, and then a terrifying suction force burst out instantly, sucking the 4 fire beasts in immediately, and then the giant tripod was annihilated at the same time along with the 4 fire beasts. Heaven-level fighting skills, Devouring Hands. After performing a heaven-level fighting skill and solving the 4 fire beasts, although the 4 fire beasts were still not destroyed, but quickly regenerated again, Yao Lin took advantage of this time and shouted angrily, and suddenly shot towards Xiao Yu. At the same time, the majestic fighting spirit burst out from the body again, and quickly condensed a green jade hand in the air that looked like a jade carving, exuding a strange devouring aura, and immediately grabbed Xiao Yu. Heavenly level fighting skill, Huangchuan Heaven's Wrath. However, facing Yao Lin's attack, Xiao Yu also reacted quickly. With a cry, he quickly formed seals with both hands again. In the violent fluctuations of the fighting spirit in his body, Xiao Yu uttered a word. Break. In an instant, with Xiao Yu's break, the word was uttered. Boom. After a loud noise, a violent torrent of fighting spirit instantly brought the soul-annihilating power that destroyed everything, and swept out like a world-destroying storm, directly sweeping across the large forest along the way, and whistling towards the exploding Yao Lin. Xiao Yu's strength has not yet reached the level of Huangchuan Demon Saint. The Huangchuan Sky Wrath he displayed only had the annihilation power and the Duqi storm that destroyed the soul, but it did not have the world-destroying sound wave storm that destroyed everything. However, the most powerful thing about Huangchuan Sky Wrath itself is its ability to attack the soul. Huangchuan Sky Wrath, a shout to break the soul, this is the most powerful part of Huangchuan Sky Wrath's fighting skills. As for whether it can send out a sound wave attack that destroys everything, it doesn't really matter. After Xiao Yu displayed Huangchuan Sky Wrath, the Duqi storm that swept everything suddenly swept towards Yao Lin with the special power of annihilating the soul. Although Huangchuan Sky Wrath failed to destroy the devouring hand displayed by Yao Lin, Huangchuan Sky Wrath was a range attack. Even if it failed to destroy the devouring hand, it still bombarded Yao Lin. In an instant, Yao Lin's mind suddenly fell into a blank. Although Xiao Yu is not an alchemist, his soul power is not strong, and the power of Huangchuan Tianfu he displayed is also limited, but Huangchuan Tianfu is one of the top-level heavenly fighting skills targeting the soul after all, and it is still possible to make Yao Lin fall into a blank consciousness for a few seconds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Yu immediately compressed the 3 kinds of strange fire in his hand according to the 3-color compression fireball secret method taught by Bai Ji. Finally, after it was compressed to the size of a marble, it could no longer be compressed any further, so it was pushed out violently. The 3-color fireball instantly turned into a stream of light and shot towards Yao Lin. At this time, Yao Lin finally broke free from Huangchuan Tianfu's soul attack and regained consciousness, but at this time the 4 fire beasts had condensed into a 4-image fire array again, trapping him in the array again. For a while, Yao Lin could not break out of the 4-image fire array at all. And just at this time, the 3-color compressed fireball, which was only the size of a marble, suddenly shot over. Although the power of the 3-color compressed fireball was definitely not as powerful as the 8-color compressed fireball or the 9-color compressed fireball that Bai Ji used, the power of the strange fire depends on the user. After performing the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, Xiao Yu had the strength of a 5-star Douzun level. The 3-color compressed fireball he used was so powerful that it could not be easier to severely damage Yao Lin, who was only about 5-star Douzun. Looking at the 3-color compressed fireball shooting from a distance in front of him, Yao Lin had not reacted for a while because he had just recovered from a blank state of consciousness. But as the 3-color compressed fireball got closer and closer, suddenly, a fatal threat swept over his body, causing Yao Lin's body to stiffen and his face to change suddenly. Not good, dangerous. Chapter 1087 Xiao Yusheng, the Disgusting Soul Clan. Looking at the 3-color streamer shooting in front of him, under the fatal threat in his heart, Yao Lin couldn't help but be shocked in his heart, and quickly activated the clan pattern, and then used the strongest defensive fighting skill Ding Zhen Shan He. Heaven-level fighting skill, Ding Zhen Shan He. With Yao Lin's loud shout, for a moment, a strong momentum suddenly burst out from Yao Lin's body, and then, the fighting spirit around him suddenly surged and quickly condensed into an inverted red giant tripod. At this time, the marble-sized 3-color fireball finally shot to the side of the giant cauldron. After a dazzling 3-color light burst out, there was only a loud boom sound, accompanied by a shocking energy fluctuation, and the raging sea of fire suddenly erupted, sweeping in all directions with the power to destroy everything. The three-color fire fusion, if it is the Buddha's Wrath Lotus form, is actually only at the quasi-heaven level fighting skill level, which is not particularly powerful. However, the power of the fusion of fire depends not only on the type of fire, but also on the final compression degree and the user's cultivation. Compared with the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, the compressed fireball form is undoubtedly more compressed. And Xiao Yu's cultivation at this time has reached the 5-star Dozun after performing the 3 mysterious changes of the sky fire. And Yao Lin performed his own clan pattern at the 5-star Dozun level, and his cultivation was only improved by 2 stars, reaching the 7-star Dozun level. However, due to the difference in cultivation level between the 2 stars, even if Yao Lin used the heaven-level defensive fighting skills, the power of the compressed 3-color fireball was much stronger than the power of the Buddha's Wrathful Fire Lotus under the same number of different fires, and it had completely reached the heaven level. And because of the powerful destructive power of different fires, the power of the 3-color different fire fusion compression explosion was undoubtedly more terrifying, and the defensive fighting skills displayed by Yao Lin could not resist it at all. So, after the marble-sized compressed 3-color fireball exploded, as the terrifying energy fluctuations swept around, under the raging 3-color sea of fire, the red giant tripod condensed by Yao Lin's heaven-level fighting skills Ding Zhen Shanhe was instantly destroyed. Although the red giant tripod resisted most of the power of the 3-color compressed fireball, the remaining terrifying energy and the raging sea of fire still instantly hit Yao Lin, causing Yao Lin to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backwards, and his momentum instantly withered. Yao Lin. Seeing that Yao Lin was seriously injured, Yao Xingji was shocked. He immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed over to catch Yao Lin, and then quickly fed Yao Lin a few healing pills. After Yao Xingji caught Yao Lin, Xiao Yu also released the 4 symbols fire formation. Although there was the restraint of the 4 symbols fire formation, the power of the 3-color compressed fireball was extremely amazing. Not only did it turn the large forest below the 4 symbols fire formation into ashes, but even the 4 symbols fire formation was torn apart. A series of violent 3-color flames swept out, burning a large area of the forest outside the 4 symbols fire formation. For a while, the forest below was like a small meteorite shower in a forest fire. Not only was it bumpy everywhere, but it was also billowing with thick smoke. Are you okay? After releasing the 4 symbols fire formation, Xiao Yu couldn't help but fly to Yao Lin's side and asked a little embarrassedly. I'm fine. After taking the pill and stabilizing the injuries in his body, Yao Lin gritted his teeth and stood up with some difficulty. Although he was very unwilling in his heart, he knew that he had already lost. After being blown up by the 3-color compressed fireball, he was not directly blown to death because of the protection of the mountain and river cauldron condensed by the heaven-level fighting skill Ding Zhen Shanhe. But the injuries in his body were not light, and entering the heavenly tomb was very dangerous. If he wants to enter the heavenly tomb in full condition later, he must hurry up to recover now, and naturally he can't continue to fight with Xiao Yu. I lost this competition. After taking a deep breath, Yao Lin couldn't help but look at Xiao Yu with a complicated expression. Although he underestimated the enemy at the beginning and didn't use the clan emblem at the first time, but he was trapped by the 4 symbols Luo formation, and then was shocked by the mental impact of Xiao Yu's Huangchuan Tianu, and finally was thrown a 3-color compressed fireball and seriously injured. This set of chain punches is difficult to resist even if he activated the clan emblem in advance, which has to be admitted. Although as a genius of the Dowdy family, Yao Lin is also very arrogant, but he is still very open-minded and can take it or leave it. Since he is indeed not strong enough, it is not shameful to admit defeat. After all, Xiao Yu's strength is indeed very strong. With the 4-elephant Luo formation, Huangchuan Tianfu and the 3-color compressed fireball, even those who are stronger than him will be seriously injured if they are caught by mistake. I won. Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel very happy and delighted when she heard Yao Lin admit defeat. The original test was to take Yao Lin's 20 moves, but she didn't expect that she had exceeded the task. Because of the strength Xiao Yu showed just now, the people around her only looked at Xiao Yu with admiration for Yao Lin's surrender, but they didn't want to mock or despise Yao Lin. However, when he found that Xiao Yu had passed the test, Hunya's face looked very ugly. Trash! What a waste! He couldn't even beat a person from the Xiao clan with exhausted blood. The people of the Yao clan are really the most trash. Hunya clenched his fists and roared angrily in his heart. As for the quota of the Xiao clan, Hunya naturally didn't want to see it returned, but now that Xiao Yu had shown his strong strength, he had basically won the recognition of the people from the other dowdy families around him. It was a foregone conclusion that the quota of the Xiao clan would be returned. Even if the Hun clan couldn't reverse the situation, Hunya was really unwilling to let Bai Ji enter the heavenly tomb. Even if I can't stop you from entering the heavenly tomb, I still want to disgust you. I didn't expect that you still have some strength to defeat the people of the Yao clan. It seems that the Xiao clan has indeed produced a genius in this generation, but I just hope it's not a last gasp. Looking at Bai Ji and Xiao Yu, Hunya sneered. Hearing Hunya's words, Bai Ji was really speechless. If it weren't for Xiao Suner being here, he really wanted to curse him. Did you eat shit? Your mouth is so stinky. However, the quota of the Xiao clan can be returned. However, according to the rules set by our 8 dowdy families, only people from our 8 dowdy families can enter the heavenly tomb. May I ask what identity did Sect Master Bai have when he entered the heavenly tomb in the Xiao clan? Looking at Bai Ji, Hunya sneered. Although he could not stop Bai Ji from entering the heavenly tomb now, he still wanted to disgust Bai Ji. Only people from the 8 dowdy families could enter the heavenly tomb. This was indeed a rule jointly set by the 8 dowdy families. However, this rule has a lot of room for flexibility, that is, who is considered a member of the 8 dowdy families. Among them, it can be people with the blood of the 8 dowdy families, or people who have joined the 8 dowdy families. He raised this question. Of course, he could not stop Bai Ji from entering the heavenly tomb, but the problem was that he just wanted to use this to have a good fight with Bai Ji. Anyway, the heavenly tomb has not been opened yet. Originally, the Soul clan had the hope of killing Xiao Suner, the divine blood of this ancient clan, but because of this guy, there is basically no hope. It's really annoying. Chapter 1088. Are you Soul clan only able to give birth to boys? The heavenly tomb is open. What identity do I use to enter the heavenly tomb? Hearing Hunya's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but reveal a faint sneer on his face. Although Bai Ji didn't know that Hunya wanted to make trouble, Bai Ji could guess that this guy from the Soul clan in front of him said these words, and he definitely didn't have any good intentions. Only people from the 8 dowdy families can enter the heavenly tomb. It seems that there is indeed such a rule. However, if it is simply to admit that you are a member of the dowdy family, it shouldn't be that simple. Is it necessary to have a deeper relationship? Could this guy want to force me to admit that I have a relationship with Xiao Yu, and then alienate the relationship between me and Suner? Looking at Hunya, Bai Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. Although Bai Ji didn't take Soul Cliff seriously, it was definitely not Bai Ji's character to follow Soul Cliff's rhythm. You want me to admit that I have a relationship with Xiao Yu, but I just don't agree with you. Bai Ji sneered in his heart, and then said directly, the relationship between me and the Xiao clan is that I am a member of the Xiao family. Is there any other relationship? You are from the Xiao family? But as far as I know, the first place you appeared in the Jiama Empire was the Tagar Desert, not the Wudin city where the Xiao family is. You said you are from the Xiao family. People, do you think we are fools? In response to Bai Ji's words, Hunya also sneered a few times, and then continued to confront and refuted mercilessly. Haha! Bai Ji sneered, don't involve others for no reason, I think you are really a fool. You! Hearing Bai Ji calling him a fool, Hunya's expression froze, and he gritted his teeth in anger, and his hands clenched into fists in an instant. The information you can find does show that I was not the first to appear in Wudin city, but do you think I jumped out of the cracks in the stone? I am a person from the border area of Douluo continent. I can become a Dozun strongman before entering Zhongzhou. Naturally, I am not an ordinary person. I tell you, I am from the Xiao family, but I was just in seclusion before. Looking at Hunya, Bai Ji still had a sarcastic look on his face and sneered slowly. As a being descended from another world, if Bai Ji is given a family in this world, then Bai Ji is indeed from the Xiao family. As for Bai Ji's origin, Bai Ji not only joined the Xiao family and lived for a period of time, but also used the perfect symbiont to copy the Dou blood of the Xiao family. No one can prove that he is not. You can't be from the Xiao family. Hunya still gritted his teeth and refused to admit Bai Ji's words. Although Bai Ji's origin has not been figured out yet, Hunya can't admit that Bai Ji is from the Xiao family. How can the declining Xiao family cultivate a Dousheng strongman? No? Then tell me why. Bai Ji sneered with a playful look on his face. Because your surname is not Xiao at all, you can't have the blood of the Xiao family in your body. Being so angry that his head was a little dizzy, Hanya said angrily. My last name is indeed not Xiao, but this has nothing to do with whether I have the blood of the Xiao clan. Do all the members of your Hun clan only give birth to boys? Then your Hun clan is really powerful. Bai Ji raised a few traces of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. I don't know if you 8 Dowdy families have something special to test blood. If you do, if you Hun clan have the courage, make a bet with me. If I don't have the blood of the Xiao clan in my body, I will do as you wish and not enter the heavenly tomb. But if I have the blood of the Xiao clan in my body, you are not allowed to enter the heavenly tomb, and you have to lose 3 heavenly rank Do skills to me. What do you think? Do you dare to bet? Looking at Hanya in front of him and several Hun clan members behind him, Bai Ji said lightly with a sneer. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Hanya was very unwilling. He felt that Bai Ji must be lying, but the bet was too costly. What if it was true? Looking at Bai Ji's eyes full of sneers, as if he had already won, Hanya gritted his teeth and still didn't dare to agree. He couldn't afford to lose, and he didn't dare to lose. Don't dare? What a coward! After waiting for a long time, he found that although Hanya clenched his fists and his body trembled faintly unwillingly, his face hidden under the black robe was still drooping, without making a sound. Bai Ji couldn't help but sneered disdainfully, and then he directly flicked his fingers and ejected a silver sword energy, which burst towards Hanya. As a sword body method with a level far higher than the heavenly level, even if Bai Ji was an 8-star Dozun, Hanya couldn't avoid this sword energy, not to mention that Bai Ji was a 1-star Do Sheng. Swish! Then, there was only a sound of breaking through the air, and Hanya didn't react at all. The silver sword energy instantly penetrated Hanya's black robe, scratching a bloodline on Hanya's body, making Hanya angry and furious. However, he didn't dare to agree to Bai Ji's bet, and now he naturally didn't dare to say anything. He could only suppress his anger and quickly dodged to the side. Coward! Looking at Hanya who led the Soul clan to the side, Bai Ji sneered disdainfully, but he was quite satisfied that Hanya did not accept the bet. Because when he was still in Canaan College, Bai Ji had always wanted to find a person from the Do Di family to study and see what the source energy was, but he never had the chance. But now that Hanya was found, Bai Ji planned to use Hanya and another person from the Soul clan who would enter the heavenly tomb later as prey to study the source energy. In this case, if Hanya accepted the bet and lost, and could not enter the heavenly tomb, then Bai Ji would lose. Now Hanya knows when to advance and retreat, and it is undoubtedly more in Bai Ji's interest not to accept the bet. On the side, seeing Bai Ji easily resolve the Soul clan's targeting and even counterattack the Soul clan, so that the Soul clan could only suffer a loss, all the Do Di family members could not help but admire him. Although the Dowdy family is proud because of their powerful Dowdy bloodline, they still dare not underestimate those who are powerful and capable, and Bai Ji is such a person. After solving the target of the Soul clan, not much time passed. Suddenly, the sky suddenly darkened, and the surrounding space was faintly trembling. One after another, tiny black space cracks continued to emerge, and an ancient wild breath emanated through the tiny cracks in the space, as if something was about to come out. The heavenly tomb is about to appear. The people of the Dowdy family who were waiting in the sky could not help but get excited after discovering the strange phenomena happening around them. And at this moment, boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, in the violent tremor of the space, the void space above a mountain in the distance suddenly cracked, and then quickly spread, eventually forming a huge crack that was several thousand meters long, emitting a dazzling silver light. And after this huge crack cracked, the crack lengthened and widened rapidly, and finally formed a huge silver portal that opened wide. In an instant, a vast primitive and wild breath instantly raged out of the portal. The heavenly tomb is open. Volume 10 Chapter 1089 Entering the Heavenly Tomb, Experimenting with the Soul Binding and General Sending. Okay, the Heavenly Tomb has been opened, everyone can go in. Seeing the huge Heavenly Tomb gate finally opened in the distance, the vast primitive and wild aura raged out, and the elder of the ancient clan in charge of the Heavenly Tomb affairs shouted in a deep voice, asking everyone to prepare to enter the Heavenly Tomb. But there was no need for him to remind, just as the gate of the Heavenly Tomb was opened and stabilized, a group of Dowdy family members suddenly jumped up, turned into streams of light, and shot towards the huge silver space portal in the distance. And Bai Ji, Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu were of course among them. Entered the huge silver portal. The next second, Bai Ji, Xiao Suner and Xiao suddenly appeared in a vast barren land. Looking around, it was a hazy scene, as if covered by a layer of mist. It was not real, and there was no edge at a glance, as if in an endless void, but it was slightly different. But one thing is certain, that is, this is not a complete world. Such a rich energy of heaven and earth, it has condensed into a materialized mist. The energy of heaven and earth here is probably much higher than the energy of heaven and earth in your ancient world. After entering the heavenly tomb, looking at the hazy mist around, Bai Ge pinched a handful and found that it was actually materialized energy of heaven and earth. He couldn't help but be amazed. Brother Xiao Bai, this is the heavenly tomb. It is a place that all of us in the Dowdy family dream of coming to. It must be better than the conditions in our ancient world. Xiao Suner took Bai Ge's arm and couldn't help but smile, laughing softly in a crisp voice. That's right. Bai Ge smiled. Like the ancient clan, each of the other Dowdy families also has a small world opened up separately. Even if the concentration of heaven and earth energy in it is not as good as the ancient world, it should not be much worse. This can be seen from the fact that when everyone took the shuttle boat to enter the ancient world in the ancient Saint City, some representatives of the forces invited by Zhongzhou entered the ancient world with a look of shock, while the rest of the Dowdy family were very calm. But compared to their indifference to the ancient world, all the people of the Dowdy family seemed very eager to enter the heavenly tomb. It would be strange if the heavenly tomb was not as good as the ancient world. Brother Xiao Bai, where are we going now? Are we going to help Sister Xiao Yu go to the third floor of the heavenly tomb to find Senior Xiao Xian? While Bai Ge was thinking in his heart, Xiao Suner was observing the surroundings and couldn't help but ask softly. We must go to the third floor, but there is no need to be so anxious. Didn't you say that the heavenly tomb is a good place for cultivation? We don't need to be so anxious. We can practice while slowly rushing over. Bai Ge smiled and said. Let's go. As he said that, Bai Ge immediately walked slowly forward. The environment of the heavenly tomb is different from that of the ancient world, because the energy of the heaven and earth in the heavenly tomb is too dense and has condensed into mist. Because the energy is too condensed, the space is filled with a very strong energy pressure, and it is very difficult to fly in the air. Although this was not a big problem for Bai Ge, it was still a difficult problem for Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu. Therefore, considering Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu, Bai Ge also followed the two women and flew quickly on the ground, moving forward. As the three of them hurried forward. On the way, in the energy mist that seemed to be real, an illusory figure suddenly flashed by. Xiao Suner was quick-witted and stretched out her jade hand to grab forward. A strong suction force came out, instantly capturing the phantom, and then the golden emperor burning heaven flame in her jade hand surged out, and soon refined the phantom. When the golden burning heaven flame dissipated, a thumb-sized diamond crystal appeared in Xiao Suner's hand, emitting a faint light and rich energy of heaven and earth. Is the one just now the energy body in the heavenly tomb? Looking at the diamond crystal in Xiao Suner's hand, Bai Ge asked with interest. In fact, with his mental power, he could have discovered the attacking energy body earlier than Xiao Suner, but suddenly, Bai Ge thought of a problem, that is, whether this special energy body could be used to summon the spirit, so Xiao Suner got there first. Yet, spreading out his hands and looking at the dazzling diamond crystal in Bai Ninayu's hand, Xiao Suner nodded gently. Point, and then said. The ones just now should be the energy bodies in the heavenly tomb. They will hide in the mist and attack us. What I have in my hand is their energy core, which contains extremely abundant and gentle energy. Generally speaking, these energy cores are better than most of the same level of elixirs. Here, brother Xiao Bai, why don't you try it? As she said that, Xiao Suner handed the jade hand with the diamond crystal to Bai Ge, blinked her beautiful eyes playfully, and said. Let Xiao Yu try it. The energy body you just killed is only Douling, and its strength is too low. I don't think this energy core will have much power for me. Let's give it to Xiao Yu. Bai Ge smiled and declined, and asked Xiao Suner to give the diamond crystal to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Although this is a good intention, why do I feel so unhappy? Your strength is strong, so my strength is weak? Xiao Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart. This is not very hurtful, but it is extremely insulting. Sister Xiao Yu, give it a try. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Xiao Suner smiled and handed the diamond crystal in her hand to Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu did not refuse. Since Bai Ge disliked it so much, it should not be a very precious thing. After taking the diamond crystal, Xiao Yu immediately started to practice the heavenly phoenix devouring fire art. In an instant, Xiao Yu felt a chill in her palm, and then a very rich and pure energy instantly flowed into her limbs and bones, and then finally merged into the dou qi in her body like a stream flowing into the sea. This crystal such pure energy. The energy I absorbed just now is comparable to my several months of closed-door hard training. If I can refine one such crystal every day, I estimate that I can break through to the 4-star Dozun in less than a month. After refining the energy crystal and feeling the surging dou qi in his body, Xiao Yu couldn't help but be shocked. It really deserves to be the heavenly tomb that even these ancient Dou emperor families covet. The opportunities inside are really extraordinary. It's quite useful, isn't it? Then let's move on and try to get as many of these crystals as possible. We should be able to take them out, right? Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but touch his chin, and then looked at Xiao Suner. Don't worry, brother Xiao Bai, these crystals can be taken out. Xiao Suner couldn't help but smile and replied to Bai Ji's question. Then we're ready to show our hands. After getting Xiao Suner's reply, Bai Ji couldn't help but grin, and then stretched out his right hand, but now, let me try an idea in my mind. If it succeeds, these crystals will be much easier to get. As he said, a faint black gas suddenly emerged from Bai Ji's right hand, shrouding his right hand. This was Bai Ji running the 8 Wonders Soul Confinement and General Confinement. As a secret method specifically for the soul, these energy bodies are essentially special souls. I don't know if soul confinement and general confinement are useful. Chapter 1090 The experiment was successful, the efficiency of soul confinement and general confinement. Looking at the ancient and desolate land, it was grey everywhere, as if there was no life at all, and the whole world seemed to be in a dead silence. At this time, Bai Ji was standing on this desolate and ruined land, slowly stretching out his right hand. With the operation of the secret 8 strange skills, the soul binding and general dispatching, a faint black gas suddenly continued to flow out from his right hand, lingering between his right hand. At the same time, Bai Ji's mental power spread out quickly, and soon covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Under the perception of mental power, Bai Ji found a lot of energy bodies. At this moment, Bai Ji's heart suddenly moved, and he instantly activated the 8 strange skills, the soul binding and general dispatching. For a moment, an invisible terrifying suction suddenly burst out from Bai Ji's right hand. This suction is not physical, so it will not cause huge destructive power like the great heaven creation palm. But it is aimed at the soul body, and the effect it produces on the soul body may not be weaker than the great heaven creation palm. With the operation of the soul binding and general dispatching, under the terrifying suction force released by the soul binding and general dispatching. Through the perspective of mental power, Bai Ji immediately discovered that all the energy bodies within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were affected. However, depending on the strength of the energy body, the influence it received was also different. For example, the energy bodies with lower strength could not resist this suction force at all and were directly sucked in. The energy bodies with stronger strength could barely hold on for a while, but soon they could not hold on. After all, this is only the first level of the heavenly tomb, and the energy bodies that exist here are mostly below the Duhuang level. It is impossible to resist the secret method against the soul body used by a Dozheng like Bai Ji. However, when he found that some Duhuang level energy bodies could actually resist the suction force of the soul binding and general dispatching for a while, Bai Ji couldn't help but think about it. It seems that the soul binding and general dispatching does not have the same strong restraint on these special energy bodies as on ordinary soul bodies, such as those in the Soul Palace. It was just because his strength was too strong that these energy bodies could not resist. However, if it was a semi-saint level or even a fighting saint level energy body, the effect of the soul binding and general dispatching might not be so great. However, although there was this guess in his mind, the current soul binding and general dispatching could still play a role in harvesting weak energy bodies, which had already achieved Bai Ji's goal. As for some powerful energy bodies, such as semi-saint and fighting saint level, although the use of soul binding and general dispatching may not be great, the impact is not great. After all, the number of these powerful energy bodies is very small. Even if the soul binding and general dispatching can play a huge effect, it is probably difficult to catch too many. When Bai Ji stood on the desolate land of the first floor of the heavenly tomb and performed the soul binding and general dispatching, Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu on the side also felt that Bai Ji was performing some secret method, and they couldn't help but watch with curiosity, and didn't disturb him. After a while, countless lights and shadows flew from all directions like a meteor shower. Amidst waves of unwilling roars, the right hand that was stretched out to Bai Ji gathered and disappeared in the swirling black air in an instant, leaving only sparkling, crystal-clear diamond-shaped crystals. These are actually those energy bodies. Seeing the energy bodies flying in from all directions, it was as if they were sucked in by something. Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu couldn't help but open their mouths wide, their hearts full of shock. While Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu were shocked, looking at the diamond-shaped crystals that kept appearing in their hands, while absorbing them, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Because although these energy bodies can be regarded as some special soul bodies to some extent, the soul power contained in these energy bodies is extremely thin. Otherwise, if there is the soul power of a normal soul body, while absorbing the pure energy of heaven and earth, you can also harvest a large amount of soul power, which is simply too cool. After operating the spirit binding and general binding, many energy bodies from the first layer of the heavenly tomb were bound, and they were refined into energy cores, and then absorbed. Feeling the gradual increase of the fighting spirit in his body, Bai Ji finally lifted the soul binding and general dispatching technique. Because the strength of the energy body in the first level of the heavenly tomb is still too low. He has absorbed thousands of energy bodies, but the amount of fighting spirit in his body has only increased by less than 1%. It seems that he still needs to go to the upper level and absorb stronger energy bodies. Brother Xiao Bai, what secret method did you use just now? You can actually absorb all the energy bodies around you. This is really amazing. After Bai Ji lifted the soul binding and general dispatching technique, Xiao Suner's pretty face was full of emotion, and she couldn't help but ask in disbelief. This secret method is called soul binding and general dispatching technique. Bai Ji smiled slightly, slowly extended his index finger and touched Xiao Suner's brow. With a flash of light, he passed the soul binding and general dispatching technique to Xiao Suner, and then to Xiao Yu. There is nothing special about this secret method. It just has a strong restraining power on the soul body. It can arbitrarily detain and control the soul body that is not very different from you in strength. However, it is not very useful in battle, but it is perfect for dealing with the soul palace. After passing the soul confinement to Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu, Bai Ji smiled and said slowly. It only has a miraculous effect on the soul body, then it seems to be a very strange secret method. After quickly digesting the soul confinement from Bai Ji, Xiao Suner couldn't help but chuckle with interest, then stretched out her right hand and tried to operate the soul confinement. On the slender jade fingers of her right hand, a faint black air suddenly lingered. Okay. Let's keep going and rush to the second floor. The energy bodies on the first floor are still too weak. The energy bodies on the second floor should be much stronger. With this soul binding and general sending technique, we can capture a large number of energy bodies in a short time, and we can also refine them without any resistance. With such a big advantage, we can't waste it. Looking at Xiao Suner, who was experimenting with soul binding and general sending technique, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile. Yet, hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu nodded. Then the three of them suddenly turned into three after-images and quickly swept across the desolate land. Rushed to the direction of the second floor. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. In this more than a month, Bai Ji and the other two had naturally reached the second floor of the heavenly tomb. The energy bodies here are much stronger than those on the first floor, and are basically above the Duhuang realm. And absorbing the energy bodies here is much better than the energy bodies on the first floor. Because the three of them all had the soul binding and general sending skills, compared to others who hunted energy bodies one by one, Bai Ji and the other two directly captured energy bodies in a large area at once, and then refined and absorbed them. The efficiency of this is simply the best in the world. If it weren't for the fact that each level of the heavenly tomb is extremely vast, there are tens of thousands of souls inside, enough for everyone to hunt. Otherwise, it will not be long before someone comes to the door. Because Bai Ji, Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu are so efficient and fast in capturing and refining energy bodies. Basically, no one else can find any energy bodies near where Bai Ji and the other two are. Because they have all been detained and refined by the three of them, and they have been absorbed. Chapter 1091 Hunya and Hun Li, Ready to Fish. The second floor of the heavenly tomb. After more than a month, after absorbing countless energy bodies through the soul detention and generals, Bai Ji finally broke through to the 2-star Do Sheng. Compared with Bai Ji, Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu both broke through two small realms. Xiao Suner broke through from the 9-star Do Zun to the peak of Do Zun, and Xiao Yu broke through from the 3-star Do Zun to the 5-star Do Zun. It has to be said that if the three of them were to hunt one energy body after another, it would be good to break through 1 star now. Thanks to the soul binding and general dispatching, the speed at which the 3 hunted energy bodies was frighteningly fast, which enabled them to achieve such a huge improvement in more than a month. This day, Bai Ji still wandered around the 2nd floor with Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu, and his mental power quietly covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, searching for places with many energy bodies. If he found a place with a large number of energy bodies, Bai Ji would take the 2 women with him, and then use the soul binding and general dispatching to detain all the energy bodies within a radius of thousands of miles. However, this time, while searching for energy bodies, Bai Ji suddenly found 2 familiar figures. Both figures were wearing black robes, exuding a cold aura. Bai Ji was very familiar with them. They were definitely Hunya and Hun Li from the Soul Clan before. Good guy, this is really a piece of cake. I didn't expect that I would accidentally discover one of the goals of entering the heavenly tomb this time. Bai Ji's eyes flickered, and he thought about how to deal with these 2 guys. They must be caught. He was just trying to explore what the source energy was. Although he wanted to explore the source energy, the Soul Clan was not the only material. But the people of the ancient clan must not be touched. After all, they were Xiao Suner's family, and the other Dowdy families did not have much hatred, so there was no need to offend them. There was only the Soul Clan. He had a grudge against the Soul Clan, so who else could he do if not the Soul Clan? So these 2 targets were the most suitable. But if he wanted to touch Hunya and Hun Li, if these 2 guys did not come out of the heavenly tomb, the Soul Clan would most likely hold the ancient clan accountable. If he touched these 2 guys casually, it would be difficult for the ancient clan to explain. He had to think of a way to make the ancient clan support him, at least not to attack him because of the Soul Clan. This still needed to be carefully considered, and he could not act rashly. While Bai Ji continued to take Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu around, he began to think about how to perfectly capture Hunya and Hun Li and let the ancient clan explain. Anyway, Hunya and Hun Li had conflicts with him before entering the heavenly tomb. If something goes wrong, even if it's not his fault, he will most likely take the blame. After all, who made me so strong? Only I am the most capable of killing Hunya and Hun Li. In this case, if I catch them, I will definitely not be able to escape the blame, at least I will not be able to escape the suspicion. But the problem is, how can I catch Hunya and Hun Li, and then the ancient clan will not ask about it. Even if the Soul Clan holds the responsibility, the ancient clan can insist on standing on his side, and they still think they are doing the right thing. While thinking, Bai Ji suddenly thought of a way. As Xiao Suner has a divine bloodline, the ancient clan must want to get rid of Xiao Suner. These soul clans are so bold that they dared to do so in the original book without worrying about the reaction of the ancient clan. They are definitely brave now. It's just because I am by Suner's side that the Soul Clan will definitely not dare to do it in front of me, otherwise I will slap them to death. But what if I am not there? Bai Guess mouth corners can't help but raise a strange arc. For dealing with these 2 Soul Clans, Bai Guess method is very simple, that is fishing. As long as it can be proved that these 2 Soul Clans have ideas about Xiao Suner, even if I really kill these 2 Soul Clans, the ancient clan will not have any unhappy emotions, and even applaud my behavior. After all, although the ancient clan may not want to offend the Soul Clan, they will definitely not be afraid of the Soul Clan. Since the Soul Clan wants to attack their ancient clan's divine bloodline, if the ancient clan is still timid and dare not offend the Soul Clan, I am afraid that Gu Yuan will stand up and slap the faces of those cowardly ancient clan elders. With this idea, Bai Ji quickly thought of a plan. Sooner, I seem to have found 2 acquaintances. On the desolate ground on the 2nd floor of the heavenly tomb, Bai Ji suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at Xiao Suner, narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Acquaintance? What acquaintance? Is it Brother Qing Yang and the others? After hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Suner didn't react for a while and asked with some confusion. The Gu Qing Yang that Xiao Suner mentioned was the commander-in-chief of the ancient clan's Black Annihilation Army. His cultivation was a 2-star Dosheng, which was a few points stronger than Bai Ji's cultivation, and second only to the Black Annihilation King of the Black Annihilation Army. But cultivation is cultivation, and in terms of strength, Gu Qingyang is definitely not as good as Bai Ji. It's not Gu Qingyang, it's the 2 from the Soul Clan. Bai Ji shook his head and said slowly. Soul Clan, are you talking about the Soul Cliff of the Soul Clan? Xiao Suner was slightly stunned and asked. Is it a big deal to discover them? Suner, do you believe me? Bai Ji suddenly grabbed Xiao Suner's shoulders and said very seriously. Brother Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Suner will definitely believe you. You are Suner but Suner's future husband. Being grabbed by Bai Ji's shoulders, Xiao Suner couldn't help but blush when she saw Bai Ji's straight eyes. She spoke shyly, and her voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible at the end. Seeing Xiao Suner's shy look, her originally stunning face was covered with a hint of shyness, which made her look even more charming. This made Bai Ji's heart flutter, and he gently hugged Xiao Suner, rubbed Xiao Suner's black hair with some pampering, and then said, Suner, I will definitely believe what you said. In fact, what I want to say is that after the two soul clans knew that you were of the divine bloodline, they had always had ideas about you. I have a secret method that can sense people's emotions, and I can feel their malice towards you. Because the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial spirit has merged with the six-winged fallen angel martial spirit. Compared with the six-winged angel martial spirit with the power of purification, the ability of the six-winged fallen angel is the perception and control of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Before, in the square of the coming-of-age ceremony, Bai Ji could indeed sense the murderous intentions of Hunya and Hun Li towards Xiao Suner, and he did not lie about this. Isn't it normal that they have ill will towards me? Xiao Suner couldn't help but laugh softly at Bai Ji's words, not feeling surprised at all. She is the divine bloodline of the ancient clan, and the Soul clan has always been mysterious and ambitious. It would be strange if they had no ill will towards her. This is indeed normal, but what if they dare to really kill you? And in this sky tomb? Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh and shook his head, very confidently. Bai Ji's words made Xiao Suner stunned, and she couldn't believe it in her heart. The Soul clan dared to attack her in the sky tomb? Ask for leave. I have something to do today, so I ask for leave. Chapter 1092 Fishing begins, target the Soul clan. How dare they, the Soul clan, this is the ancient clan. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Suner's pretty face was full of disbelief. She couldn't believe that the Soul clan would dare to attack her in the heavenly tomb. You know, although this is the heavenly tomb, it is in the ancient realm. If they kill her, even if the ancient clan can't find evidence, they will never let it go. Do these Soul clan want to exchange her life for hers? This seems to be possible. Why don't they dare? Don't forget, you are the divine bloodline of the ancient clan. If they kill you, the Soul clan will have to deal with your furious ancient clan, but without you, the ancient clan will undoubtedly lose a peerless strongman who can suppress an era and protect the prosperity of the ancient clan for thousands of years. Even if they are buried with you, for the Soul clan, this deal is not a loss. What's more, do you think they are bound to die? Maybe before they came, they had already made all the preparations and could use some means to teleport out of the ancient world immediately after leaving the heavenly tomb. Bai Ji shook his head and smiled faintly. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Suner was also a little shaken. Because the Soul clan has always shown a sinister and violent character, there is almost nothing they dare not do, but it's just whether it's worth it. For example, the Soul Palace under the Soul clan often hunts alchemists to take souls, and the ancient clan is not unaware of this. But as if she had thought of something, Xiao Suner's beautiful face showed a trace of relief. She stretched out her hand and put her arm around Bai Ji's arm, smiling sweetly. It's useless for them to dare. No matter how bold these souls are, I am with you, brother Xiao Bai now. With you, brother Xiao Bai, Suner is not afraid of anything. Holding Bai Ji's arm, Xiao Suner had a sweet smile on her pretty face and leaned on Bai Ji's shoulder affectionately. Of course, I will definitely protect you, Suner. Hearing Xiao Suner's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile slightly, and gently rubbed Xiao Suner's soft black hair, saying. On the side, watching Bai Ji and Xiao Suner being affectionate with each other, Xiao Yu couldn't help but flash a trace of envy in his eyes. But thinking that he had been accepting Bai Ji's help unilaterally all along, he and the entire Xiao family had not given Bai Ji any return, and he himself did not have the excellence and beauty of Xiao Suner. Xiao Yu felt like an ugly duckling, and he only dared to envy in his heart, but he did not have the courage to think about anything else. Maybe I was too timid. If this line can really make me transform, if I can be as strong as Qinglin and the others in the future, maybe I will have the courage to stand by his side. Xiao Yu felt a little disappointed and couldn't help thinking silently. Suner, actually, I told you about the Soul clan mainly because I want you to help. After Xiao Suner was talking sweetly, Bai Ji paused and said slowly. Help? What help? Brother Xiaobai, just tell me, Sooner will definitely help you. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Sooner was a little confused, but still said very seriously. It's not a particularly difficult thing, mainly because I want to capture the 2 Soul Clan members who entered here and find out some things. But if I capture them casually, if the Soul Clan investigates, your ancient clan may have a problem with me. Bai Ji couldn't help but smile slightly when he found that Xiao Sooner seemed to trust him very much. But before Bai Ji finished speaking, Xiao Sooner interrupted Bai Ji and said angrily. How dare they? The Soul Clan has always had a grudge against our ancient clan. It's none of your business that their Soul Clan members disappeared in the Sky Tomb, even if it is. Could our ancient clan be afraid of the Soul Clan? Seeing Xiao Sooner's protective look, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile. Okay, I know what you mean, Sooner, but I can't make it difficult for you. So I thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. A way to have the best of both worlds. Xiao Sooner was still a little confused. This method is actually very simple. Didn't I say that the people of the Soul Clan have ill intentions towards you? And I also concluded that if I wasn't there, they would definitely attack you. Coincidentally, my soul power sensed that 2 people from the Soul Clan were not far away. So I planned to hide first, and then you 2 run over and pretend that I am separated from you. If they know, they will most likely attack you, and I will secretly record everything with the photo stone. With the record of the photo stone, it will be reasonable for me to take action. Even if someone in your ancient clan opposes me, they will definitely not say anything. For this plan, I call it fishing. Bai Ji smiled slightly and said slowly. Fishing, whoever is willing to take the bait. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Sooner couldn't help but change her mind and immediately showed a bright smile. Okay. Then let's follow your plan, Brother Xiao Bai. After determining the general plan, the 3 of them began to discuss the specific action steps. Okay, let's follow the plan later. I'll hide first, and you have to act well. After the discussion, Bai Ji couldn't help but give a warning, and then he moved his body and started to use the heavenly snake breathing method. The whole person seemed to disappear out of thin air, but he was lurking in the void. The heavenly snake breathing method was created by a great man in a certain world who was watching the heavenly snake. Although there are 2 words heavenly snake in the name, this heavenly snake is not the heavenly snake in the world of Douluo Kangsheng, but a powerful demon beast snake species in the world of Xiangxia, which has the power of space and can lurk in the void. The heavenly snake breathing method was created by humans, naturally combining the disguise skills of humans, and also has the ability of the demon beast heavenly snake to lurk in the void. At the beginning, it can only restrain the breath. After a small success, it can change its appearance and transform its body. When it is practiced to the ultimate realm of great success, it can lurk in the void, just like the demon beast heavenly snake. It is an extremely mysterious and powerful secret method. With the help of the heavenly snake breathing technique, Bai Ji's figure flashed and lurked in the void, and in an instant he seemed to disappear in the heavenly tomb. Although Bai Ji was behind Xiao Sooner and Xiao Yu, no one could sense Bai Ji's existence. If one had to say who was most likely to discover Bai Ji, it might be the Taixu ancient dragon, who had a spatial talent and whose strength was much greater than Bai Ji's. Okay, we can set off. They are now in your southeast, about 30,000 miles away. You guys go over there quickly, I'll follow you. After lurking in the void, Bai Ji took out the image stone, and while continuing to sense the location of Hunya and Hun Li, he secretly sent a telepathic message to Xiao Sooner and Xiao Yu. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Sooner and Xiao Yu looked at each other, and then Xiao Sooner replied. Okay, Brother Xiao Bai, we got it. After saying that, Xiao Sooner and Xiao Yu immediately adjusted their states, gathered their emotions, and then moved their bodies and turned into 2 streams of light, bursting towards the southeast. Chapter 1093 The fish is hooked, and who is the hunter will be known at last. The second floor of the heavenly tomb. On a desolate land, 2 figures in black robes were flying quickly, looking around from time to time, as if looking for something. What bad luck! Have all the soul bodies here been captured? How come we have been searching for a long time and haven't found even a 1-star energy body? After searching for an unknown period of time, the 2 black-robed men suddenly stopped, and one of them raised his head slightly, revealing a pale and gloomy face, and said very coldly. Perhaps the energy bodies on the second floor are relatively strong, and have initially possessed a certain amount of wisdom, and can communicate with some means that we don't know. After discovering our existence, they ran away because they knew how powerful we were. After all, our soul clan's fighting skills are still very restrained against these energy bodies. Behind him, another black-robed man also raised his head slightly, revealing a face full of scars, with a very indifferent look in his eyes and a low voice. Maybe, let's look for it again. Hearing this, Hanya sighed and said. After that, the two of them flew quickly in this desolate and lonely place again, constantly looking for energy bodies that might exist everywhere. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, Hanya shouted in a low voice, "Someone is coming, hide first." After that, Hanya suddenly flashed to the back of a hill and hid his body behind a big rock. Hun Li also flashed over, hid his body behind another big rock, and restrained all his breath. Not long after, two figures suddenly flew over from a distance. Seeing these two figures, Hanya's pupils shrank and he was very surprised. Why are these two guys? Hanya, it seems to be the divine bloodline of the ancient clan, and the woman of the Xiao clan. Hun Li said secretly in a low voice on the side. But the Do Sheng seems to have disappeared. Should we take action? Let's wait and see. Don't act rashly. Be careful of fraud. Hanya thought about it and frowned. He decided to continue to lurk and see what happens. At this time, Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu both stopped. Why haven't we found the energy body yet? Is the number of energy bodies in the heavenly tomb so small? If this goes on, when will my strength be able to break through? Looking around, Xiao Yu couldn't help but say uncomfortably. Okay, don't worry. There are a lot of energy bodies in the heavenly tomb. The number is definitely enough. It was fine before. It should be a problem here. Maybe someone just hunted the energy body here, so we can't find it. Wait until we go further, or it will be fine. Hearing Xiao Yu's complaints, Xiao Suner on the side couldn't help but comfort him. It would be great if the sect master was here. The sect master is a 9th grade alchemist with extremely powerful soul power. If he were here, it would be much easier for us to find the energy body. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sighed, as if he had thought of something. Yeah. But there's nothing we can do. We were accidentally half a beat slower when we entered the heavenly tomb, and we got separated. Xiao Suner also sighed. Lost. On the side, hearing the conversation between Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu, Hanya and Hun Li couldn't help but look at each other, and their eyes suddenly flickered, and the hidden sword was a little eager to move. Hanya, I didn't expect that they would be separated from the sect master of the Beatty sect. It seems that this is an opportunity given to us by God. On the side, hearing the conversation between Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu, Hun Li couldn't help but turn his head to look at Hanya, suppressing his inner excitement, and said in a low voice. It seems that there should be no problem. Hun Li, get ready to fight. Although Xiao Suner is a little difficult to deal with the two of us working together, there shouldn't be much of a problem. As for Xiao Yu, just be careful. However, we are just 3-star Dozun. We are not those trash of the Yao clan. Looking at Xiao Yu and Xiao Suner in the distance, Hanya's pale face couldn't help but show a cold and ferocious smile, and said viciously. After saying that, the two of them immediately released the suppression of their own auras and prepared to fight. Who is it? Who is there? For a moment, as if sensing something, Xiao Suner couldn't help but change her face, and suddenly looked at Hanya and Hun Li on the side, and shouted. Hearing Xiao Suner's words, Xiao Yu couldn't help but look over. And finding that they had been discovered, Hanya and Hun Li no longer hid, and a sneer appeared on their faces. Suddenly, their figures flashed and flashed out from the back mountain where they were hiding. I didn't expect that after searching for a long time, I could find it without any effort. The ancient clan's divine bloodline was so easy for us to encounter. This is an opportunity given to our soul clan by God. If we don't give it to God, we will be blamed. Looking at Xiao Suner, Hanya couldn't help but sneer. The voice was full of murderous intent and coldness. You soul clan are so brave. This is the ancient world. Do you dare to attack me? Hearing Hanya's words, Xiao Suner couldn't help but frowned, as if she couldn't believe it, and shouted coldly. Don't dare. Is there anything in the world that our soul clan dare not do? I really want to see how the ancient clan will riot if your divine bloodline dies. This is really curious. Hanya laughed coldly, and couldn't help but curl up a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. If I die, you two will never escape from the ancient world. For Hanya's answer, it seems that she is a little uneasy in her heart. Xiao Suner couldn't help but change her face slightly. Pointing at Hunya and Hun Li, she couldn't help but shout angrily. Don't bother with this. Hunya smiled coldly, as if he was not worried at all. Have you Soul Clan already had an idea about me? Before you came to our ancient world, we prepared a means for you to escape. Seeing Hunya's expression, Xiao Suner's face suddenly became heavy, and she said in a deep voice with some difficulty. Hearing Xiao Suner's words, Hunya sneered a few times, without answering, but basically acquiesced. No need to talk nonsense with the dead, Hun Li, come together. Today I want to see what the difference is between the soul of the ancient clan's divine bloodline and the ordinary ancient clan soul. Finding that Xiao Suner had completely fallen into fear, Hunya couldn't help but sneer, calling Hun Li beside him and preparing to take action. He was a little disdainful of Xiao Suner's performance, the so-called ancient clan's divine bloodline, but it was just like this. You Soul Clan, you are really ambitious. But when Xiao Suner found that Hunya was no longer willing to answer her questions, her face suddenly swept away the heaviness and became very cold. Looking at the two Soul Clan in front of her, she said coldly. Seeing Xiao Suner's change, Hunya and Hun Li were a little bit unresponsive for a while. In the void, a faint laugh suddenly came out. I said, the Hun clan has always been very courageous. As he said that, the void suddenly rippled, and then a handsome young man in white clothes, silver hair and purple eyes suddenly emerged, with a faint smile on his face. Master of the Beatty sect. Seeing Bai Ji, Hunya and Hun Li couldn't help but change their faces instantly. They didn't have time to think about it, and they were ready to turn around and run away. There is an absolute gap between Dozun and Dosheng, and the gap between them is like a natural moat. Even if 100 of them join forces, they will never be a Dosheng opponent, even if it is just a one-star Dosheng. Escape. Must escape quickly. Chapter 1094 Experimental materials are in hand, and the energy storm of the sky tomb. Seeing Bai Ji appear, Hunya and Hun Li's faces suddenly changed. They realized that they had been tricked. They turned around and rushed away, trying to escape. Escape? Where do you want to escape to? Bai Ji didn't care at all when he found that Hunya and Hun Li turned around and ran away. He raised a few teasing corners of his mouth. With a flash of his body, Bai Ji came in front of Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu in an instant, staring at the direction where Hunya and Hun Li ran away, and sneered as he activated the mental power in his mind. Huang Chuan Tianu, break! In an instant, Bai Ji suddenly opened his mouth and let out a cold shout like thunder. In his body, Huang Chuan Tianu, the heavenly fighting skill obtained from Huang Chuan Demon Saint, was instantly activated. The terrifying fighting spirit and mental power suddenly burst out from Bai Ji's body like a raging wave. Just like a torrent of destruction that destroyed everything, it instantly swept in the direction where Hunya and Hun Li ran away. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous muffled sound, the world-destroying torrent formed by the violent fighting spirit and mental power roared out directly, razing everything along the way to the ground. The hill was destroyed, the earth was opened up, and the terrifying torrent was unstoppable. It caught up with Hunya and Hun Li in an instant, and then hit the two heavily. Puff! Under the bombardment of the violent fighting spirit that destroyed everything and the mental power that destroyed the soul, the two people suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and the bones of their bodies were almost instantly crushed. The whole person flew backwards, and it was unknown how far they flew. Finally fell to the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. After dealing with Hunya and Hun Li, Bai Ji suddenly flashed and rushed towards Hunya and Hun Li with Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu. Are you still breathing? That's good. Coming to Hunya and Hun Li, whose black robes were almost stained red with blood, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile faintly when he saw them lying unconscious on the ground. They were breathing in more than out, but they were still alive. When he attacked Hunya and Hun Li just now, he had actually used up most of his strength. Otherwise, with his Dosheng level cultivation, he could fully display the top-level heaven-level Do skill Huang Chuan Tian Nu. With one roar, it would not only be enough to break the soul, but also be enough to roar the two people into ashes. However, although their bodies were not dead, their souls were basically shattered by Huang Chuan Tian's roar. Even if they recovered, they would be fools. But this is not a big deal. He just wants to study the source energy in the Soul Clan's bloodline. If the source energy is really a kind of energy that is not unique to the Dopo Kenkayang world, then the original body of the Douluo plane can find a way to get some source energy from the void outside the Douluo plane. When there is a source energy supplement, he can use the perfect symbiont to simulate Xiao Sun'er's bloodline and directly return to the level of the first generation of the ancient clan Douli. The cultivation speed is faster than Xiao Sun'er's current divine bloodline, and the cultivation level is not jumping straight. In the end, the breakthrough to Douli also uses the Tuaxi ancient emperor cave mansion, and it can be directly broken through. Thinking of this, Bai Ji immediately took out 2 10,000 years of black ice coffins from the ring. After injecting 2 pills to recover injuries into the bodies of the 2 people, he threw them into the coffin, sealed them up, and took back the ring. There are elixirs for healing injuries, a 10,000-year black ice coffin, and a triple seal for protection. After he goes back, he should be able to get 2 more lively but somewhat stupid experimental subjects. After everything was done, Bai Ji clapped his hands, turned around and looked at Xiao Sun'er and Xiao Yu, and said, "Okay, we can go now. Next, let's continue to look for energy bodies. There should be a lot of Douzun level energy bodies here. Let's look for them carefully." After dealing with Hunya and Hun Li, Bai Ji continued to sweep the second floor of the Heavenly Tomb with Xiao Sun'er and Xiao Yu. Compared with the first floor of the Heavenly Tomb, the average quality of energy bodies on the second floor is much higher. Not only can energy bodies above the Do Huang level be encountered frequently, but the strongest among them have even reached the 9-star Douzun level. However, this is an advantage, but it is also a disadvantage. Because the soul binding general does not have as strong a restraining power over energy bodies as soul bodies. Some powerful energy bodies, such as those that have reached the Douzun level, can completely break free from the attraction of the soul binding general and escape if the distance is too far. So in the second floor of the Heavenly Tomb, the soul binding general was not as invincible as in the first floor. Some powerful energy bodies, such as those that exceed the Douzun level, can only be captured by the soul binding general within hundreds of miles, which makes the efficiency of the 3 people much lower. But after the 3 people performed the soul binding general, they swept the second floor. Although Bai Ji's strength has reached the Do Sheng, he has not been able to break through. But Xiao Sun'er and Xiao Yu's strength have both broken through. Among them, Xiao Sun'er's cultivation level broke through from the peak of the Douzun to the second level. And Xiao Yu's cultivation level broke through from the 4-star Douzun to the 6-star Douzun. Such a huge improvement took less than 2 months. If it were someone else, this would be impossible to achieve. However, such a stable cultivation life could not continue forever. One day, Bai Ji took Xiao Sun'er and Xiao Yu to hunt energy bodies everywhere for cultivation. But when his mental power spread out, sensing the surroundings and preparing to look for energy bodies, Bai Ji suddenly discovered the riot of the energy of heaven and earth in the second layer. Following the direction of the riot, Bai Ji looked up. At the end of his sight, accompanied by a faint vibration, an endless terrifying storm was sweeping towards this side at an astonishing speed, covering the sky and earth, and the space along the way was shattered. This is an energy storm. In an instant, Bai Ji suddenly remembered the energy storm that appeared in the original book, and his face changed slightly. This energy storm that destroys everything is created by the great power of heaven and earth, and even a Do Sheng like him cannot confront it head-on. Besides, he would be stupid to fight against natural disasters, just because he is full. Seeing Bai Ji looking in one direction, his face changed slightly. Xiao Sun'er couldn't help but look over with some confusion. At first, I couldn't see it clearly because the distance was too far. But after a careful observation, Xiao Sun'er's face suddenly changed when she found the energy storm that was destroying the world in the distance. "It's the energy storm in the Heavenly Tomb, let's go. Let's go." After hearing Xiao Sun'er's words, Bai Ji didn't say anything and directly grabbed the 2 women's jade hands, and then activated the 3000 thunder movements, instantly turning into a lightning, and quickly rushed towards the entrance of the 3rd floor. Looking at the power of this energy storm, it is enough to sweep the entire 2nd floor, and only entering the 3rd floor can avoid it. If you resist this energy storm, even if you don't die, you will definitely be seriously injured. This kind of serious injury is not a mutual exchange, and you will hold back, but a real serious injury, which may be fatal. After all, the energy storm will not hold back. Once you are caught in it, even if you don't die, you will lose half your life. I don't know how long it will take to recover. Entering the Heavenly Tomb is to practice and improve your strength. If I lose half my life, not only will I not improve my strength, but I don't know how many years I will have to heal my wounds after I go back. That's a real loss. Chapter 1095, The Materialized Energy Light Curtain opens up a passage. The second floor of the heavenly tomb. Because of the sudden energy storm that swept up and destroyed everything, Bai Ji immediately pulled Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu, and used all his strength to operate the 3,000 thunders, and instantly turned into a lightning bolt and rushed towards the third floor of the heavenly tomb. Behind, the violent energy storm was carrying more and more energy from the heaven and earth as it continued to sweep, and the speed was getting faster and faster, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. On the way to escape from the energy storm, Bai Ji also met other people from the Dowdy family. Among them were the Thunder clan and the Fire clan. Of course, he also met people from the Ancient clan. In the Ancient clan, the leader was the two-star Do Sheng, the grand commander of the Ancient clan's Black Annihilation Army, Gu Qingyang. Beside him were the other grand commanders of the Black Annihilation Army, Gu Hua, Gu Xing, and Gu Yao, who Bai Ji knew. Because Bai Ji used the 3,000 thunders to escape very quickly, the world-destroying energy storm that swept everything behind him was left far behind. When they saw Bai Ji leading Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu madly rushing towards the distance, the people from the major Dowdy families along the way were a little surprised. Why are you running so fast? Is there someone chasing you from behind? However, before they could ask, they found that they had met someone from the Dowdy family. Bai Ji immediately shouted, "Run! There is an energy storm behind us." Energy storm? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the Dowdy family members were slightly stunned at first, and then looked back with some doubt. When they saw the gorgeous lines approaching at an alarming speed at the end of their sight, the faces of the Dowdy family members suddenly changed, and then they turned around and followed Bai Ji to run for their lives. Compared with Bai Ji, as people from the Dowdy family, they did enough homework before entering the heavenly tomb, and naturally knew how terrifying the energy storm that was rarely seen in 1,000 years in the heavenly tomb was. Even Do Sheng would be at risk of falling under the energy storm, and would lose half of his life if he didn't die. If these Dozun didn't run, would they still wait to die? For a moment, on the desolate and ruined land, the world-destroying energy storm behind them swept everything. In front of them, more than a dozen figures were turning into streams of light and running desperately. Although at this moment, everyone had left the energy storm far behind. But no one felt relaxed, but tense and heavy. Because everyone knew that with the scale of the energy storm in the future, the entire second floor of the heavenly tomb would be swept away, and they had nowhere to escape. The only hope was to enter the third floor. But no one had ever entered the third floor of the heavenly tomb from beginning to end, because the light curtain to enter the third floor had already become substantial and could not be crossed at all. At least, no one of the descendants of the 8 Dowdy families who entered the heavenly tomb for training in each generation had the strength to break through the substantial light curtain alone and enter the third floor of the heavenly tomb. And there was no need, because the third floor of the heavenly tomb was extremely dangerous. If the average strength of the energy bodies in the first and second floors was only Duling and Duzong, then the average strength of the energy bodies in the third floor was Duzun. Among them, energy bodies at the peak of Duzun and semi-saint level also emerged in endlessly, which could be said to be very dangerous. After a desperate run, at the end of the sight, a vast light curtain that seemed to reach the sky and the earth finally appeared in front of everyone. The light curtain shining with bright light was as crystal clear as crystal, without any illusion, and it didn't look like the light curtain of the second layer at all. There is no doubt that this light curtain has been materialized. Seeing the entrance to the third layer, everyone was more excited, speeding up, and rushed towards the light curtain, and soon arrived in front of the light curtain. Is this the light curtain to enter the third layer? I heard that this light curtain has been materialized. Let's open a channel and go through it quickly, otherwise it will be miserable when the energy storm comes. Looking at the light curtain in front of him that seemed to be pouring down from the sky, a Thunder clan man with a lightning-shaped clan pattern on his forehead stepped forward and said in a low voice with a hint of anxiety. These materialized energy crystals should be very hard. Let's work together, otherwise it will be impossible to break through with the power of one person alone. I'll start. Hearing the words of the Thunder clan man, Gu Qingyang, the strongest person who entered the heavenly tomb and a 2-star Do Sheng, also said in a deep voice. After speaking, Gu Qingyang immediately came to the front, and suddenly shouted, bursting out the majestic Do Qi in his body, condensing into a Do Qi cone, and instantly blasted towards the materialized energy light curtain in front of him. Bang! For a moment, as the Do Qi cone pierced into the energy light curtain, with a violent roar, countless energy crystal fragments suddenly splashed. When the Do Qi cone blasted into the energy light curtain, and instantly blasted out an irregular circular pit with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters. Everyone, do it together. Seeing Gu Qingyang blasting a pit on the energy light curtain, the Thunder Clan man also called out to his fellow tribesmen beside him, and suddenly shouted angrily, condensed the thunder fighting spirit in his body, gathered the fighting spirit on his fist, and punched at the pit made by Gu Qingyang. Bang! With a roar, the fist flashing with dazzling lightning hit the pit on the energy light curtain. While countless energy crystal fragments were splashing, the energy pit was suddenly widened again. Seeing Gu Qingyang and the Thunder Clan man aiming at the energy light curtain that had already materialized in front of them, they shouted and blasted hard, and actually punched a pit with a diameter of about 4 meters on the energy light curtain. Grand Commander, I'll help you. I'll come. I'll come too. Seeing this, the others also shouted loudly, suddenly bursting out the dou qi in their bodies, and stepped forward to move vigorously, ready to work together to create a passage. When the people of the Dowdy family continued to shout enthusiastically, bursting out the majestic dou qi in their bodies, and smashing the already materialized energy light curtain with various means, preparing to force a hole. Bai Ji also walked over slowly with Xiao Suner and Xiao Yan. Looking at the pit, a layer of energy crystal fragments had been laid on the ground. Bai Ji leaned over and picked up a piece and put it in front of him to examine it carefully. I saw that the already materialized energy crystal fragments looked like crystals, crystal clear, flashing a faint light. This made Bai Ji a little amazed. Because he knew that these materialized energy crystals were not formed naturally, but secreted by a strange creature called the ancient devouring insect. What amazed him the most was that this ancient devouring insect could secrete energy under almost no conditions. It does not need to devour specific things, but only needs to devour matter to secrete energy. If this were placed in other worlds, like the modern world, it would be a treasure. After all, devouring matter can secrete energy. My goodness, this is just like eating rice and pulling out gold. With ancient devouring insects, all the garbage in the world has a perfect place to go. Chapter 1096 I tell you, I saved your life. Thinking about the role of ancient devouring insects in his heart, Bai Ji suddenly thought of it. Now the world of Dopo Kenkayang is gradually moving towards the end of the law era. Although it is far from this point now, if it continues to follow this trend, one day in the future, this world will enter the end of the law era. After all, the Dopo Kenkayang world could produce Do Di strong men before, but now Do Di can no longer appear because the source energy is exhausted. In the Dopo Kenkayang world, the spiritual energy required by the alchemist is also a very small amount of energy in the energy of heaven and earth. As more and more alchemists are created in the future, spiritual energy will surely follow the footsteps of source energy. When alchemists decline, fighters will definitely not be spared. As for the reasons, Bai Ji still thinks it should be the fault of the Dowdy in the past. Because in the Dupa world, a fighter needs to absorb a huge amount of heaven and earth energy to reach the realm of Dowdy. But these fighters who became Dowdy did not do anything beneficial to the world, and they all left the Dupa world and took the energy away. Over time, the Dupa world must become weaker and weaker. This leads to the Dupa world being able to absorb less and less energy from the void, but the fighters inside are still absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. This continues to increase the burden on the Dupa world, so the Dupa world will become worse and worse. But if the ancient devouring insects can be cultivated, the characteristics of the ancient devouring insects that devour everything to secrete energy can increase the concentration of heaven and earth energy in the Dupa world and allow the Dupa world to enter the spiritual energy recovery. Moreover, the ancient devouring insects can only devour everything and secrete energy now, but if I use the beast control technique to refine it and let its talent transform, can I cultivate an ancient devouring insect that devours everything and secretes source energy? For a moment, Bai Ji's mind was full of wild thoughts, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became, because this was completely possible. Although the Dupa world is a worldview of the earth and the sky is round, Bai Ji doesn't know whether this idea is useful. However, if the ancient devouring insects are used in the Douluo plane of the universe worldview, they can definitely play a big role. You know, in the Douluo plane universe, there are many dead stars that have no value. If the ancient devouring insects devour the dead stars, how much energy can be secreted? Holding the energy crystal fragments in his hand, Bai Ji took a deep breath, calmed down, and operated the burning technique. The energy crystal fragments in his hand instantly turned into a warm current that flowed into his limbs and bones, and finally merged into the fighting spirit in his body. Feeling the slight growth of the fighting spirit in his body, Bai Ji made up his mind. I want this ancient devouring insect. After coming to his senses, Bai Ji turned his head and looked at the energy crystal wall on the side. A silver light flashed in his eyes, and he instantly opened his delusion-breaking silver eyes. Under the delusion-breaking silver eyes, the energy crystal wall suddenly became clear. Bai Ji clearly saw countless white insects the size of rice grains wriggling deep in the energy crystal wall. These are ancient devouring insects. While Gu Qingyang and others continued to dig the energy crystal wall, trying to open a channel. The ancient devouring insects in the surrounding energy crystal walls were still unconsciously secreting energy, trying to restore the channel. Because Gu Qingyang and others were desperately digging the channel, no one noticed the slowly recovering cave wall. But Bai Ji found that the cave wall recovered a little too fast. This materialized energy light curtain was several thousand meters thick. It would take more than 10 minutes to make a channel, even if the channel did not recover. If the cave walls around are still recovering, and if people need to be assigned to block the recovery of the cave walls, then the passage is probably not opened yet. The energy storm behind will sweep over and kill everyone. This is only considering the threat of the energy storm, but in fact, the ancient devourers in these energy light curtains are also in danger. Maybe they have been sleeping here for a long time, and now the ancient devourers in the energy crystal wall are still in a dormant state. But if the energy crystal wall is continuously opened like this, the movement will definitely wake up the ancient devourers in the crystal wall. The ancient devourers have the characteristic of being able to devour everything, even Douqi. If there are only a small number of ancient devourers, it's okay. After all, the ancient devourers can devour Douqi, but they certainly can't devour Douqi infinitely. If the number is small, and the Douqi attack is strong enough, it should still be able to kill it. If it doesn't work, physical attacks can also be used. But if faced with hundreds of millions of ancient devourers, even Gu Qingyang can only die on the spot. However, there is a way to break the situation. Although the ancient devouring insects are immune to fighting spirit attacks, they are not immune to strange fire. In the original plot, it was Xiao Yan who opened the way, Huo Ji who possessed the red lotus karma fire and Yao Xingji who possessed the 9 nether wind flame who prevented the crystal wall from closing, and Xiao Suner used the golden emperor burning sky flame to cover the rear. In the end, the group successfully broke through the crystal wall. Now, Bai Ji is planning to use the same method to make a channel in the energy crystal wall. However, the difference is that Bai Ji's goal is to subdue the ancient devouring insect mother in the energy crystal wall. Okay, stop for a while. After observing the energy crystal walls around for a while, Bai Ji immediately spoke. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the people who were busy opening up the channel around them couldn't help but stop, and then frowned and looked at Bai Ji. What are you doing? The energy storm is coming soon. It's fine if you don't help to clear the passage, but you also called us. Do you want us to die in the energy storm? Looking at Bai Ji, the ancient demon who was most unhappy with Bai Ji said unhappily. And around, except Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu, the others looked at Bai Ji and frowned. However, they did not express their opinions to Bai Ji like the ancient demon. After all, he was a Dou Sheng. Ancient demon, be careful with your words. Brother Xiao Bai called us, he must have something to say. Don't vent your temper everywhere, this is the heavenly tomb, not the ancient world. After the ancient demon finished speaking, Xiao Suner frowned and said coldly. Hearing Xiao Suner's words, the ancient demon couldn't help but freeze his face and shut his mouth. Because he suddenly remembered that this was the heavenly tomb. If he provoked the other party and the other party wanted to teach him a lesson, even the Grand Commander Gu Qingyang would not be able to stand up for him. But even though he stopped talking, Gu Yao still felt a little unwilling in his heart, and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. I'm not wrong, it was originally. You all think I'm delaying you from opening the passage. Listening to Gu Yao's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but look around, and said with a smile. I tell you, I didn't delay you, but saved your lives. Found that the eyes of the people around him were flickering, as if they still thought what Gu Yao said was right, Bai Ji couldn't help but sneer. He didn't take Gu Yao's provocation seriously, after all, he knew why the other party was very unhappy with him. It was just the whining of a defeated dog, which would only make him feel more accomplished and couldn't hurt him at all. But since the other party dared to provoke, he would naturally slap him in the face. Chapter 1097 Ancient Devouring Insects, How to Break It. Do you think I'm hindering you from opening the passage? Then I'll show you what you'll encounter if you continue to open it. As he said that, Bai Ji sneered, and suddenly burst out the fighting spirit in his body, stretched out his hand and slapped the crystal wall on the side. Boom! For a moment, only a roar was heard, and the violent fighting spirit blasted out instantly, directly blasting a big hole in the surrounding crystal wall, and energy crystal fragments immediately flew everywhere. Then, Bai Ji immediately turned his head to look at the ancient monster, a sneer appeared on his face, and he flashed over in an instant, grabbed the ancient monster, and the fighting spirit of the fighting saint level surged out, directly sealing the fighting spirit in the ancient monster's body, dragging the ancient monster and walking quickly towards the crystal wall with a big hole blasted out. "What do you want to do, Commander-in-Chief? Save me!" Finding that Bai Ji seemed to want to teach him a lesson, the ancient monster screamed in fear when the fighting spirit in his body was sealed. But on the side, seeing that Bai Ji was just dragging the ancient monster and not attacking it, considering that the ancient monster provoked it first, Gu Qingyang hesitated for a moment and still did not take action. "Take a good look at what's inside." Bai Ji dragged the ancient demon to the crystal wall with a big hole in it, and directly pressed the head of the ancient demon against the crystal wall, with his eyes focused on the energy crystal wall. "Let me go! Let me go!" Although the ancient demon was still struggling, his eyes looked uncontrollably at the inside of the crystal wall. Through the crystal clear crystal wall, the ancient demon immediately saw countless white rice grains wriggling inside the crystal wall. That was countless bugs. Ah! For a moment, the ancient demon was startled, and Bai Ji let go of the ancient demon at this time. The ancient demon immediately fell to the ground, and was still in shock, and quickly retreated. "What's wrong?" Seeing the ancient demon was as if seeing something terrifying, and screamed in fear. The people around him couldn't help but suddenly tighten their hearts and asked quickly. "Bugs? There are so many bugs in here." After recovering a little, the ancient demon swallowed his saliva and pointed to the crystal wall with a big hole in front of him. Following the direction pointed by the ancient demon, everyone walked over with some doubts. After carefully observing the crystal wall, they soon found countless white dots densely packed inside the crystal wall. Those were countless bugs. And right in front of them, liquid energy continued to flow out of the crystal wall with a big hole, and quickly solidified to form a thin layer of energy crystals. White bugs energy crystals. When they saw the bugs inside the crystal wall and the energy liquid oozing out of the surface of the crystal wall, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. An extremely unbelievable idea suddenly emerged in everyone's mind. Are these energy crystals secreted by bugs? Bugs can actually secrete energy. The reason why the light curtain here can be materialized is not because of these bugs inside. This insentient devouring insect. Looking at the ancient devouring insect inside the crystal wall, the knowledgeable Gu Qingyang couldn't help but look a little heavy, and said slowly. "Ancient devouring insect, what is this?" Hearing Gu Qingyang's words, the Thunder Clan man couldn't help scratching his head, a little confused. This is a strange monster that lived in ancient times. Although it is very small, its number can reach an almost endless level. It can devour everything and secrete pure energy. I thought this monster had long been extinct, but I didn't expect it to still exist here. Gu Qingyang couldn't help but take a deep breath and said in a solemn voice. It seems that the energy crystals here should be secreted by these ancient devouring insects. Bai Ji is right. If we continue to dig just now, if we accidentally dig through the energy crystals and dig up these countless ancient devouring insects, I am afraid that we will all be buried in the belly of these ancient devouring insects without waiting for the energy storm. What should we do? If we continue to dig, we will encounter ancient devouring insects, but if we don't continue to dig, the energy storm will come. Are we just waiting to die? Hearing Gu Qingyang's words, Huo Xian couldn't help but look very ugly. It's not that there is no way. In fact, there is still a way. On the side, Bai Ji suddenly smiled faintly. All around, everyone's eyes were immediately focused on Bai Ji. "Master Bai, we were wrong before and misunderstood you. Now it's too late. Please don't keep us in suspense. Tell us the way quickly." Finding that Bai Ji said he had a way, the Thunder Clan man took a deep breath and asked immediately. As the Thunder Clan man said, the others also echoed. "Now the energy storm is approaching, we must open the passage quickly, there is really no time to delay. The method is very simple. In fact, the ancient devouring insects are not without weaknesses. Although the ancient devouring insects can devour everything, they cannot devour the strange fire, so it is necessary to have someone with the strange fire to open the way, and then 2 people will stop the cave wall from closing, and the last person will cover the rear. I can open the way. I have the strange fire, and my cultivation is the strongest. The consumption of opening the way is the greatest, so I am more suitable. Then I remember that in addition to Suner, Huoji and Yao Xingji, you two are also people with strange fire, so you two will stop the cave wall from closing, and Suner will cover the rear. In this way, we can safely open the passage. Looking around, Bai Ge smiled faintly at the crowd. But Bai Ge suddenly changed his tone. But opening the way requires a constant supply of strange fire to melt the energy crystal layer, which consumes a lot of energy. Even I can't open a passage of several thousand meters without energy replenishment, so I need you to support some energy cores later. Bai Ge's eyes slowly swept over the crowd and said. Hearing Bai Ge's words, everyone was silent. For the energy cores that they had worked hard to hunt energy volumes in the heavenly tomb. If they had to give them to others, they were more or less unwilling. However, facing the current life and death dilemma, as long as they don't want to die, even the stingy ones have to pluck feathers. They still know the overall situation. Hey! Energy cores are precious, but if we can't open the passage to the third floor, our lives will be gone. Why should we feel sorry for the energy cores? Only by surviving and entering the third floor can we have a future. Although the third floor is a little dangerous, we can also hunt energy bodies. Don't be stingy. Finally, it was Gu Qingyang who sighed and spoke first. Hearing Gu Qingyang's words, the others sighed in their hearts, but they still nodded one after another, indicating that they were willing to contribute their energy cores if needed later. Well, since everyone agrees, let's start now. Everyone stand in position. I'll be in front, Suner will be in the back, Huoji and Yao Xingji will stand on both sides, and the rest of you will stand in the middle. Don't stand randomly. After reaching a consensus, Bai Ge didn't drag his feet. He spoke directly and walked to the front. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Xiao Suner, Huoji and Yao Xingji also stood in their own positions, summoned the strange fire, and protected the others in the middle. When Bai Ge exerts all his strength and starts to open up the passage, it will definitely alarm the ancient devouring insects in the energy crystal wall. Facing hundreds of millions of ancient devouring insects, even Gu Qingyang cannot resist without the strange fire. Only the three of them can resist the attack of the ancient devouring insects. Chapter 1098, Flames burn insects, strange fire breaks the crystal wall. Okay, let's start. In the materialized energy crystal wall leading to the third floor of the heavenly tomb, after everyone stood in formation, Bai Ge suddenly shouted and suddenly summoned the 9-color glazed fire. As Bai Ge stretched out his hand and slapped forward, the surging 9-color glazed fire suddenly turned into a roaring 9-color fire dragon and was blasted out with a palm. Boom! In a huge muffled sound, the 9-color fire dragon instantly slammed into the crystal wall in front of it. The terrifying high temperature and heat suddenly burst out, instantly burning a big hole in the crystal wall, and it continued to burn, opening up the passage forward. When Bai Ge summoned the 9-colored glazed fire, Xiao Suner, Huoji and Yao Xingji also summoned their own strange fires. Xiao Suner summoned the ancient clan's inherited fire, the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame. Huoji and Yao Xingji also summoned their own doubts, the Red Lotus Karma Fire and the 9 Nether Wind Flame. However, under the 9-colored glazed fire summoned by Bai Ge, facing the might of the 9-colored glazed fire, whether it was the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame in Xiao Suner's hand, or the Red Lotus Karma Fire and the 9 Nether Wind Flame in Huoji and Yao Xingji's hands, they all shook violently after being summoned, and they all looked a little illusory. This is because the 3 strange fires were suppressed by Bai Ge's 9-colored glazed fire. But this is also normal, after all, Bai Ge's 9-colored glazed fire is a fusion of 9 kinds of strange fires, among which the 3000 Flames fire alone is ranked 9th on the strange fire list. Although the 3000 Flames, ranked 9th on the list of different flames, is still inferior to the 4th ranked Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame in Xiao Suner's hands and the 9th ranked Red Lotus Karma Fire in Huoji's hands. But the 9-colored glazed fire is not only the 3000 flames, but also incorporates 8 other different flames, including 5 spiritual fires from the 7 Birds 5 Fire Fan whose ranking is unknown. This makes the power of the 9-colored glazed fire soar by many times on the basis of the 3000 flames. The fusion and sublimation of 9 different flames makes the power of the 9-colored glazed fire second only to the Emperor Flame, which ranks first. 9-color flames, is this the fusion of different flames? It even suppressed my Red Lotus Karma Fire. It's really amazing. Seeing that the Red Lotus Karma Fire summoned in his hand was suppressed, Huoji couldn't help but look at the 9-colored glazed fire in Bai Ji's hand, with a pair of beautiful eyes full of brilliance and desire. However, as Bai Ji summoned the 9-colored glazed fire to clear the way, Huoji and Yao Xingji, who were standing on both sides of the passage, came back to their senses and released their own strange fires, Red Lotus Karma Fire and 9 Nether Wind Flame, blasting towards the crystal walls on both sides. For a moment, the blazing strange fire continued to burn the energy crystal wall, burning all the energy liquid secreted by the ancient devouring insects in the crystal wall. As Bai Ji released the 9-colored glazed fire, it continued to burn the energy crystal wall forward to clear the way. And Huoji and Yao Xingji on both sides. Xingji also used the Red Lotus Karma Fire and the 9 Nether Wind Flame to stop the crystal wall from closing. Such a huge movement finally awakened the sleeping ancient devouring insects in the crystal wall. For a moment, the people standing in the middle saw that in the transparent energy crystal walls on both sides, countless dense white dots suddenly squirmed wildly and drilled towards the passage. Soon, countless ancient devouring insects drilled out of the energy crystal walls on both sides. Amidst the piercing buzzing sounds, the terrifying ancient devouring insect swarms immediately flapped their wings and attacked Bai Ji and others frantically. However, because of the burning of the Red Lotus Karma Fire and the 9 Nether Wind Flame of Huoji and Yao Xingji on both sides and the crystal wall, countless ancient devouring insects were burned into white ashes by the blazing strange fire as soon as they drilled out of the crystal wall. And the ancient devouring insect swarms that drilled out of the energy crystal wall in the back flapped their wings and attacked frantically. With Xiao Suner's cry, she suddenly released the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame. For a moment, the golden flames in the sky suddenly surged out, turning into a golden sea of fire that swept towards the back, instantly turning the attacking ancient devouring insects into ashes. Hey, the strange fire really restrains the ancient devouring insects. In the crowd, seeing that the ancient devouring insects on both sides and in the back were all turned into ashes under the attack of the strange fire of Huoji, Yao Xingji and Xiao Suner, and did not swallow the strange fire, everyone couldn't help but pat their chests and breathe a sigh of relief. According to legend, the ancient devouring insects can even swallow fighting spirit. If none of them had strange fire, facing so many ancient devouring insects, I'm afraid no one could resist. Under the strange fire in the sky, countless attacking ancient devouring insects continued to turn into ashes. For such a situation, if it were humans or intelligent monsters, I'm afraid they would have given up long ago. But the ancient devouring insects still had no fear, but continued to drill out of the crystal wall restlessly, forming a dense group of ancient devouring insects, and then attacked everyone like moths to a flame without knowing death. Several minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Because Bai Ji's 9-color glazed fire was powerful enough, Bai Ji opened up a passage of several hundred meters in just a few minutes. However, using the 9-color glazed fire to burn the materialized energy crystal layer was equally horrible. Opening up such a circular passage that was several hundred meters long and 4 or 5 meters wide in diameter, Bai Ji felt that the 9-color glazed fire he released was enough to flatten several mountains. While continuing to open up the passage, Bai Ji looked forward with his silver eyes. I saw that the remaining energy crystal wall was about 1,000 meters thick, and it should take more than 10 minutes to open it. But now he only had about 1/3 of the fighting spirit in his body. Without replenishment, he would definitely not be able to hold on. But there was good news. The good news is that the ancient devouring insects in the energy crystal wall are constantly secreting energy, and the passage behind has been closed. Now, even if the energy storm blows over, there is no need to be afraid, because the energy crystal wall can block the energy storm. Now there is no threat of energy storms. The only thing to do is to completely open up the energy crystal wall and open a passage to the 3rd floor of the Tianmu tomb as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you stay in the energy crystal wall, you will face the attacks of countless ancient devouring insects. If Xiao Suner, Huoji and Yao Xingji run out of fighting spirit in their bodies, they will still be finished. I'm running out of fighting spirit in my body, give me some energy cores. As the continuous release of the 9-color glass fire caused a severe consumption of fighting spirit in the body, seeing that the fighting spirit in the body had unknowingly fallen below 1/3, Bai Ji couldn't help but shout. Sure enough, what was coming is still coming. Hearing that Bai Ji finally asked for energy cores, the people of the Dowdy family in the middle couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Although they felt a little distressed, but thinking that life was more important, everyone gritted their teeth and took out the energy cores they had collected, leaving only the most exquisite part, and gave the rest to Bai Ji. It's still not enough. After absorbing the energy cores handed over by everyone, Bai Ge continued to release the 9-color glass fire to open up another third of the crystal wall, and then he spoke again. Chapter 1099 The ancient insect-eating motherworm was obtained and entered the third floor. It's not enough. Hearing Bai Ge shouting that it was not enough again, Huo Ji and Yao Xingji didn't have to give energy cores because they also contributed, so their faces were normal, but the faces of others turned green immediately. You know, they had basically given Bai Ge all the energy cores that could be given to him just now, and now the remaining ones in their hands were the exquisite energy cores that they had worked hard to get, such as the energy cores obtained by hunting 8-star Dozun and 9-star Dozun, which were of great use to their cultivation. Now they have to give it to Bai Ge again, and my whole heart is twitching. We are now about 1/3 of the way to breaking through this energy crystal wall. All you need to do is give me one more 8-star or 9-star energy core. While releasing the 9-color glazed fire to break through the energy crystal wall, Bai Ge continued to speak slowly. Hey! Forget it! Forget it! Sorry to bother Sect Master Bai. Hearing Bai Ge's words, Gu Qingyang sighed and took out an energy core from a 9-star Dozun level energy body and handed it to Bai Ge. As a Dozun Peak 6 turn strongman, it was only a 9-star Dozun level energy body, so it was relatively easy for him to hunt. However, there were not many 9-star Dozun level energy bodies in the second floor of the Heavenly Tomb. Even he only got 2 9-star Dozun level energy cores. Now he had to hand one over to Bai Ge. Even Gu Qingyang couldn't help but feel a little blood in his heart. You know, this 9-star Dozun level energy core is also very useful to him. If he took it back, he could also use it as a reward in the Black Annihilation Army, but now he had to give it to someone else. However, thinking that Bai Ge was the son-in-law of their ancient clan and was considered one of their own, Gu Qingyang felt much better in his heart. After all, the meat was still rotten in the pot. Moreover, after entering the third level, with his strength, he might be able to hunt some energy bodies of the 9-star Dozun level, and perhaps the harvest will be even greater. Here you go. After Gu Qingyang took the lead, Gu Hua, Gu Xing and Gu Yao on the side also reluctantly took out an energy core of the 8-star Dozun and handed it to Bai Ge. Hey! If I die here, even if I have more energy cores, it will be useless. Please, Master Bai. Seeing that the people of the Gu clan took out energy cores and handed them to Bai Ge, the Thunder Clan man with a more straightforward personality also sighed, took out an energy core of the 9-star Dozun and handed it to Bai Ge. As the Thunder Clan man took out the energy core, the remaining Thunder Clan member, as well as the people of the Stone Clan and the Spirit Clan, as well as the remaining member of the Medicine Clan and Huoxian of the Flame Clan, all took out their treasured top-grade energy cores with some complex feelings, and then handed them to Bai Ge. Although they felt a little distressed, they were not short-sighted after all. Don't worry, I will definitely lead you out of here. After refining and absorbing all the energy cores given by everyone, Bai Ge smiled faintly, and then continued to release the 9-color glazed fire to burn the energy crystal wall and open up the channel. While Bai Ge continued to release the 9-color glazed fire and open up the channel, Bai Ge was still adjusting the direction with the silver eyes of breaking delusion. If someone stood in the back, they would be able to find it. The channel opened by Bai Ge was not a straight line, and the reason for this was very simple, that is, for the cocoon of the ancient insect mother in this energy crystal wall. As Bai Ge continued to open up the channel. Finally, in the crystal wall not far away, Bai Ge found a round crystal that was about the size of a fist and emitted a faint red light all over. Finally found it. Seeing the light red energy crystal not far away, Bai Ge's eyes lit up. While releasing the 9-color glazed fire to open the passage, Bai Ge suddenly separated a 9-color glazed fire to burn the crystal wall where the light red crystal was located. After melting the crystal wall, he immediately condensed a stream of fighting spirit into his palm and took out the light red energy crystal. Through the silver eyes that can break illusions, Bai Ge saw clearly. In the light red energy crystal in his hand, there was a worm that looked very similar to the ancient devouring insect, but its body size was much larger than that of ordinary ancient devouring insects. This is the mother insect of the ancient devouring insect. With this mother insect, Bai Ge can get a steady supply of ancient devouring insects. And if he is lucky and can transform it into a magical power, he may really get a divine insect that can devour everything and secrete source energy. This wave is a great harvest. But as Bai Ge collected the ancient devouring insect mother in the light red crystal, the ancient devouring insects around him suddenly became more violent. Amid the deafening humming sound, a steady stream of ancient devouring insects frantically drilled out of the energy crystal wall and attacked everyone like an overwhelming force. This put a lot of pressure on Xiao Suner, Huozhi, and Yao Xingji. However, for the more violent attack of the ancient devouring insects, everyone didn't know why. They just thought that they might be close to the other side of the energy crystal wall, and the ancient devouring insects didn't want them to leave. Bai Ji certainly knew why the ancient devouring insects were rioting. Because he took away their mother, or queen, these ancient devouring insects would naturally not be willing. But it didn't matter, because now the energy crystal wall was about to be opened. After taking away the mother of the ancient devouring insect, Bai Ji immediately increased the release of the 9-color glass fire, and continued to burn the energy crystal wall frantically, opening up the passage through the energy crystal wall. Only about 3 minutes passed. Under the constant burning of the 9-colored glazed fire, because he had obtained the ancient devouring queen, Bai Ji no longer turned to get the queen, but turned in a straight line, and the speed of breaking through the energy crystal wall suddenly increased greatly, and soon he broke through the energy crystal wall. "Break it for me." Seeing that there was only less than 3 meters of energy crystal layer left, Bai Ji shouted loudly, condensed the 9-color glass fire into a 9-color fire dragon, and blasted forward suddenly. Boom! With a huge bang, the energy crystal layer less than 3 meters away was instantly shattered. As the light shot into the passage, Bai Ji immediately took the lead and rushed over. Finally opened up. Seeing that the energy crystal wall in the distance was finally opened up, the others were also overjoyed. They each displayed their skills and burst out at amazing speeds, and instantly rushed out of the passage. After passing through the passage, an endless barren land suddenly appeared in front of everyone again. There was still grey energy mist everywhere, which looked not much different from the first and second layers. However, after escaping death twice in a row, everyone felt a little complicated about this very familiar land. After all, they almost couldn't get here. Buzz buzz buzz. After everyone rushed out of the passage and came to the 3rd floor, with a sharp buzzing sound, the ancient devouring insects in the sky also rushed out of the passage frantically. However, it seemed that there was some kind of restriction. These ancient devouring insects exploded into white dust all over the sky before they left the light curtain 3 meters away. Soon, a layer of dust was spread on the ground. Seeing that the ancient devouring insects seemed unable to leave the light curtain too far, many people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After finally escaping from the energy crystal wall, no one was willing to continue to be hunted down by these ancient devouring insects. Chapter 1100 Blood Knife Saint saying the most cowardly words in the most pretentious tone. By the way, are the 2 guys from the Soul clan not here? Standing on the boundless land on the 3rd floor of the heavenly tomb, the Thunder clan man suddenly seemed to remember something and was slightly startled and said, "Indeed, they are not here. Maybe they were unlucky and didn't meet us on the way. Maybe they have been swept into the energy storm now." On the side, Huo Xian shook his head and said, "Alas! Then we can only blame their bad luck." The Thunder clan man couldn't help but sigh. "Okay, everyone, since we have reached the 3rd floor, let's separate now." After arriving at the 3rd floor of the heavenly tomb, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile at the people around him, and then took Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu to choose a direction and flew out quickly. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Gu Qingyang still wanted to speak to keep them. After all, this is the 3rd floor of the heavenly tomb, which is extremely dangerous. If Bai Ji, who is at the Dozheng level, can stay, it will undoubtedly be much safer. But seeing that Bai Ji has left, thinking that if they hunted the energy body together, the distribution of energy cores would be a big problem. Gu Qingyang could only sigh helplessly in his heart and shook his head. And after leaving everyone, Bai Ji took the 2 women and flew quickly on the desolate land. And the mental power was released at the same time, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles, and began to search for energy bodies. Compared with the 1st and 2nd layers of the heavenly tomb, the energy bodies of the 3rd layer are indeed more powerful. The energy bodies detected by Bai Ji's spiritual power are almost all of strength lower than Dozun. There are many energy bodies at the level of 9-star Dozun, and there are also many energy bodies at the level of Dozun's peak 9 turn. "Xiao Bai, we have reached the 3rd layer of the heavenly tomb. Where are we going now?" Flying around as if without a destination on the desolate land, Xiao Yu followed Bai Ji and asked hesitantly. "Why, do you want to get to Xiaoxian as soon as possible?" Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Bai Ji turned his head to look at Xiao Yu and asked with an interested smile. Not really, I'm just a little curious. Bai Ji's words made Xiao Yu blush and quickly deny it, but looking at his expression, it was obviously not convincing. Don't worry, we will get there, but Xiao Xian is deep in the third floor of the heavenly tomb. It will take some time for us to get there, so let's hunt some energy bodies on the way first, and then find some insiders to ask for directions. Bai Ji said with a bit of amusement about Xiao Yu's performance. After answering Xiao Yu's words, Bai Ji led the two women to hunt energy bodies around, just like in the first and second floors. The energy bodies in the third floor of the heavenly tomb are indeed powerful, but for Bai Ji, they are just like that. Although there are many who can match him, such as Xiao Xian. But most of them will definitely be crushed by him and eventually become the energy core in his hands. After all, he has a killer weapon like the Soul Binding General. Although the Soul Binding General's effect on energy bodies is not as strong as that on soul bodies. But in battle, as long as the Soul Binding General can slightly affect the energy body, the effect it can play is huge. This can play a decisive role in the same level, not to mention that with Bai Ji's strength, he can basically walk sideways in the third level. Since entering the third level of the heavenly tomb, he has been approaching the depths of the third level of the heavenly tomb. A few months have passed unknowingly. In these few months, Bai Ji has hunted thousands of energy bodies. The strength of these energy bodies is all above Dozun, the lowest strength is the 9-star Dozun level, and the strongest strength has reached the peak level of Dozun Juzuan. However, it seems that energy bodies below the semi-saint realm cannot retain their sanity before death, so the energy bodies that Bai Ji encounters basically have no complete sanity. After hunting so many powerful energy bodies and absorbing their soul cores. Although Bai Ji did not advance to the 3-star Dosheng, he also improved a lot in the 2-star Dosheng level. And Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu, their strengths have broken through to the peak of Dozun 8 turns and 8-star Dozun level respectively. As he gradually went deeper into the depths of the third level, Xiao Yu began to sense the abnormal movement of the Xiao clan bloodline in his body. Because he had learned about Xiao Xian from Bai Ji, Xiao Yu naturally realized the reason for the abnormal blood movement. It must be because of his ancestor Xiao Xian. So, according to the induction of Xiao Yu's blood, the three of them followed a more accurate direction and went straight to the depths of the third layer of the heavenly tomb. Along the way, Bai Ji naturally dealt with all kinds of Dozun level and Dozun peak 9-turn energy bodies. After going deeper, he finally came to a huge stone peak. Bai Ji encountered the first energy body with complete consciousness found in the heavenly tomb. Intruders, leave here immediately, otherwise you will bear the consequences. In front of the huge stone peak, as Bai Ji and the other two approached, a bloody murderous aura rose to the sky, and a gloomy sound like muffled thunder instantly exploded in the air. Looking up at the place where the voice came from, I saw a man wearing a blood-colored robe, holding a ghost-headed broadsword, with a ferocious face and a scar on his face. He was standing on the top of the stone peak with a cold look, staring coldly at Bai Ji and the other two people under the stone peak. The murderous aura on his body almost condensed into substance, and the extremely gloomy voice was full of warning and deterrence. Bai Ji had some impression of this blood-colored robe man. This should be a half-saint in the heavenly tomb, named Blood Knife Saint. However, Bai Ji did not take the threat of the Blood Knife Saint to heart at all, but instantly burst out with the momentum of the Dosheng level, and then smiled. Oh, that's really interesting, I really want to know what the consequences are. How is it possible, it's actually a Dosheng strongman. Discovering that Bai Ji was actually a Dosheng, the Blood Knife Saint couldn't help but change his face. Although he has always been unruly, he also knows that he can't pretend in front of a strong man. He was a half-saint, but he accidentally showed off in front of the Dosheng. What bad luck! But hasn't the heavenly tomb always only allowed the young generation of the 8 ancient clans to enter? How could a Dosheng appear among the young generation? Even the 8 ancient clans with the Do Emperor bloodline couldn't do that. The consequence is that if you don't leave, I will leave. When the Blood Sword Saint found out that Bai Ji was actually a Dosheng, he felt his scalp tingling and his heart trembling. However, as a saint, he must not lose his momentum and style. So, while forcibly maintaining his style, the Blood Sword Saint said the most cowardly words in the toughest and deepest tone, and turned around to run away. I said, Blood Sword Saint, don't leave. I still have something to ask you. Seeing that the Blood Sword Saint was actually preparing to run away, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile playfully, and directly stretched out his hand to perform the soul binding and general dispatching. In an instant, a black gas swirled out of his hand. The restraining power of the soul-binding general burst out instantly, sucking the Blood Sword Saint back immediately. Chapter 1101 The Blood Sword Saint from the Heart, crushed the Soul Clan Dosheng energy body with ease. What kind of fighting skill is this? Why can't it be resisted at all? Under Bai Ji's soul-binding general, because the distance was very close, the Blood Sword Saint, who was only at the semi-saint level, could not resist the suction of the soul-binding general at all. With an angry roar in his heart, he was instantly sucked back. I said, why are you running? I still have something to ask you. After the Blood Sword Saint was detained by the soul-binding general's secret method, looking at the blood-robed man in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but say with a smile. I didn't run, I just wanted to find a way down, and then come to see you, sir. Originally, his heart was full of reluctance and anger, but after coming to Bai Ji, the Blood Sword Saint immediately became timid, and couldn't help but quickly reveal a somewhat forced smile and said, so I misunderstood you. Hearing the words of the Blood Sword Saint, Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the Blood Sword Saint in front of him, who was very arrogant in the original book, is actually a person who follows his heart. However, his performance towards Xiao Xian was indeed the same. Your Excellency has indeed misunderstood. I, Blood Knife, have always respected the strong, especially the strong like you. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. As long as I, Blood Knife, know, I will definitely answer. In order to save his life, the Blood Knife Saint simply lost his integrity and showed goodwill to Bai Ji, and said very seriously. In his heart, the Blood Knife Saint made a decision secretly. As long as he could survive, even if Bai Ji asked about the location of other energy bodies of the semi-saint or even Dozheng level in the third layer, he would still answer. There is no way, his life is now in the hands of others. If you want to survive, don't shiver. In fact, the question I want to ask is also very simple. You should know where Xiao Xian is in your third layer. Take us to find him. Bai Ji's face did not change at all for the Blood Knife Saint's goodwill. He just smiled slightly and said slowly. Xiao Xian. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the Blood Sword Saint's face suddenly changed, as if he thought of something terrible. His face twitched, and for a moment, the scar on his face was seen wriggling like a centipede. After a while, the Blood Sword Saint said with a bitter face. Sir, this I do know where Xiao Xian is, but his strength is too terrifying. He was the top powerhouse standing at the top of our Duki continent. Even you, sir, are definitely not his opponent. You should not look for him. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who wants to die. We are looking for him for a reason. You should know that Xiao Xian is from the Xiao clan. There is also a Xiao clan member in our team. Energy bodies like you at the semi-saint level can retain their sanity before death. This senior Xiao Xian is a strong man at the peak of Dozheng. His sanity will only be more complete than yours, and he will not attack us. Regarding the fear of the Blood Sword Saint, Bai Ji glanced at him, smiled, and said. People from the Xiao clan. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the Blood Sword Saint was a little surprised and doubtful for a while. Of course, he knew that Xiao Xian was from the Xiao clan. If one of the three people in front of him was really from the Xiao clan, then Xiao Xian should not attack them. And if he could bring these three people to see Xiao Xian would owe him a small favor. The next time Xiao Xian came out to clean up the heavenly tomb, he might let him go. This deal is not a loss. But is what the man in front of him said true? The Blood Sword Saint couldn't help but hesitate again. But after thinking about it, the person in front of him was a Dosheng, who was considered the top powerhouse in the outside world. It didn't make sense that he would deliberately go to the heavenly tomb to die. This shouldn't be false. Okay. Sir, I'll take you there. Having made a decision in his heart, the Blood Sword Saint said immediately. In his opinion, Xiao Xian's strength is so great that the entire heavenly tomb cannot escape Xiao Xian's supervision. If the three people in front of him have malicious intentions and dare to say that one of them is a member of the Xiao clan, they may be solved by Xiao Xian before they get here. But now that the three people can get here without any trouble, it proves that one of the three people in front of them must have the blood of the Xiao clan. Okay, then you lead the way. After catching a tour guide like the Blood Knife Saint, under the leadership of the Blood Knife Saint, the three people and the energy body continued to rush to the depths of the heavenly tomb. And as they entered the deeper part of the heavenly tomb, along the way, they basically encountered energy bodies at the semi-saint level. For these energy bodies that retain complete consciousness, if the other party does not jump out, Bai Ge generally ignores them. After all, energy bodies with consciousness are also considered an alternative life in his opinion, and Bai Ge is not a bloodthirsty person. For this kind of strange life, if the other party is a little more obedient, he does not want to act recklessly. Anyway, there will be plenty of time to slowly punish evil and promote good in the future. However, if the other party must jump out to show off and show their presence, then don't blame him for killing them all. There is no way, he just can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. He is a dignified time traveler and he doesn't pretend like this, so why are you guys who are dead pretending? Fuck, this killing god. Along the way, seeing Bai Ge killed half-saint energy bodies with one palm, the blood sword saint was sweating in his heart. Fortunately, he surrendered, otherwise his fate would be the same. However, although they are half-saint energy bodies, their combat power is definitely worse than that of real half-saints of the same level, but being killed by a slap is too fucking. Is this a Dousheng? It's really terrifying. Who dares to break in here? Under the leadership of the Blood Sword Saint, they continued to go deeper. When passing a black stone mountain range, two grey-robed old men with gloomy faces suddenly flashed out and said coldly, "Soul Clan." Seeing the two grey-robed old men and sensing the familiar aura they exuded, Bai Ge was slightly startled, and then a smile appeared on his face. "I'm really lucky. I actually met the energy bodies of the Soul Clan. My first and second Dousheng level energy cores will start with you. You're looking for death, kid." The two Dousheng level energy bodies of the Soul Clan suddenly looked gloomy after finding that Bai Ge knew their identities and dared to provoke them. After a loud shout, they instantly turned into two afterimages and rushed towards Bai Ge. "Looking for death? I think it's you who will die. Come and die, both old guys." Looking at the two one-star Dousheng level energy bodies in front of him, Bai Ge couldn't help but grin, and instantly stretched out his right hand, suddenly activated all the Dou Qi in his body, and urged the secret method of Juling Linqian Jiang. For a moment, as the thick black gas gushed out of his right hand, a strong suction force instantly burst out. Under the terrifying suction of Juling Linqian Jiang, the two Dousheng level energy bodies of the Soul Clan couldn't help but change their faces. "No. No. What kind of secret method is this? How can there be such a secret method? Let me go, let me go." Amidst the screams of fear, the two Soul Clan Dousheng level energy bodies instantly turned into two grey streams of light and were sucked in. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ge's right hand suddenly burst into a blazing 9-colored glazed fire. The two Soul Clan Dousheng level energy bodies whose bodies were controlled by the Juling Qianzhang quickly turned into two energy cores while screaming. On the side, seeing Bai Ge raise his head and easily solve the two Dousheng level energy bodies, the Blood Knife Saint couldn't help but swallow his saliva with some difficulty, and for a moment he was full of relief. "Damn, this killing god is too cruel. Fortunately, I surrendered, otherwise I would have died before Xiao Xian, the monster, cleared the field." Chapter 1102 Meet Xiao Xian, and get the complete Tianhuo Sangsuan transformation secret method. After Bai Ge solved the two Soul Clan Dousheng energy bodies that blocked the way, the Blood Sword Saint swallowed his saliva, and with a trembling mood, he led Bai Ge and the other two to the depths of the heavenly tomb. I don't know if it was because Bai Ge was discovered by other Dousheng energy bodies when he made a move just now. On the way afterwards, no Dousheng level energy bodies dared to block the way. The three of them went deeper and deeper, and finally reached the deepest part of the heavenly tomb. Under their feet, the desolate land had long disappeared, and the surroundings were all endless darkness, as if they were in a void. Under Bai Ge's silver eyes, a huge and ancient tomb was seen standing quietly in the void in the distance. And on the tombstone of the tomb, the two big characters Xiao Xian were engraved. "Sir, we're here. That's the tomb of Sir Xiao Xian that you are looking for." After arriving at the deepest part of the heavenly tomb, not far from Xiao Xian's tomb, the Blood Sword Saint pointed to the tall tomb in the distance and said immediately. Just as the Blood Sword Saint finished speaking, a green figure suddenly appeared in front of the tomb in front of him. A handsome man in a green robe was standing in front of the tomb, with his hands behind his back, looking at Bai Ge and the other two with some approval. "You are finally here. It has been so many years. I have waited for so many years. Finally, someone from our Xiao clan has come. Greetings to Senior Xiao Xian." Seeing Xiao Xian appear, Bai Ge and Xiao Suner immediately bowed to Xiao Xian. "Greetings to Saint Xiao Xian. On the side, the blood sword saint also bowed to Xiao Xian with his heart. Xiao Yu, meet the ancestor. Seeing Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes were full of complexity. She couldn't help but step forward a few steps, half knelt in front of Xiao Xian, and said respectfully. Xiao Yu, a beautiful woman like jade, what a good name. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Xian couldn't help but smile and said. In fact, since you entered the heavenly tomb, I have noticed you because of the blood connection with Yu'er. I originally wanted to see how strong Yu'er is and then show up when you are in danger. But it seems that there is a stronger person among you, so you found me without encountering any danger along the way, but it can be regarded as passing the test. As he said, Xiao Xian couldn't help but glance at Bai Ji, with a flash of praise in his eyes. I'm sorry, ancestor, Xiao Yu disappointed you. Hearing that the ancestor Xiao Xian originally wanted to test his strength, but he basically relied on Bai Ji's teaching of soul binding and general dispatching to hunt energy bodies along the way, and when he encountered powerful energy bodies, Bai Ji also took action to deal with them, and he almost didn't do anything, which made Xiao Yu feel a little ashamed. No. You didn't disappoint me. I almost drained all the blood power of our Xiao clan. You were able to reach the level of a 3-star Dozun before entering the heavenly tomb at the age of less than 30 without the blood power. This is already very outstanding. Xiao Xian shook his head and said to Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu felt even more ashamed when she heard Xiao Xian's words. Because she knew that she was not at all outstanding. Her current achievements are all the result of Bai Ji's help. But because she wants to get the inheritance from Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu must not say such words, so she can only feel ashamed in her heart. Your name is Bai Ji, right? You are very good. You can reach the Dosheng realm before the age of 50. Even among our 8 ancient clans, you are the top genius. After speaking to Xiao Yu, Xiao Xian couldn't help but turn his head to look at Bai Ji, and said with great praise. Senior Xiao Xian, you are too kind. Bai Ji was very modest for Xiao Xian's praise. You don't need to be modest. Xiao Yu was able to come to me because you must have made a great contribution. Tell me what reward you want. Whether it's a heavenly grade technique or a fighting skill, I can give it to you. Looking at Bai Ji, Xiao Xian couldn't help but smile. I don't need heavenly grade techniques or fighting skills for the time being, but if possible, I hope that Senior Xiao Xian can pass on the complete Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious changes to me. I already have the first part of the secret method of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious changes, but now I still lack the part of the secret method that can cultivate the Xiao clan emblem that Senior is from. Then, if possible, I hope that Senior can pass on to me the method of refining the ancient insect emperor's clothes. Regarding Xiao Xian's promise, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile and shook his head, and then said. I can give you the method to refine the ancient insect emperor's robe. I know that when you passed through the materialized energy light curtain and entered the 3rd layer, you got the queen of the ancient devouring insect, but the latter part of the secret method of the 3 mysterious changes of the sky fire is useless, because without our Xiao clan blood, you can't cultivate our Xiao clan's family pattern at all. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Xian couldn't help but frowned. Senior, you don't know that I have a special physique. As long as I can get a drop of blood from someone, I can simulate that person's blood in a short time. So although I don't have the blood of the Xiao clan, I can also cultivate the Xiao clan's family pattern. Bai Ji had already prepared for Xiao Xian's question and had a way to deal with it. He couldn't help but smile and explain. As for the mother insect of the ancient devouring insect, or the queen insect, although Bai Ji planned to use the beast taming technique to sacrifice it into a witch insect, it was definitely impossible to use it to refine the ancient insect emperor's robe. However, during the ritual, the ancient insect-eating queen might shed its skin when it metamorphoses, and the material of the ancient insect-eating queen's robe should be just the skin of the ancient insect-eating queen. So even if there is only this possibility, Bai Ji will still try his best to get the refining method of the ancient insect-eating queen's robe. After all, even if he can't use it, he can give it to a group of disciples. I didn't expect that there would be such a physique in this world. Hearing Bai Ji's explanation, Xiao Xian couldn't help but be shocked, as if he had seen it for a long time. Although Xiao Xian was once the top figure in Duqi continent before his death, he had a wide range of knowledge. But for some special physiques, such as Xiao Yuxian's evil poison body, Kinglin's green snake 3-flower pupil, and Dan Chen's special soul-sucking physique of Danta. These special physiques are not seen by even a powerful person like Xiao Xian. Compared with the physique of the evil poison body, Bai Ji's simulated blood physique is undoubtedly more amazing, and it has never been recorded in the classics. No wonder Xiao Xian was amazed. Of course, Bai Ji's simulated blood physique is actually an excuse for the perfect symbiont, which is originally fake. If Xiao Xian has heard of it, it would be strange. Okay. I have been waiting in this Tianmu for many years. This time I finally met someone from our Xiao clan. You can bring Xiao Yu into the Tianmu, and you are also a benefactor of our Xiao clan. It's just a secret method. I, Xiao Xian, am not stingy to this extent. Looking at Bai Ji, Xiao Xian didn't say anything nonsense after being amazed. He directly stretched out his hand and pointed at Bai Ji, shooting 2 streams of light into Bai Ji's forehead. These 2 streams of light are the secret method of the 3 mysterious changes of the sky fire and the method of refining the ancient insect emperor's clothes. As for why Bai Ji knew the secret of their Xiao clan's family pattern, and he knew the method of refining the ancient insect emperor's clothes. Xiao Xian didn't think much about it, just thought that it was the Gu clan who told Bai Ji. After all, he had observed Bai Ji and the other 2 for a long time, and had long seen the relationship between Bai Ji and Xiao Suner. And with Xiao Suner's Gu clan bloodline, she was most likely Gu Yuan's daughter, so there was no need to say more about the relationship between Bai Ji and the Gu clan. Back then, their Xiao clan and the Gu clan were very close, and he and Gu Yuan were also familiar with each other. Gu Yuan knew some of his details and told Bai Ji, which was normal. Chapter 1103 Xiao Xian, do you also like this Bai Ji? Bai Ji, I have passed on the methods of refining the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire and the ancient insect emperor's clothes to you. Next, the 3 of you will wait here for a while. This is the place with the most concentrated energy of heaven and earth in the heavenly tomb. You can practice here or go to other places to hunt energy bodies. I will take you in first. After passing on the remaining secrets of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire and the methods of refining the ancient insect emperor's clothes to Bai Ji after the song, Xiao Xian said slowly with his hands behind his back. You come with me. After saying that, Xiao Xian waved to Xiao Yu, then turned and walked towards the tombstone. When his body touched the tombstone, a ripple like water waves appeared on the surface of the tombstone. The next moment, Xiao Xian suddenly disappeared in front of the tombstone. Xiao Yu was a little surprised to see Xiao Xian disappear in front of the tombstone. However, after hesitating for a while, after saying goodbye to Bai Ji and Xiao Suner, Xiao Yu also followed into the tombstone. After entering the tombstone, with a sudden change in front of his eyes, Xiao Yu suddenly found that he had entered a vast pavilion and palace. At this moment, he was in a wide hall. In the center of the hall, there was a pool with green lotuses growing in it. And Xiao Xian was standing in front of the pool with his hands behind his back. Come in. As if sensing Xiao Yu's entry, Xiao Xian immediately said slowly. Yes, ancestor. Looking around, Xiao Yu was amazed at the power of the Dousheng strongman, and walked to Xiao Xian not far away, bowed respectfully to Xiao Xian, and said. I have been in this Tianmu for thousands of years, and I don't know how much the outside world has changed. Can you tell me about the current situation of our Xiao clan? Turning around slowly and looking at Xiao Yu, Xiao Xian couldn't help but sighed. Ancestor, now we are no longer called Xiao clan, but Xiao family, located in a remote area of Duqi continent. A country called Sun Moon Empire is a family in Wuden city of Sun Moon Empire. I don't know much about our Xiao family's past, but since I can remember, I know everything about our Xiao family. I wonder if the ancestor wants to listen. In response to Xiao Xian's inquiry, Xiao Yu replied respectfully. Just say what you know. You are still young now. How can you know the changes in our Xiao family over the past 1,000 years? This is normal. After thousands of years of changes, I am afraid that even the oldest person in your Xiao family has forgotten the glory of our Xiao family. Xiao Xian laughed dumbly and said with some emotion. So, you just need to tell me everything you know about the recent situation of the Xiao family. Then ancestor, I will start from what my grandfather told me. More than 20 years ago, our Xiao family was still a big family in the Jiama imperial city of the Jiama Empire. The Jiama Empire is the predecessor of the Sun and Moon Empire I just mentioned. At that time, because the old patriarch of our Xiao family was still a Douwang strongman, and Douwang strongman was already considered a top strongman in the Jiama Empire, so our Xiao family lived a relatively prosperous life in the Jiama Empire. But later, because our old patriarch accidentally fell in the Warcraft Mountains, our Xiao family suffered a blow from other families and was divided up by other families. We had to choose to give up everything and escape from the Jiama Imperial City. But at that time, because there were still families who were thinking about our Xiao family's legacy, they wanted to kill our Xiao family, but at that time, Sect Master Bai Ji rescued our Xiao family. Later, Sect Master Bai Ji hid his identity and stayed in our Xiao family for more than 10 years. On the way, he met Miss Sooner. Wait. Hearing that Bai Ji and Xiao Sooner were acquainted, Xiao Xian couldn't help but think of Xiao Yu's words with a strange expression. Before, he had seen that Bai Ji's bone age was about 40 years old, while Xiao Sooner's bone age was in her 20s, and the two should be more than 20 years apart. Then more than 20 years ago, this Bai Ji should also be in his 20s, but he hid his identity and approached a little girl who might not even be 10 years old. For a moment, Xiao Xian didn't know what to say. This Xiao Sooner should be Gu Yuan's daughter, the little princess of the Gu clan. Didn't the Gu clan send strong men to protect her? She was approached by an outsider, and the other party seemed to have successfully captured the heart of the little princess of the Gu clan. Good guy. I was just good guy. But when I thought about how I knew Gu Yuan was already thousands of years old. The girl in front of him, named Xiao Sooner, was only in her 20s, and she should have been born when Gu Yuan was thousands of years old. With Gu Yuan's cultivation, it should be unlikely to find someone of the same age in theory. From this point of view, Gu Yuan should also be an old cow eating young grass. Oh, it turns out that the son-in-law and the father-in-law are the same kind of people, that's fine. What's wrong, ancestor? Xiao Yu couldn't help but look at Xiao Xian with some confusion after being interrupted by Xiao Xian. Nothing, just a little curious, why did Bai Ji hide his identity and sneak into your Xiao family, is it because of this Xiao Sooner? Xiao Xian smiled and couldn't help but wonder. Although in his opinion, Bai Ji was able to evade the investigation of the ancient clan, he must have lurked in the Xiao family before Xiao Sooner came to the Xiao family. Although some people don't know why he did this, whether he had other purposes, just accidentally met the little princess of the ancient clan, or came for the little princess of the ancient clan. But he felt in his heart that it should be the latter, which is a bit interesting. I don't know about this, but it shouldn't be. Sect Master Bai Ji had already entered our Xiao family before Sooner came to our Xiao family. After hearing what Xiao Xian said, Xiao Yu hesitated for a while, but still shook his head. Haha, continue talking. Xiao Xian couldn't help but smile thoughtfully when he found that there seemed to be some different emotions in Xiao Yu's eyes when he mentioned the sect master Bai Ji, and then continued. And then, there was nothing to say. After living in the Xiao family for a few years, Bai Ji gradually revealed his identity. Because Bai Ji conquered many major forces in the Jiama Empire and cultivated many strong people, this caused fear among the surrounding countries, so that they formed an alliance to prepare to attack the Jiama Empire, but failed. In the end, it was annexed by the Jiama Empire and became the current Sun and Moon Empire. Then Bai Ji brought people to Zhongzhou to establish the Beidi sect, began to develop in Zhongzhou, and brought her and her brother Xiaoning to Zhongzhou. In the Sun and Moon Empire, the Xiao family also benefited greatly from Bai Ji's relationship and developed better and better. It seems that Bai Ji has really helped your Xiao family a lot. I gave him the secret method of the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire and the method of refining the ancient insect emperor clothes. Otherwise, I would never have met you. After listening to Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Xian couldn't help but laugh. But do you also like this Bai Ji? As he said that, Xiao Xian suddenly changed his tone and asked Xiao Yu with interest. Ah! Hearing the words of the ancestor Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu couldn't help but be slightly stunned at first, and then his face suddenly turned red, even his earlobes turned red.